Hello and welcome to this first video about the Power BI interface. Now when you first open Power BI, you should see an interface which is kind of similar to that. Why do I say kind of? Well, the reason is that Power BI, in this case Microsoft's Power BI, is under constant development. That simply means that whenever you watch this video, it might be the case that there was a new version released which has a slightly different interface. However, don't worry, because I assure you that all the things we do, all the things we learn in the course, and all the formulas we create, this will all be up to date. And if not, then I assure you that I will update this in the near future. So, for now, what I'd like to do here in this first video is to give you a first tour through the Power BI interface. So, just lean back and follow me. So, the first time you open Power BI, you should see an interface which looks, as I said, kind of similar to this one. And the first thing, of course, is that we would like to import some data into Power BI. Now, for importing data, there are various data sources available to us. One of the most often used, of course, is something like Excel, so for people to start with Power BI. Now, if you like to import data, you have various options to do that. You could either click here on this new window here, which is Import Data from Excel. You could click on that, and you would see that a pop-up window appears, and then you can select a specific data source if you want. This would be one way to do it. There are additional ways. For instance, you could up here in the ribbon under Data here, under the Home menu, there's also Excel as a data source, or also other kinds of data sources available here. You can click on it, and you'll see exactly the same window appearing, and you could also select your data source this way. Would also be possible. So let me close this here as well. And then the final way to do it is simply to go get data. So if you go to get data here, you also find here, at least at the beginning, the common data sources like Excel, like for instance SQL Server, so as a database, also Power BI datasets, data flows, and other kinds of things like text or CSV files. Also, you can connect to the web if you want. If these data sources are not enough for you, or you think something is missing here, you could always go here under More, and then you see that a new window appears. Just a second. And this new window here at Get Data contains all the different kinds of data sources you can connect to. So you'll see if I scroll down that there are various data sources available. So all kinds of databases, all kinds of other things for you. So I'm sure that you will find the specific data source you need. You also see that you can search for specific data source here to make your life a little bit easier, because you see there are a lot of choices here, and of course you want to choose a specific one, and if you don't want to search, simply type it here in the search box. Or you pre-filter. If you go to File, for instance, you can see all the file types here, like SharePoint folder, for instance, PDF, and so on. Or if you go to Database here, you would see all the databases available for you. So, as I said, a lot of data sources here, and also in the future, Power BI will add, or Microsoft will add, additional ones here as well. So in case yours is currently still missing, even though I probably don't think that, but if it's still missing, assure that Power BI is still continuing developing new data source connectors here. So let me cancel this for now. So these are the options to import data. So either click here, or you go up here where you can see common data sources like Excel, SQL Server, and so on, or you go to Get Data. Another way is here also the recent sources. You can click on this one if you want to use a source you have previously used in Power BI. If you have started Power BI the first time, then of course under recent sources you won't find anything. But if you have worked with a file or data source before, you can simply click here and then connect back to it. Other options under this Home menu, which could be interesting, is of course something you probably are familiar with from our other Power BI or Microsoft products, is simply the clipboard, where you can copy paste things, format things, and so on, right? Then next to the data pane, we have also here the queries. There we have the transformed data. If you hover over it, you also get a little preview what this actually does. It uses the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform data. So this is a really, really powerful tool which is built in to Power BI desktop, which allow us to transform our data. So to clean it, to shape it in a way that we want to use it in order then to create our report. Because let's face it, most of the time the data we want to use is unfortunately not yet in the right format, and there are some cleaning steps to do for us. And this is where this transformed data, or the so-called Power Query editor, comes into place and allow us to shape our data, to prepare the data, and so on. The refresh option, which is currently grayed out simply because I do not have loaded any data yet, is simply exactly what it does. You click on it and then you can refresh. Just in case your underlying data source in the meantime changes and you click on the refresh button, then you'll see the up-to-date data, so the latest data. Under this insert here, we have the option to insert a new visual. This will be interesting, of course, when we create our report, because we want to create certain visuals like pie charts, like bar charts, and so on. So various options for us. And if you click here, a new visual simply would appear on the screen. So if I click this, what you see is you see a template here. The template now, of course, needs some data. But this is one way how you can create a new visual. If I click on it one more time and delete it, then I see my original window back. Now, beside clicking here on New Visual, you could also go onto the right section here, we can see here, which is the Visualizations pane. And here you can see all the different kinds of visuals which are available by default for Power BI. So line charts, bar charts, stacked bar charts, and so on. Maps, if you want to do this as well as here some additional AI charts, and also very interesting, we'll cover this in the course as well, and other kinds of things. Even tables, if you need them, of course, right? So next to that, if the visual you want to use, you do not find it here, because the default ones are not enough for you, you still have another option if you go to the 3 dots here. The 3 dots is the Get More Visuals. So this option, if you click here, you can get to Get More Visuals, and if you do this and click this, you will be prompted with a new window here, which is the app source. The app source here allows you, if I scroll down here, to add additional visualizations which are available for Power BI. You can download them for free. Some of them have built-in functionalities which you have to pay for, but some of them are free. A lot of them are free, actually. You can use those as well. And if you go to all here, you will see that there are a lot of them for you available. If I scroll up and down. And all you need to do is you need to click to a specific visual. For instance, if I click on bullet chart here, if I click on add, what you see is that the import visual successful, click OK, and you see basically here down there this new bullet chart, which is now also available as visualization. So I can click on this, and you can see I get again my template here, and now of course I need to fill it some data. So let me actually close this or remove it again, but this is one way to get additional visualizations here. So for the visual section here, for this app source, I like to highlight one important aspect. Currently what Power BI requires to do this is a login to Power BI. And you can't only log in or register to Power BI if you have a working email address. You can't do it currently with your private email address. This is something you need to be aware of. Okay? Just wanted to mention that. Now let's actually explore a little bit more here. Under the next option here, calculations, we have new measures as well as quick measures. Now this is where the power of Power BI, so-called the calculations, come into play. This is how we can create our DAX calculations. DAX is the formula engine, formula language in Power BI. It's kind of similar to Excel, a little bit different, but this is actually how we can create our own calculations in Power BI. And we will do a lot of them during the course. The quick measure is another option which allows you to, by only dragging and dropping fields inside, create measures in DAX. However, it's highly recommended that you learn DAX. Because if you learn DAX and you're able to write your own DAX calculations, then you can create exactly those calculations you need at the end of the day to create the insights you want in your report. The next thing here is the share option, also currently grayed out, simply because I don't have any data loaded. Sharing would simply mean that you publish your report then either to the cloud, so Power BI service, or if you are in a company and you have your own Power BI report server, then you can publish it to this report server on-premise. Now, the sharing option here is also powerful, but be aware that here you need, of course, to register to Power BI first in order to be able to publish the report. So this is it for the home menu here. Now let's go under Insert here, on the next one. In Insert here, you can see additional things which you already have seen, like new visual here. Another way how you can simply click on it and you see that the new visual, so basically this template appears, which now needs some data in order to visualize something. So you see a little bit of what I call redundancy in Power BI. So simply that means there are several ways to do exactly the same thing. So again, I press my delete button to delete it. And under more visuals, you see exactly, if I click on it, from app source, which is exactly the same as clicking on the 3 dots, which we have done here. Get more visuals is exactly the same here, as well as here. By the way, you can also import them from files. If you download it from app source first to your local computer, then you can also click on from files, and then you would import it from the specific location where you have saved it. It's also possible. Here the AI visuals are Q&A, for instance, key influences, decomposition tree, and smart narrative. And we will cover some of them during the course, but be aware that these visuals, which you can see here, are also available in our visualizations pane here. And that is why during the course and later I will use this pane when I use create visualizations. I won't do it here from the ribbon bar. Either though, you can also do it from there. So smart narrative, for instance, you can see this here. If you hover over it, you get some additional insights what this does for you. But if you take a look at under the visualizations on this option here, you see it's exactly the same. So those two are exactly the same. The same is true for Power Apps. If you want to import a Power Apps visualization within Power BI, that's also possible. But this is also available up there. So several ways to do exactly the same thing. Under Elements, there you have the option to import additional elements. Like for instance, you click on text box here, and then this allows you to enter some text, right? So you click on it, and you could say, hello, Power BI. Like that. And I can highlight this, and of course I can adjust here the different kinds of fonts I have. Arial, for instance, I can make it bold. I can also increase the size here, like that. And I can specify, do I want to center it? Then I can go in here. Do I want to underline it? And so on. So these you're probably familiar with from, for instance, PowerPoint, any other kind of things. And if you have this, then of course you can make this visual smaller, and then you can simply drag and drop it around somewhere on your screen. And you might see that if you drag and drop it here, then you also got these little red dot lines, which are the helper lines. So this is something you're probably familiar with from PowerPoint, which is a real big help. So because this also allows you to then simply align the visuals you have, for instance, this text box here, onto your report. What you also notice is probably that if you have a visual, if you click on a specific visual, then additional tabs here might appear. Depending on the visual, you would see different kinds of tabs appearing here. If I untick it, you see that, just a second, let me remove this. If I untick this here, you see that those two tabs are gone. If I click on it one more time, you see that now the format and the data drill here appears again. And you see additional things. If I go to format here, you see certain things you also are probably familiar with from PowerPoint. Like for instance, do I want to bring this forward or bring to front? Do I want it to send backward or send to back? Or do I want to align it, right? Align left, align center, align right, and so on. So all these options are also available in PowerPoint, which is great because this simply means that it's easier if you have a PowerPoint background, you have worked with it before, it's easier to work with Power BI as well. Because what Microsoft tries to do is it tries to create similarities between their products. So it's easier for people who have already knowledge in one product simply to use the new product as well. So always click on a specific visual and then check out what's also available here. For instance, these options as we have here. The grouping is currently grayed out, but this allows us, we will also do this during the course, to group certain visuals together and then apply certain things. For instance, drag them together on the screen and so on. Data drill here gives you additional informations. The drill through, something we cover later on, but for now, that's not that important. You can also see that most of these things are grayed out currently. So, what else do we have? We were on an insert here. And we covered those things, like for instance these things. Text box I used, I showed you, but also you can create buttons here. If you go to buttons, you have a left, right, reset, and so on. So different kinds of buttons, which you can also implement in your report. So how are they helpful? Let's say, as you can see down there, I have a page 1 currently. If I click on another page, I can see here I have a complete new page. And let me maybe add some text box here and say this is page number 2, okay? Like this is page number 2. So also let me make this maybe a little bit bigger here, and also maybe adjust here to, let's say, maybe area black. That's fine. So let me just place it somewhere, just to have a difference between our two pages. And by the way, you can create additional pages here if you want. But the idea here behind those buttons could be, because there's several of them, but there's also a back button. And the back button would allow simply to jump between those two report pages for your end consumer. Right? So if I go to page number 2 here, for instance, and I say I want to insert a button, and I simply click on back button here, then I have a back button here, and if I go back to page number 1, and then I jump to page number 2 here, and then I would go hover over the button, and here press Control click, I simply jump back to page number 1, right? And by the way, I said if you hover over this, you also see this, I need to hold my Control key and click. This is only necessary as long as you are in Power BI desktop. As soon as you publish your report, to make it available for your audience, so for the world or for people in your organization, then of course they would only click on the button. They don't have to hold the Control key. This is simply in the developer here inside here. Okay. But this is one way how we can use those buttons. And there are various buttons available for you, and you can also adjust or add specific actions to a specific button. So even though I have a back button here, and it's normally used for jumping back to the page you were before, you could also add an additional functionality or a different functionality to this button. It's also available here. Okay. So under shapes, you find then additional shapes you can insert, a rectangle if you need it. Now you have a rectangle here, which you can also drag and drop and place somewhere on your screen, right? And also align this if you want, for instance, here next to our headline here. And image, as it says, if you click on it, then you simply need to specify a specific image path, and then you simply click the specific image, and you can import an image into your report as well. So, for instance, you would like to have a background image for your report, or simply want to insert your logo, then you simply click on image here, and jump to a specific image, for instance, your company logo, and then place it maybe in the top right, or wherever you want to place it in your report. So this is it under elements. Then the next is then the modeling tab here. The modeling tab allows us here to create additional calculations, as you can see here, like new measures, quick measures, or also new columns. This is if we have imported a table, we can also not only create complete new measures, we can also add additional columns to a specific table we have. Or we can go to new table. This is the only one which is currently available, with even if you don't have any data, because this new table, if you click on it, it simply allows you, just working on it, just a second, here to create a complete new table in Power BI, based again on DAX calculations, if you want to do that. Let me actually press delete here, because for now we don't want to do that. But this is also available here under new table here. Then here, page refresh, you can go with the change detections if you want to do that. So if the data has changed, if something has changed, you can play around with that. New parameter, this is something we also covered during the course. So this allows us, as you can see here, it's specified as what if. So it allows us to use this parameter and then give the end consumer an option to, for instance, use a slider, anything like that, to change specific numbers, and based on his or her selection, then a specific visualization might change. This could be interesting, for instance, if, let's say, a what-if scenario, and you say, what if my sales, for instance, or what if my prices increase 5%? What does this mean for my sales? So if you have this kind of scenario, you can use a slider here, place it in your report, and then use the slider, or the end consumer can use the slider then to adjust the parameters, and then you'll see what happens to the visualizations. That could be a use case for that. Under security here, you find manage roles as well as view as. Now, this is helpful when it comes to security, because let's say you create a report in Power BI, but at the end of the day, you have sensitive data and you don't want everyone to see this data. Now, then you can create roles under this manage roles, and these roles allow you to create security. For instance, that my colleagues in India should only see Indian data. My colleagues in the United States should only see US data. So this is something as a security which is actually built into Power BI. So we built this for using DAX measures and other kinds of options here, using this manage roles option here. And the view as a second is one way to then use a role which we have created and just take a look at the report, what the report would look like for this specific role. Because if you create certain roles, like as we said, for Indian colleagues, for US colleagues, for other kinds of colleagues, then you want to make sure that this actually works, the security. And that is why you have this view as, and you can click on this and then choose someone you have added to the US role, or choose the US role, and then just see what this report would look like if for someone who has only access to US data. So that's why this exists. And then under the Q&A, you have additional options to adjust the Q&A, which is an AI feature, so to train it a little bit. So if you use a Q&A feature, we will do this also, cover this later, but if you use this, then if someone, for instance, names or specifies a certain object, then you can attach this object to something you have in your report, so specific data. So you can train, in a way, Power BI to match certain words which your end consumer use to specific data you have. That is that behind the Q&A option here. Okay, so under view here, if I go here, you see that there are different kinds of themes for Power BI which are available for us, which you can use by default. So if you click on this, you see currently this theme is used, but there are additional themes here which you can use here as well. And you can also browse for themes or take a look at the themes gallery, which is also available or provided by the Power BI community. So a lot of themes, additional themes out there, which are also, most of them, at least from my point of view, are for free, so you can use them as well. Or you take the theme you currently have and go to Customize Current Theme. So if you do this, click on this, then you see this is the current theme we have, and then you can adjust the colors here. So if you click on this one, you can here either use a hex code or RGB values to specify the colors you want to use. This is also an option how you can actually implement your own corporate identity in Power BI if you want. And you see that there are a lot of options, like what kind of text here, what the font size do I want, what font size, what font kind of font, what font color, and so on, and also for which one. So for the titles, a specific thing, for the cards and KPIs, something else, for the tab header, something else. So this can all specified, right? The way you want it. For the visuals, the background, the border, header, and so on. So I just want to encourage you, if you want to really do something customized to your specific needs, a theme, you can try out this one. So just use a basic theme and then customize it to your needs. Could be one option. Or the other option is that you create your complete own theme from scratch. That's also possible. And if you want to do this, go to Themes option here and then take a look at how to create a theme. So this gives you additional insights and hints from Power BI, help from Power BI in this case, which allows you to create your own custom theme, just in case you don't like the themes which are here already available for default for you. So that is that. Under page view, if you click on this, you can actually adjust here, fit to size and so on. You see that now the view adjusts a little bit. Actual size, you can see it like that, and so on. So various options how you can then specify the page view here. Mobile layout is also available. So if you click on this option here, then you see a little, mobile phone here in the background, and there you can adjust what kind of visuals you want to have in your mobile view. So you don't need to use all the visuals in your report. You could only use certain of them, and you can also the order and so on. So you can make a different kinds of mobile view from your original page report. And the way it would work is simply that you use something like this one and drag it inside. Like for instance, I only currently have the shape which we have created as well as the header. So I can use my header here and drag this inside and also make it bigger in there like that, and simply drag it and place it somewhere on my mobile device. And this is then I choose the next one here and drag it maybe below, right? So this is how that works. You simply drag and drop the things inside. Currently we do not have much visualizations, I know, but just to give you really the way it works. It's pretty easy. Simply choose the specific visualizations you have in your report and drag and drop it here in the mobile view. And so you can customize it, and it could look different from your original report. If you want to get rid of something, simply click on this just to remove it. And then let me actually tick this one more time, switch back to desktop layout, and we can see our original report again. The page options here are also something you probably might be familiar with. So if I tick on grid lines here, I can see grid lines. If I say log objects, here I would log the objects. Also, if you do not know exactly what this does, hover over something and you get additional details for that. Under the show panes, you can specify what kind of panes do you want to show. Currently the filter pane is selected. That is why you can see, for instance, here, if I make this bigger, this kind of filter pane, which allows you to filter your specific report based on certain criteria. If I untick this, you will see that now the filter pane is gone. Also an option, because when you publish your report, you can specify whether you want your end consumer to see this filter pane or not. And the same is true for all the other panes here. So if you tick this, then the window appears and you have the bookmarks. Also something we cover later. Selection, same is true. Click on it and you can see the selection. Performance Analyzer could be helpful in case your Power BI report is slow and you want to simply tweak the performance, or at least figure out where the issue lies. Then this is something you can try out and just see what kind of visualizations are the slowest ones and why that's the case. So if you want to dive into this deeper, this could be helpful. Also in combination with the DAX Studio, which is also an extension for Power BI, an external tool. Sync slicers simply means do you want to sync your slicers during for different pages. So for instance, if I select here a specific country and all my data filters to this country, what if I want to have the same filter applied to page number 2 of my report? Then I can use the sync slicer option just to make sure that the filter I select here is applied to all my pages, or only specific pages. Could also be the case. So that's it under the view. Under help, you find simply additional informations, like what is the current Power BI version you use, training videos, documentation, support, blogs, communities, and so on. So most of this is self-explanatory, I guess. But in case you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. The external tools section here allows you to add additional functionalities, so external tools to Power BI. The default ones for me now is DAX Studio and Tabular Editor. You would have to install those softwares first, otherwise you can't see it in Power BI. But this allows you to do additional things. For instance, DAX Studio is great for improving or take a look at the performance area report and where the issue is to figure that out. Tabular Editor is another great tool, which I covered in another course, which I've also published, which allow us to do some scripting in Power BI, which at the end of the day might, well, increase or reduce the time how we spend creating the report, because it allows us by the scripting to reduce certain kinds of things to reduce redundancy, and so we avoid doing certain things several times. Instead, we're only doing one time and then using the script and apply it immediately. So one great functionality of Tabular Editor are, for instance, calculation groups. But that's it for now. You don't need to remember that. If you're interested, try out or ask me, come back to me, and we can talk about that. So let's go back to home. But this is actually what you can find under these default settings here. And as I said, if you click on a specific visual, keep this in mind that there might be the case that there are additional tabs here which give us additional functionality specific for the kind of visual we select. For instance, you can see here, if I select this visual, then also here on the side, this pane changes here. So if I untick it, you see that I can see my visualizations as well up here. I can add values and so on. So this is actually here the data pane. But also if I tick this here, you will see that this changes, and this allows me now to customize this here. So for instance, I have a line, I have a blue line. I can switch it here to a darker blue, and you'll see this changes immediately. I can play around with transparency, with the weight, with the round edges, with the fill. Do I want to fill the color here? So make it, for instance, also this blue, and so on. So this pane here, the formatting here, allows us to really customize exactly the visual we have. Currently we only have a box here, a rectangle, but of course it will also work for other kind of visuals, right? So always check, if you select something, what's there on the visualizations, or in this case in this pane, which allow us to customize the specific visual the way we want it. So that is that. And next here, one more thing is currently all we have covered is on the report view. If I hover that, you can see this is report. But there are two other kinds of views, which is the data view as well as the model view. Now, the data view itself, if you click on this one, currently it's empty, would show you simply a table. And we'll cover this in the next couple of videos. So you will see here the data itself, which you've imported in Power BI as a table structure here. And you can switch between the different kinds of tables just to see what the data looks like. And the last one here, which is the model view, this is really, really powerful, because this model view allows us to combine data. So this is kind of, if you have only an Excel background and you don't know what joins are, then think about like VLOOKUPs. Or if you have some database knowledge and you know what joins are, this is where we can connect tables. So let's say we have one table which contains our sales data, and then we have another table which contains all the product data. And we want to combine this because we want to give no additional information, because our sales table maybe only consists of the sales itself and then the product ID. And then we can link this product ID to our product table just to get some additional information. We will also do this during the course, but this is where you can create your data model. So connecting tables to one big model, and then use this model and explore this model, combine different kinds of data, maybe also from different kinds of data sources, could also be the case, but just combine them in a way how it works for you and how it is useful, and then use this complete data model in Power BI to create your reports based on this data model. We will also cover a little bit more about the model view in later videos, because model view is really, really powerful. But for now, just keep in mind that this is where the magic happens, where we can combine tables if they have some kind of common field, which we can use to link them and develop our, in this case, our model structure. So, okay. So that's it actually for a first tour into Power BI. I know this was a lot, but please be aware this is only just a little tour just to introduce yourself to the interface itself, but we will cover all of these features in the next couple of videos. So that's it. Thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, bye. Hello and welcome back to this video. Now, in the last video we learned what the interface of Power BI looks like, so we had a little tour, but now let's actually dive into it. So let's practice. At first, there's a pop-up window, and you can see I have opened up the complete new Power BI report. So let me actually close this here, and let's actually import data here. As I said, in our first exercise here, we want to import Excel data. So you can either click on here to import data from Excel, or you can go up here, Excel, or you simply go to Get Data, Excel, or the fourth option would be to go to More, and then also wait until the window opens, this pop-up window, and then choose Excel from here. So always would do exactly the same. So for me, I simply click on Excel up there. So import data from Microsoft Excel workbook. And by the way, you find this workbook also in the resource section of the course. So download the Excel file first to follow along. So if I go to Excel here, then I can choose my Power BI the easy way. So if I click on this and then I click on open, what you see is I connect now to this file, and what will happen is a new window will appear. Just a second, and there it is. This is a so-called navigator. The navigator now allows us to specify what exactly do we want to have. And here I have two tables. Or actually I have a sheet which is called gaming here, and also have a table which is called gaming TBL. And you see that the data itself, if you click on it, let me maybe make this a little bit bigger for you. So this is what the data looks like. So if you open the Excel file, you see exactly this kind of data here. Like country, price, order amount, sales, product, profit, and region. And if I click on the gaming here, this option, you see exactly the same data. So why is that? So this here, this little icon refers to the sheet of this Excel file, the gaming sheet. This, on the other hand, refers to a table. So if you have created a table of data in the sheet, then you will see here the table icon, which differs because it has a little blue header line. And this allows us to only import the data on this specific table. So that's exactly the difference between those two. Because let's say you have this gaming sheet created in your underlying data source, so in the Excel file, but on the gaming sheet there's additional information. So you have additional data which you do not want to import into Power BI. Now, of course, you can still clean it with the Power Query Editor. We'll cover this in the next couple of videos. But why importing all the data and then clean it if you don't need it? Simply choose only the table you want to have and only import the table. So this allows you to make sure that even if someone else or you will change your Excel file in the future, the specific sheet, as long as this table still exists and you have only imported the table, you will only import the data from the table and avoid importing additional information you don't want. So that is why a best practice, at least from my point of view and experience, is choose the table. Just in case the data in this table is enough for you. Choose the table. So that is that. But in our case, it wouldn't make any difference if we tick this one option, let me then untick this one, or if we untick this one and tick this one. But because I think it's best practice, if you have a table and you only want to have the data from the table, choose the table here. As soon as you've done this, you can then also here refresh the data. This is also available here, by the way. This would mean that just in the meantime, you connect to the data, and in this specific moment, someone is changing the underlying data source. Then you could simply click refresh here, and you would see immediately the changes. So the data file itself is not locked, normally at least. Someone can edit it, and you can then click on refresh, and you would see the latest refresh of the data. And finally, if you want to load the data, there are two options here, which is load, which is already highlighted in yellow. That is why probably most people will click on it. But there's also this transform data. This transform data would mean that we do not load the data directly into Power BI. Instead, what we do is we open the Power Query Editor. As I've told you, this is the data cleaning and transformation tool which is available for us in Power BI, and we will cover this, as I promised, in the next couple of videos. But you could simply shape and clean your data up front before you load it into Power BI. This is where you can click on Transform Data, and then the Query Editor would open. For us now, for the simple file, we simply click on Load. Because we have seen the data here, the data looks fine to us. We also specified that we want to have the table, and then we click on simply on Load, import the data. Just a second, and you can see that Power BI is connecting to the data and is importing the data. Now it's done, and we can see on the fields list on the side that now we have our gaming table here, right? And you can see storage mode, latest refresh, and so on. And you can see all the different kinds of fields we have inside, like country, order amount, price, product, profit, region, and sales. So all these fields here are exactly the column headers in the underlying data source. You also see a little, sum icon here that simply refers to the fact that if Power BI specifies a specific column as numeric column, then it will automatically create a sum here. It will automatically, also when you create a visualization based on this, you will automatically get the total profit, for instance here, the total sum of this column, or the total sales, if you want. If you want to have a look at the data, this is where, remember, there are different kinds of views in Power BI, also this data view here, and if you click on it, you also see here the table again. with the country, price, order amount, sales, product, profit, and region. So exactly that. Exactly the same table as in Excel could be viewed here in this data view. And under, just that you see it, under the model view, there we currently have one specific table here, which is there. We can't connect it to any other kind of data because we don't have it. But for now, that's not necessary. What I will do is I'll simply go back up here to my first view, and you see build visuals with your data. So what we need to do when we want to create or visualize something now, please tick the specific field we want. So we can either click first on a visualization, like let's say we would like to have a bar chart here. I can click on a bar chart, click on it, then I can see my template, and then I could simply click on sales, for instance. I can tick this here, and then what I see is I see a little bar chart here, which, by the way, I can drag around and place it anywhere, right? Or make it bigger if I want. But you see that this would be one way to first select here a specific template. Let me actually remove this, press delete to remove it when you select it. So specific template, like once here, or here the donut chart, click on it, and then you simply click the fields you want. For instance, sales here, and you can see that now this donut chart is filled with the sales value, which is almost 34,000. Now the other way would be that you can simply tick a specific field. And the difference is when I tick sales here, so I simply tick it instead of using a visualization up front, then by default I get a bar chart, as you can see here. And this is true for all numerical fields. So if I click somewhere on my blank canvas and then choose another field, like for instance profit, click on it, I will see that again I get here a bar chart. So this is the default chart which could get created if you use a numerical field. Also make sure that if you want to create a new chart, a new visualization, first click somewhere on a blank canvas. Because if I click on the profit, if it's still selected like this, and then I choose another kind of visualization in the visualizations pane, for instance, I'd say I like to see a pie chart, click on pie chart, then you see that you change the specific visual. So if you want to change a visual, simply select it and then choose a different kind of visualization here. That works. But if you do not want to change it, just make sure that you first click somewhere on the blank canvas, so you untick or unselect all the visuals you have, and then choose another, here field you want, or choose another visualization to create a specific template and then fill in with the fields. Okay? Besides these options here, we also have text fields, like for instance country here is text field currently, or product or region. So if I click on product here, what you see is that by default, Power BI is creating a table. So for text fields, Power BI is always by default creating tables, like this one here. Now, if you want to add additional data to the table, here for instance, I would like to see my product here, as I can see here, which is here a unique list of products. Because if I take a look at my data here, you see that for the products here, we have several times PlayStation which have been sold, or Xbox, or Nintendo, and so on, or PC down there. But what Power BI gives us here is simply a unique list, so distinct values of this product. And then we can add additional data to this specific visualization. So for in this case to the table, for instance, we'd like to see the sales amount for each product. Then what we could do is either we select this option here and drag it here under values, because you can see in values here is currently only product. We can drop it here, and then what we get is we get the sum of sales for each product. And in total, this around 34,000 euros or dollars, whatever kind of currency it is. You can see the same if you hover over the bar. This is exactly the same amount as the total sales. But now here simply for each product. The same is true for the profit. So if you drag the profit then in your table and drop it somewhere here, you get additional information here for the profit, for instance, for each product. So the same is true like that. If you want to remove something, you simply click on a little cross symbol here. Click on cross here, and now you can see that the profit is gone. Another way to add data to here, this table, is instead of dragging and dropping it like this, you can also simply tick it. So if you click on this tick option here, you also see that Power BI is simply adding the data down there to the table. If you want to change the order, simply choose profit here and drag it on top of sales. Drag and drop it, and now you can see that the profit is the first column next to the product, and the sales is the last one. So by simply dragging and dropping them around, you can adjust the order. If you want to remove something, simply click on this little cross symbol here. And if you want to do additional things, click on the down arrow, and there you can also see different kinds of options, like what kind of aggregation do you want to have? Do you want to have the sum? Do you want to have the average, minimum, and so on? These options are also available for you here. But that's it for creating a table. So by default, remember that if you do not choose a specific visual up front and then add your data to it, by default, Power BI will create bar charts for numerical data and tables for, in this case, text data. And each of those visuals, like for instance the bar chart here, the pie chart, as well as here, this chart here, the table, is completely customizable. What I mean by that is currently here, we are in actually the field option here, right? If you hover it, you can see the fields. Now, next to the fields here, there's also this formatting option. I call it the paintbrush, but this is only my personal naming for that. So if you click this, what you see is then you have additional options to style your table. So, and here I would highly recommend you go through all these options and try them out. So under styling, for instance, you could see there are different kinds of styles. So if I go to alternating rows, click on this, then you see that the table changes, the style of the table. And here simply try out what's available and what fits best your needs. Right? Click on sparse and then we'll look at that. So for me that's a bit too much. That's why if you want to go back, so you can always click on this revert to default which is available, and then you can see the original table. So for me that's fine, but I just want to encourage you, try out the different kinds of styles there are. And the same is true for other things. For the grid, for instance, do you want to add additional grids? So maybe you can see this on your screen. Now I added a vertical grid line. I can untick this or tick this. I can also adjust the color. If you go here, you see that I make this blue, then I would have a blue color for that. So everything in the visual is customizable. You just need to take a look at here this formatting, or what I call paintbrush option here. And there are a lot of things, so just in case you do not find something immediately, go to the search option and search for it. So column headers, the same is true here. You can adjust the font size, the background color, and so on. The text size here, so if I make this bigger, you see that now I'm creating bigger headers here in my table. Right? The same is true for the values, so in case the values are too small for you, go with this values option here. Click on values here, adjust the font, background color, and so on, or simply only the size. You can go in here and adjust the size. You can also, by the way, simply highlight this and then type in a number, like 15, and then you can see that the number here gets bigger. So totally up to you how you want to do that. And there's also always this revert option, which is also available for you. Simply if you want to go back to the default settings. And under totals, this would of course refer to this total here, so the last line in your table, which again is also customizable. So here I just wanted to highlight this, try it out yourself, go through all the options which are available for you. I just want to show you a few of them right now. And one good thing, at least from my point of view, is simply as soon as you're done, collapse it back again, because there's so many options, and if you do not do that, then you need to scroll a lot. So that is why choose what you want and then simply collapse it back like that, and then you have a little more space in here. Don't need to scroll too much. Under conditional formatting, you can tick this here as well. Then you can see you can specify what you want to format. So the product, the profit, or the sales. So for instance, let's go with the sales numbers here, and then you can see you can adjust different things here, like the background color. You can turn this on, and then of course you can go under advanced controls here, click on this one, and then you can see additional things here. Like if you want to adjust the background color for the sales, you can see that currently they are like that, simply because here you can specify now the color scale, apply to values only, or values and totals. If you do that, then of course it will also change for the totals. Needs to be a few settings here, but this is also something you can specify here. So how you want to actually adjust here the specific table to your needs. You can play around with the colors here. So if I make this one orange here, like this one, and now if I would apply this, if I click OK here, need to fill out the fields, sorry, enter value, minimum, let's say the minimum here is 6,000 here, like that, and the maximum value here, specify this for, let's say, 11,000 for now. And if you now click OK here, you would see that now you get a different kind of color here. So this is something you can adjust here under this advanced controls. So based on what kind of field do you want to base this on? In this case, currently it's the sum of the sales, which is turned to the sales field. Or you can also choose another kind of field. Also interesting, because you basically could, even depending on whether it makes sense or not, but you could format here the sales based on another field. So I can, for instance, format the sales based on the profit. This could also be an option, because maybe I have a lot of sales, but the profit itself is low for a specific product. That could also be done here. And diverging, you can tick this here, then you can see that the color is a little adjusting, and you also have a center color here. But this is something you can simply adjust exactly the way you want it here for different kinds of, in this case, as you can see here, different kinds of columns in your table. And so that would be an option for that. Let me untick this here for now, simply to go back. This would be the font color, or the background color. You can do the same for the font color. So this would here simply format the font color. Even though currently now you can see the 6050, you can't even see anymore. So there you would have to try a little bit a different color. So that is why I don't use the font color. What's more interesting, at least for me, is for instance the data bars. So if I click on data bars here, you can see that now you have some kind of data bars, which also allow you here to highlight what kind of, in this case, what kind of sales here are more higher than others. So this could be an interesting background. But of course, you don't have to use it. It's just an option I can show you here. And other things are icons and web URL. So if you go to icons here, you can see those icons like these ones here, which you can also adjust here in your table. So a lot of options here available for you. And as I said, try them out yourself and see what works for you, right? And the other things are, some of them are kind of self-explanatory. So the background, do you want to change the color for the background of your table? Do you want to change border for your table? Do you want to apply this? Do you want to apply a shadow? If I click on the shadow option here, you can see that now for the visual, there we have this shadow effect here. Also, maybe this is something you want to do here with your visuals itself. Could also be applied here. And always, if you want to remove something, simply untick it, and then you can see the original view back, right? So these are the options here. And as I said before, depending on what kind of visual you choose, so if I take this one here, for instance, the bar chart, then I would see different options here for formatting, right? So data colors, for instance, here the data labels, interesting. If I tick this, then I would see the data label up there, right? Which also can then be formatted. So just let me show it to you. Data label here for the display units. Currently it's set to auto, and you can also see, maybe a little bit small, but you can see 34K currently. If you do not want to see the K, you want to see the complete number, simply go here and say none. And then what you see here is now it states 34,200. So you can also adjust here the different kinds of display units. Auto simply would refer to the best, which Power BI thinks is the best, but it's also something you can adjust here. If you have bigger numbers, then might be the abbreviation for millions or billions or even trillions could be interesting. And you, of course, you can play around with the color as well as the position itself and also the text size here. So if I make here this also 15, you see that now this number is bigger. But as I said, the main idea here is really that you can adjust this for any kind of visual you have. Simply select the visual, because then you have the option to go to the specific formatting option here and then adjust the specific formats for each of those visualizations. Okay? So this is that for that. Okay, so that was it for the tables as well as for instance, the bar chart. Maybe one last thing here is the country. Now, the country is actually a geographical field. So that is why if I simply click on country here, what you see is that Power BI is creating a map for me automatically. So Power BI is smart enough here to recognize that this is a geographical field, so these country names, and that is why it's creating those country names here directly and plot them on a map. It's different from the table itself. Even though I could select the visual, always remember that you can change any visual. You simply select it first. Now the map is selected, and then if I would like to have a table, I can always go click on table here, and then I would see a unique list of my countries here. It's currently sorted in alphabetical order. But if I go back to my here, this map visualization, I can see dots on a map. And just in case you do not, this is not working for you, because sometimes click on the sometimes if you click on this, and even though you have a country, it does not display the country. It simply refers to the table because it thinks it's simply a string. It's not a country. So if this is not working for you, what you could do is you simply first select it. So as I said, I clicked on the country here. So let me actually show it one more time. Currently, you can see on the top ribbon bar, there are the normal ribbons. But if you tick a specific, in this case, a specific column of your table, click on country, you see that now there are two additional fields, which is the table tools as well as the column tools. And under column tools, there's actually the option here under data category. Currently it's uncategorized, but you can click on this and then change it to something. For instance, in our case, this would be country. There's also continent, latitude, longitude, postal code, and so on. So you can change the data type. And sometimes it works for people that you first need to select country here instead of leaving it uncategorized. And you will also see that if I tick country here, let me tick it, you see that now a little globe icon appears here. This is referring to the fact that Power BI is treating this field now as a geographical dimension. The reason why I want to highlight this is really the following, that I have seen for some students that if you leave it as uncategorized, then the visualization works, as it does for me. And for some, they had to use at first convert it into a geographical field. So notice, click on the field itself, go to the column tools, and under column tools here, change the data category to country, just in case the uncategorized doesn't work for you. So for the map, always remember, for each visual, simply check out what is under format. Because for the map, for instance, we also see not only here category, which is currently turned off, I can turn this on, and then I would see also the country names here, which, at least from my point of view, already looks better than without the names. And then we can also go to the bubbles here, and the bubbles allow us to increase the bubble size. So for instance, I can make this bigger, like that, right? That's already interesting, but what I currently see here is I can see bubbles, but they all have the same size. So maybe, and this is probably the case, that you also see this here for different kinds of products, but it also be true for the countries. For each country, we have different kinds of sales. So what if we like to connect the size of the bubble to the specific sales figure in this country? Then we can go back to the first view, the fields view, and then we see that under here we have country put in the location, we have a legend, a latitude, longitude, and also a size here. So if we drag the sales now into the size, drag and drop it, like that, you see that now we have different kinds of bubble sizes based on the sales in a specific country. And now, from my point of view, now the bubbles are a little bit too big for me, so I go back to the formatting option and go back to my bubbles here and say I'd like to reduce the size here. Maybe either use a slider, or you can simply go inside and type in some value in here. Let's try out 10 and see that the bubbles now shrink a little bit, right? So also something we can adjust here for the bubble sizes. So this is an option which we can then use in order to highlight actually the different kinds of sales numbers for the specific kind of countries in our map. And there's one other option I'd like to show you here, because a few of those settings like title, background, and so on, these are actually available for all the visuals. But there are certain kinds of options here under the formatting which are only relevant for a specific visual. For instance, for the map, we have the bubbles, as well as the bubble size, right? Here. But we also have, next to that, this heat map option. So you can go in heat map here, and then instead of bubbles, you can see heat maps. And again, you'd go to heat map here, and then you can play around with the radius as well as the units here. So if you set the radius, let's say, try out maybe 50, right? And you can see now the heat map itself is already bigger here. So this is something you need to play around with. There's no best practice, it's simply trial and error, and maybe a little bit experience when you use this heat map. So let me untick this for now and go back to my bubbles. Just wanted to show you that that's available for you as well. And another thing which I like to point out here for the map, well, the last thing here is actually the map styles. Because some people like the default map, some people don't like it. Then if you do not like it, simply go under theme, here under map styles, and try out the other themes which are available for you. For instance, Arial would look like that, or there's also dark, which look like that, and so on. So these are the themes or fields which are available by default for Power BI for this specific map visual here. If we go back to road, this is the default one, the original one. And always, if you do not like your changes, you have always the option to revert to default, simply to go back. Okay, so that's actually it for the first part here, just to explore what's available for us. In the next part, we will create our first report. So stay tuned for that. Hello and welcome back to this video. Now in the last video we already covered the basics of visualization in Power BI, and now let's actually create our first report. So what we like to do is, I like to do is at first go to the view option here, and under view I'd like to choose a specific theme for my report. Because I don't like the default one, I personally will use now this dark one, which is the Innovate. So let's actually click this here, and then my whole report will now switch to this dark theme here. So if you do not like it, feel free to choose any other kind of visualization or theme you want to use here, right? Or stick to the default one, totally up to you. Now, what I personally like is I like to have a header for my report. So I go under Insert here, and we already know that there's a text box. So we can simply click on the text box here, and then I type in some text. Let's say Power BI, the easy way, right? So I highlight this, and then maybe increase the size and say I'd like to have a 20 here. Okay, and maybe make it bold, and then also let me increase the size a little bit. So click on it and increase the size, So hover over that, make it bigger, so that it fits into one line. So then I make this smaller here, and of course I can also make this a little smaller, and I have my header. And if I want to drag it, I hover over that, and then I have these 3 dots, and one option would be simply to select 3 dots and then drag it somewhere and place it. Now currently it's probably not in the middle, so I highlight, you can see it's still highlighted, then I can go to the formatting option here and simply say align, and I would like to align this here, distribute horizontally, simply to place it in the middle. Okay, so far so good. So click somewhere in the blank canvas to deselect it. So the next thing I'd like to do is I'd like to create additional visuals or remove certain of them. For instance, the profit is currently here a pie chart. Now we can't see too much here. Of course we can use an additional field in the legend. Currently you can see under for the pie chart, if you select it, there's only something in the profit. That is why you can see a pie chart with a profit, but it's not split by anything. But if for instance I tick here, hover over that and tick the product, you'll see that Power BI will automatically put the product into the legend. And I also get here a pie chart here with all the different kinds of products I have and their sales numbers. But still, I do not really like this pie chart. What I like to have instead is a donut chart. I prefer the donut chart. So that's why I select the pie chart first, and then I go under visualizations here and say I'd like to see my donut chart. So I click on donut chart here, and now I can see here donut chart, which tells me now here the amount of which has been sold for each product, as well as the percentage figure of the total. And you know that you can adjust each kind of visual. So under the formatting option, select the visual first, like in this case here the donut chart. Then I go under the formatting option here, and then I can adjust here what I want. For instance, for the legend, just in case you don't want to see it on the right, you can always also change the position here. For instance, you choose bottom, then the legend is on the bottom. Or choose bottom center, then it's in the bottom center here. So this is something you can adjust here. Place it on the position you want to see it, right? So next to that, you also see, if I make this smaller again here, that you have the option here under data labels, if you tick this, to justify or specify, what kind of label style you want to have. So if you click this, do you want to see the category? If you tick category, then I can only see the category itself. So if I use this one, for instance, I would not really need a legend, actually, right? But as I said, this at the end of the day, you are in control, you can decide what you want to see. But if you tick, for instance, the all detail label, you would see everything. You would see the product itself, then the amount of which has been sold, as well as the percentage of total. So this label allows you actually really choose a specific option you want to see. So because I already have a legend, which tells me about the products, and I only have here 4 products, that is why I would only like to see the data value and the percentage of total. So I take this one here. And the displays are currently set to auto. That is why you can see here, for instance, 2K or 1K. So if you do not like that, you can also go here under auto and change it to none. Then you would see the complete number in here. And also it's a little bit too small maybe for you. So simply go on a text size here option and then say I'd like to see this maybe in 15. So you can see a bigger size here, right? So this is totally adjustable to the specific needs you want and have. Also the colors. If you don't like the default colors for this theme, you can either choose the colors here. If you go to data colors and choose the individual colors here for the products, or you adjust the color for the theme itself, right? Go back to the theme option here, to your current theme, which is currently selected, and then you go to customize current theme, and then you can adjust the default colors because they are currently set to this blue, yellow, this dark blue, and this green, and that is why, because these are the first 4 colors, this is why those colors also appear here. But if you would change it here, then you can also change it here. So for me now, that's fine. I have my first visualization here. I can make it maybe a little bit smaller here. That's also fine for me, like that. So I have a little bit more space in my report. Then for my sales, I currently only see the sales bar in my total sales, but maybe I'd like to have here additional information. So I could use, again, one of my options here. So for instance, I have regions here. I could tick on region, and I would see the sales for each of my different kinds of regions I have, like that, for instance. And just in case I don't like this visualization, once I'd like to see this rather switched, so 90 degrees, simply go under visualizations here and go to here, like this one here, and simply switch it around, clustered bar chart, and now you can see you have it down there from top to bottom, right, for the regions. Maybe you prefer this visualization, then you can do it like that as well. And also, if you like to increase the size, here simply drag and drop it and play around with that. Like this, for instance, right? Then I still have my map here, so for me, this is fine. I like to keep this, so I simply drag this maybe down. place it somewhere here, and also it helps you, the red line, always keep this in mind, it allows you to align your visuals exactly the way you want to have them. I have a table here, and I can use this table here, also drag it somewhere where I want to place it, depending on where you want to place it. Of course, that's also fine. If you don't like a table at all, of course, you can always switch the visualization itself, right? Simply choose the specific one you want up there and then switch it. So interesting for me, for instance, is also some kind of KPIs. So for instance, I have profit here and I have sales, right? So what I could do is I can either use cards. So if I click on card here first and then select a numerical field like sales, I would see a total number of the sales figure here. This as a KPI card, for instance, right? But instead of a card, I could also use a multi-card. So multi-row card, if I click on this one to change the original card, I can click on it, and now I can see a multi-card, which tells me here which is the number as well as the sales. And the difference between the card itself and the multi-card is I can add additional fields. Like for instance, I could then drag in profit here, and then I would see also the sales number as well as the profit here. I can drag here also the price, and then I would see also the price here, right? But for the price, probably more interesting would be not the sum, but the average, because I do not want to sum up the prices, the individual prices. I want to see the average price, for instance, right? I can tick this, and then you can see here you have the average price, also as a KPI here. And depending how, if you stretch the visual to the side, then if they fit next to each other, they are placed here. If you make it smaller, so they do not fit, then you can also increase it down, and then they would appear below each other, right? So depending on how you want to actually how big you increase the size of your visual, you can then justify and place it somewhere like that. And as always, if you want to customize it, just take a look at the formatting options here and take a look what's available for you. Like here, do you want to see the data categories? If you untick this, then you won't see the data categories. But of course, then you would probably not know, or your end consumer would not know what is actually this 44,000 relating to, right? That is why categories, you should actually take them on, but just see that you can actually adjust it here if you want to adjust it. So this is that, and actually really already a report for you which you have created. As I said, maybe you do not like to have the table, or you would actually create another visual. Simply click the table maybe inside here like that, and then you have a little bit more space here for your report. And what could be interesting is also another visual which you can try out, which in my case is this funnel here. So I first make sure, please always make sure you first click somewhere on a blank canvas to deselect everything. Then you can click on the funnel here, click on the funnel, and then say, I'd like to see my sales. This is the first part of the funnel. And then, for instance, the profit here, which is the next one. And this funnel visualization is interesting because you can see it already. It gives you not only the total numbers here, it also gives you at the bottom what is the margin. So it calculates basically the profit margin directly in the visualization itself. So based on the 100% of sales, this number here, what is this 6K in profit we generate? And it relates to 16.4% of total sales. So this would be our profit margin, right? So this is something we can use here directly as well. And as I said, don't be fixed on the visualizations I'm using here. I'm just showing you a few basic things which you can use. Try out other things if you want, but also we'll cover a few of them later on as well. So this could be one option to visualize it like that. And now if I would like to filter my report, because currently we already have created our first report and it wasn't too hard, hopefully, right? But now we would like to filter our report. And what about creating a filter here? So there is a so-called slicer in Power BI, which is this one. So you can click on it, and again, make sure you first click somewhere on the blank canvas, so you deselect everything. Then you click on the slicer option here. I click on slicer, and then maybe I like to slice by, let's say, by my regions. So I can tick the region here, click on it, and now I have a slicer here. And if I tick something here, for instance, north, you see that now all my data changes to north. If I click on east, all my data changes to east. And then if I tick, for instance, on south, south. So this is totally dynamic. If I want to click on several of them, I can hold my control key and click on the next one. And then I would have selected north and south in my case. A little bit difficult to see maybe for you because of the dark background, but that's actually happening. If I want to remove my filter, I can always click here to clear selection, and then I would see the whole data again. The great thing about this kind of filter is that you can also customize it. Always remember, go to the formatting option here, and then choose different kinds of options that are available here. For instance, one thing here is if you go to General, you have the option to change the orientation. And the default is vertical, but at least from my point of view, what's more appealing to my eyes is the horizontal one. So if I choose here horizontal, then I get these options like that. And I can make this smaller here, like that. And now I have, if I drag this maybe on top, I have it like that, where I can hover over it and I can select something. For instance, if I click on West, I can see my data for West. In this case, United States and Canada, right? Or if I click on South, I can see South. And also realize that you can always change here the different kinds of background colors, for instance, right? So currently I have it dark, well, this gray, this is simply referring to the font size here, but maybe then also under background you can turn this on, and then for the color you can choose a different kind of background color. For instance, I could use maybe a more gray, then I would have it like that. Just in case you want to make this a little bit more stand out, so it's easier to spot here. Or you, of course, you have chosen a different theme, then it might also already be easier to see. But I just want to say you can adjust this the way you want it. Now, next to these slicers, which we can create, and by the way, we can create as many of them as we want, and for all the fields we have, we can create a slicer. But besides using the slicer to filter our data, also we can click on anywhere on our visualizations. For instance, if I select here region West and I click on it, I can see that all my data now is filtering to region West. If I untick it, you can see original data. If I go with South, it works exactly the same way. I can see the data for South. If I click within my country map here, for instance, on North America, in this case United States, if I click on it, all my data is now filtering to United States. So hopefully you can see that. And I mean all the visuals are changing based on this. The KPI I have, the table I have, and all the other things as well. And this is a great thing. So each visual is actually acting as a filter. So you can use slicers, as we have done up here, but you can also use the visual itself. So if I click here, for instance here, I can see my product PlayStation, I can select it, and then my data gets filtered to PlayStation. And I can see only the sales, the profit, and so on related to PlayStation. Now, one last thing I'd like to mention here is you might see that the filter itself is not, or the visuals itself are not filtering completely. What I mean by that is you can take a look at West and you can see there's something, a part of West is highlighted, which is related to the sales of PlayStation in region West. The other part is currently grayed out. So it's still visible, but it's grayed out. And the same is true here for our funnel chart, right? You can see it's 9,000, but it's still, the rest is still visible, but it's grayed out. This is the default behavior normally in Power BI. Now, maybe you do not like this. Maybe you want to, or prefer actually a view where when you select something from a visual, then all the other visuals get filtered completely. So you do not want to see it highlighted. You want to see that, in this case, this 9,000, for instance, would spread across the whole visualization, yeah, across the whole size, and the profit as well. And also these bars, that in this case for the region, for instance, if you click on PlayStation and you see that the region only, the PlayStation only sold in region West and South, and then you don't want to see region East and North. You want to filter this completely. So if you prefer this behavior, what you can always do is you select the visual first, and then you take a look under, in this case here, I think it's format or data drill. I need to check. It's under format here. Okay. Under format, there's an edit interactions, and if you tick this, then you see that little icons appear here. This filter icon, this, in this case, highlight icon, and the basically none icon. And this allows us to really customize for each visual what should happen if we filter. So, for instance, currently, in this case, the donut chart is selected, and all the other visuals display these options here. Now, for instance, if I say for my sales, instead of highlighting, which is the default behavior, I switch it to filter. Watch what happens. So if I click on filter here, and now if I untick the edit interaction to go to my original view again, and now I click on PlayStation, you see exactly that now we only have South and West, and the other get filtered out completely. Now this is still not the case for our funnel chart. The reason is that we need to tick it again. You don't need to untick it, you can leave it like that, but you need to go to edit interactions and then also adjust the interaction for the funnel chart. So instead of only highlighting what we currently have, which is the filtered data, we can also go to filter it, tick it, and then you see now it's stretching. And the parts of data which is not related to PlayStation get filtered out completely. So this is the behavior you can adjust here for all the visuals. Like that, and now you can see it's filtered completely. This is still not true for the other visuals. So if, for instance, if I click on West here, you see that this is still highlighting. It's not filtering. But this can be adjusted as well, because you can see, you click on Edit Interactions, you select the visual, and then you can do something for the other visuals. So if you want to filter it, when you click here, and you want to filter the, in this case, the funnel chart, also do the same, click here, and then the funnel chart gets filtered. So you can do this individual for each visual. Also, what you could do, for instance, if you want to filter the data, but I would always like to see, here for my KPIs, the total amount of sales, the total profit, and the average price, even though I filter something. Then what I could do is, I need to, of course, first select the visual, and now I simply hover over this one, and simply go here and say, None. The None option means that no matter what I filter, so if I filter to South, I would still always see here the total data. So this data now gets never filtered if someone clicks on this visual. This, of course, is not true if I click here. So if I click here in the visual, you can see that the data still filters. So you would need to adjust this for each visual. But this is a really powerful thing, at least from my point of view, because you can really be specific. What do you want to do? If someone filters with the visual, do you want to highlight the other visuals, which is a default behavior? Do you want to filter the visuals, which you can adjust? Do you want to filter only specific visuals? Or do you don't want to filter the data at all? This also you can adjust here. And if you're done with all of that, then simply go back in here, select it, go to the formatting option one more time, and untick this Edit Interactions. Because if you untick it, then these options disappear. Untick it, and you can see that now you got the original report back. But this is something you can do yourself. So depending on what you want to do, you can use slicers for that to filter the data, or you can also use, of course, here the visualization directly and filter the data. It's also possible. And when you do that, you can just specify exactly for all the other visuals what you want to do. Do you want to filter them? Do you want to highlight them? Or do you don't want to filter them at all? And this is the power of Power BI, and that's actually it for our first report. And hopefully you see it exactly the same as I do it. It's Power BI the easy way. So congratulations, at this point, you've created your first report in Power BI. And as I said, hopefully this was not too difficult for you. Hopefully this was the easy way. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to this video. Now in the last video we finished our first Power BI report, and I'm sure you created a really awesome, stunning looking report, so congratulations one more time. Now in this video, in the next couple of videos, we want to dive into a, let's say, more advanced dataset, because our easy way was based on a simple Excel file. But this time we're going to dive into a more advanced Excel file, in this case, which allow us to set up our own data model in Power BI. And of course, these tables we have here, which are currently here in an Excel file, could also be tables from a database, for instance. The data structure itself, let me explore it with you together in here, is looking like that. We have 3 different tabs here, which referring to sales in different kinds of years. So we have 2021 sales here in the first one, we have 2020 sales in the next one, and then 2019 sales in the last one. And very important is that the structure itself here is exactly the same. So all these sales numbers or sales sheets here contain an order ID, product ID, location ID, salesperson ID, customer ID, order date, quantity, and then a price. Okay, this is the data structure of our sales tables. Now, we see that we have an order ID here, a product ID, a location ID, but these are all numerical fields, right? And here, depending on what kind of background you have, if you have an Excel background, you're a business user, you do not know too much about joining data, then simply consider it as a VLOOKUP. Because for each product ID we have here, for instance, we have a product sheet here, which also has a product ID and also a product name, which is specified here. And additional information about the product. For instance, the cost of the product, the original price, discount, current price, and taxes. And the same is true, for instance, for, if we take back in here, our location ID, which here is only this little number here, but in the locations table itself, we have additional information. In this case, we are dealing with a dataset which is relevant to the state of California, United States, but you see that there's much more information about each county here in California, but not next to the location ID here, which we can look up here as well, right? And the same is true for the salesperson and the customer ID. So there's also a customer list here, which has a customer ID and a customer name, and also salespeople, which has salesperson ID and a salesperson name. So our goal is actually to combine those tables, so in our case the orange ones and the green ones, in our data model. So why do we have a structure like that? So just in case you do not have really big background about that. So let me explain it to you just briefly. We use IDs here and look up the data in those tables here because at first IDs are always faster. In this case, they shrink the model size because instead of putting all the data which we have only stored one time in here, for instance, each product name and the information for the product, we can simply use this data and refer to it in this table if we connect the tables. So we do not have to actually do duplicates in our sales table or create duplicates in our sales table, which also makes it easier to change data. Because let's say I have a product ID, which is this one here, and then my product changes because my company decides to rename the product. They created a relaunch, the information about the product, like the price and so on, changes. So instead of only or have to really manually do it within this table for each sales entry with this product ID, we only need to change it one time. We can go to our products table here, look up the specific product ID, and then simply adjust the specific product line in here. So this means we only have to change the data in one row instead of having to change the data in all the rows in our sales tables. And then in this case, in all these three tables. This is something we don't want to do, right? So this is why it's much more efficient, and that is why databases are normally structured like that, that we have our so-called sales tables, facts tables, sorry. These are the sales tables, and we have dimension tables, which refer to product, location, customer, and salespeople, for instance. And these dimension tables contain additional information about the data, and we can link those dimension tables in our model to our sales tables. Okay, and this is exactly what we're going to do in the next couple of videos when we set the data model up. Okay, so that's it for the introduction, and as always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to this video, and in the last video we explored a little bit the dataset which we're going to use in the next couple of videos, and now we would like to import this into Power BI. You can see that I have opened up a complete new Power BI file. So just in case you still have the Power BI the easy way open, please save it, close it, and open a complete new report, because we start here from scratch. So in order to import the data, we have various options. We already know that. We can either go up here and click on Import Data from Excel, or we go up here, Import Data from Excel, or go to Get Data and also import it from Excel. Or click on More and wait for the pop-up window, the navigator, and then just specify what kind of data source you want. So for me, I simply click on Import Data from Excel here, and then I go to this PBI file, Training 1. This is the one we want to use, and the one we have seen in the last video. Then I click on Open, and just wait, and we are connecting to the file itself. So we see the navigator window, just a second, there it is, and it tells us now all the different kinds, in this case, of tables we have inside, as well as all the sheets we have in our dataset in here, right? So everything is available in here. So far, so good. Now, for us, as I said before, best practice, at least from my point of view, is import only the data you need. So in our case, we can go with the tables. That is why we have them here already created or prepared for you. And all you need to do is you need to select the specific tables you want to have. So what you could do is you could, for instance, I go in here, click on this one here, and then I could hold my Shift key if I want, click on the last one, and this would be one way to select several tables at once. Or of course you can also tick them individually, because what I also want is my customer data, which is this one, and that's actually it. So we have our three, in this case, our three facts tables, which is referring to the sales table here, and we also have the product data, location data, and the customer data. So that is fine. The other ones, we do not need them for now. As I said, here you could also go with these options down there, but we would like to focus on the table structure itself. And I also like to use the salespeople. So I already forgot those. I also want to have them in here as well. So that's, from my point of view, experience, this is the better option, because also something I'd like to give you here, my experience is only import the data you need into Power BI. So avoid importing additional or too much data, because what it does, actually, it slows your report down. And then the refresh takes longer and everything loads longer and is simply slower. The report is slower. So you want to keep the data, the import of the data, as small as possible. Okay? So that is that for that. And then we can go to transform data. So this time we don't want to load it directly, we want to transform it. Because, as I said before, oftentimes our data is not yet in the right format. There are a few transformation steps we need to do. We need to do some data cleaning or pivoting, any other kinds of options and preparation steps. And this can be done in the Power Query Editor. So this time we do not load the data directly. instead we go to transform data. So if you click on transform data here, we simply wait and a new window will appear. At first, here, the queries are processed, so the data will be analyzed, and now you see there's a new window appearing here. This is the so-called Power Query Editor. You can also read this in the top line here. And by the way, if I make this smaller, you see that this is an additional window, which is currently opened here, and the report is still there in the background. So let me double click here to see it big again, in full size. Now here, this is actually where the magic happens. This is where we can adjust, transform, shape, clean our data the way we want it. And there are a lot of options in the ribbon bar up there, under Home, Transform, Add Column, and so on. And we will explore some of them in the next couple of videos. But for now, let's actually start or focus on preparing our dataset. So what do you have? Well, we have all the tables, which we selected here in the Queries window. You can see we're 7 tables, actually. And if you select one of them, you can get a preview of the data in here, right? So if I select product data, I would see the product data, sales, I would see sales data, and so on. So depending on what kind of table you select, you see the data itself in here. What you also can see is then on the right side, there are the query settings. So they are important because you can see at first the property window, which allows you here to specify the name of the specific table. So currently it's location data, but if I would say this is only location, for instance, and press enter, then you see that not only it adjusts here, it also will adjust here, right? So this allows us actually to rename our tables. And let's actually do that for location, then also do that for customer, select customer, and refer here to customer, press enter, and then also for the salespeople. So I select salespeople here and also rename it here. By the way, you could also double click on here, and there's also an option to rename it. So here again, we have various ways to get exactly the same result. So if I type in salespeople here, people, and press enter, you see that I've renamed it here. And of course, this is also reflected here under the property section in the name on the right side. Next to that, we have the applied steps window. Also interesting, because this window tracks all the steps which we do. So all the cleaning steps which have been applied will be tracked here. And it's like a history, where you can always go back and see what a specific, in this case, a specific step did. And I can show to you maybe, for instance, for the sales. If I click on sales, you can see the applied steps by default is always source, navigation, and change type. This will be done automatically for you. So for instance, if I take on source, this is how the data looked like at the beginning. So we can see all the names in here for the tables, and we can see the data. And if you click next to the data itself, just a second, if I click on here, you get a little preview at the bottom of what this data actually looks like. Now what Power BI did automatically for us is then it expanded the data. So if I go to navigation, click on next to it, and be aware, don't click on the cross symbol, because this would mean that you delete a step. That's not what you want to do. But click on the next option here, and you see that now Power BI has expanded the source and loaded the table. The last step here is a change type, because what you see basically currently here is that the order ID has a type of ABC123. If you see something like that, that means your data type is currently not specified. What Power BI did then was taking a look at each column individually and specified what kind of data type it thinks it is. And this is be done here in a change type. So if you click on change type here, you see that now all these columns here have a data type attached to them. So ABC is a string or text, or for instance, this calendar icon is referring to a date field. This 123 is referring to absolute number, and there's also 1.2, for instance, this would be the decimal number. The data types itself, if you want to change it for a column, you can simply click here on the icon itself, and there you can see all the data types which are available. So for instance, if I would like to see my quantity not as a whole number, but as a decimal number, I can simply click on decimal here, 1.2. Then I can change, do I want to change the column type in the current step, which is this one, or do I want to add a new step? So if I type a new step here, you will see that now a new step appears here, which is change type number 1. And now I have here 1.2, which is now referring to the fact that the quantity is now a decimal number, not a whole number anymore. Even if you don't see any decimal numbers here, it is now Power BI now treats the column here as a decimal number. So if you want to remove step, you can simply now click on the cross symbol here, and now you can see that the quantity is back 1 to 3, and also this step has been removed. So that is why this applied steps window is really, really helpful, because you can do a lot of transformations and then you can simply remove them by clicking on the cross symbol. And you can always take a look at each specific step. If you click on a step here, you always see of what the data actually looked like before the step got applied. Okay? So this is actually now where we are. So that's what we have. So what I like to do here is, for my data transformation here, is I like to create here a separate file, a folder, actually a structure, which helps me to, well, it's more a visual way to help me understand what kind of data do I really have and want in my report, and what's the data which is currently there, but I do not need it. And you'll see what I mean just in a minute, but what I like to do is I like to right click here and say I'd like to create a new group. If you do this new group here, you can name this group. For instance, this will be the model data. I call it model data, for instance. And then you can also type in a description. So for instance, these are the tables relevant to our model. So we're done. And now I click OK. And you see that now a new folder appears here, which is this model data. And also you have a second folder, which is this other queries. And what I like to do is I like to select specific tables here. I can hold my shift key to select all of them. So these, this one, my control key, this one, and this one. And now I can simply drag them into the model data up there. And if I do that, now I have a structure. Now I already know now that here, the model data, these are the tables which I want to load into my data model. And these ones, they need additional preparation, which we do, but this is only for me, so to see it visually when I reopen my, in this case, the Power Query editor, that I see exactly, okay, these are the relevant tables. And these are maybe tables which I used, but these which I do not want to import. It's not required to do that, it's just for me, so I like to do it to have a visual separation between the tables. So, if you're done with that, then we can actually dive into these three tables here. So the preparation step which is required here is the following. We currently have three tables here. So sales for 2021, 2020, and 2019. Now what we want is we want to have one sales table. So the best kind of model structure is that you have one fact table, or maybe several facts table, but normally one facts table would be the best, and several dimension tables. So that would mean that we have one big sales table, which consists of all the three sales table in one big table, and we will then connect our other tables like location, product data, customer and salespeople, and by the way, I want to rename this as well, and we want to connect those tables to our big sales table. So that is the idea. That is the model structure we want to have. So before I dive deeper into the sales, let's actually also fix this one here. Click on it, and then let me remove this one here, and simply call it product. Okay, so here we go. Now back to our sales table. So the most crucial or important thing here is that the sales table from the structure itself are exactly the same. So they all have order ID, product ID, location ID, and so on. So the structure of those tables is exactly the same. That's the first thing which we need to have. It's a prerequisite. Okay, so how can we combine those tables now? Well, there is an option under Home. If you take a look at here, there's a merge queries and append queries. So what is our goal? What we want is we want to stack them, right? So we would like to have a big sales table, which consists of 19, 20, and 21, simply in one table. So this means that we do not want to merge them, instead we want to append them. And you can see it with maybe this little icon here. Appending means simply stacking them horizontally. This is exactly what we want, right? So simply put in first 19, then 20 below, and then 21 below this table. So that's what we want. Or the other way around, so the order itself does not matter for us. But what we need is we want to have one table based on these three tables. So that is why I can go to append queries, and there are two options. You can either click directly here, or what's oftentimes helpful is clicking on a little down arrow, which you also have here. Because if you click here, what you see is that a new window appears, just a second, and here we have the option to concatenate rows from two tables into a single table. Or if you select 3, then you can select 3 tables to connect. Now beside this, if you go to the little down arrow, you can here also specify not only append queries, but also append queries as new. Now what is the difference? The difference is if we use append queries based on, for instance, the current table we have, if I go to 3 tables here, then here I could specify what tables do I want to append to the current table. In this case, it's 2021, because this is the one I had it selected here when I clicked on append queries. But this would mean that I will change this sales table 2021. If I want to have instead a new sales table, so I want to leave my 19, 20, and 21 the way they currently are, and I want to add an additional table which contains all three of them, then if I want to have that, I cross this out and go back to queries, click on the little down arrow and say I want to append queries as new. If I click this option here, then now I can specify, do I want to have 2 tables or more? In our case, we have 3 sales tables, so we need to go with 3 or more. And then we can say we'd like to have sales table 2021. Then we also need 20 and 19. You can hold your shift key to select several of them, or control key, and then you go to add, and now you have the structure. So this would mean that now we create one new table based on the 3 tables we have, but this table will contain all the sales years, so all 3 years. And of course, if you have later on in your own data set with even more tables, you can also append more of them. Then if you click OK now, you will see that now we have a new table here, which is currently named append1. And this table now contains all 3 years. And I can check this easily by clicking on the order date. So if I click on order date here, you see that list may be incomplete. If I click on load more, in just a second, and now you can see we have 2019 data inside. If I scroll down, we can see 2020 data inside. And if I scroll to the end, we can also see 2021 data inside. So this already tells us that now we have one table in exactly the same structure as our 19, 20, and 21, but this table simply contains all of them combined. And the final thing, of course, what we want to do now is we want to rename this. So here I simply say this is my sales. Okay. Press enter, and then we have our table. And this table now, I simply drag it and drop it also on top inside the model data, because these are the tables I want to have in my model. So that's how we can combine several tables. Notice, please, again, that the important thing is that all these tables have the same data structure. This is required. Now, I would like to actually remove those tables, 19, 20, and 21, from import in the data model. The idea is that we need those tables, that is why we selected them first, but we only need them to create our sales table, which we already have here. What we do not want is we do not want to load them into the model. Because I already mentioned that before. What is our goal? Our goal is to load all the data we need in our model, but avoid to load data we do not need. So we want to keep our data set small, and therefore our model small, because this means that our performance is better. So what I like to do here is I like to right click on the sales table, and then you can see additional options here, like deleting them, rename, and so on. So by the way, renaming could also be done by right-clicking here. But the point here is I can't delete the table, I need the table. Because our sales table is based on these. What I want is I want to use those 2 options. These are the interesting options for us. The enable load and the include report and refresh. What we want to do is we want to untick the enable load for all the 3 tables. So untick it here, right-click here, untick it here, and also right-click here and say untick it here. So what you see, hopefully, is that now those tables are written in italic and they are in a gray font color. And what this should mean or tell us is that now those tables don't get loaded into the model, because the enable load here is unticked. Still, the include and refresh is still ticked. So what is our goal here? Our goal is that whenever the underlying data set changes, so let's say the sales data in 2019 or 2020 or 2021 changes, because 2021 is not done completely, right? That might be the case, and hopefully that we have additional sales in this year, and there is additional new data in this specific table here. Now what we want is that when we refresh our data, we would like to see that the new data will be part of our sales table, but we don't want to load the sales table 2021 in the model. And that is why we right-clicked here and say we would like to disable the load, but we still include it in refresh. So that means that if the underlying data set changes, the sales table which we have created here will reflect those changes, and we will have the latest data. But we still, when we load the data into the model, won't see sales 2019, 20, and 2021 as separate tables. We only see one table, which is the sales table. So that is exactly our goal, and this is what we accomplish here. By simply deselecting the enable load, we avoid to load the data into the Power BI model. We only load the sales table, but this sales table will still reflect the latest changes in the underlying dataset. Okay? And that's what we do here. So that's it actually for the first part of our Power BI model here, preparation. And in the next video, I'd like to dive deeper into the dates table. And also then we cover a few of those transformations which are available in here. Okay? So that's it for this video. In case you got any questions, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to the next part. And this time we're going to dive into the dates table in Power BI. Now, the idea is that we import a separate table which only contains dates. So why is that? Well, the main point in Power BI is when we want to use DAX calculations based on time. So they are so-called time intelligence functions in DAX. When we want to use them to calculate, let's say, the same period sales for the last year, or let's say the sales up to a specific date during this year. So it's a cumulative sales or total year-to-date sales, anything like that. So time-related things. We need to have a dates table in Power BI. This is best practice to have a separate dates table beside the table we have inside here. Because here we can see that we have an order date for all our sales. This is true, but what we can't make sure is that this order date table contains unique date fields and also order date fields. That means that what we want to have is we want to have one specific column in our data model, which has all the dates for, in this case, our whole sales period, which contains of 3 years, and all the dates must be unique. So we want to have a table which has simply the first date of January 2019 up to the end of 2021, so the 31st of December 2021. This is what we want to have for our data here. And we can't make sure that this table exists already in the model. Because for the order date here, for instance, of course, we hopefully have sales on the same date, several sales, right? So more than one product was ordered. And also maybe there are certain kinds of dates during this period here where for whatever reason we do not create any sales. So that is why we do not want to rely only on the order date here. What we want to have instead is we want to have a separate dates table. Now, how can we create this dates table? Also, lucky you, there's also something provided for you, which looks, the first time you take a look at it, quite difficult. So I already opened this in the texture, in this editor here, and this is actually the code we're gonna use. And by the way, don't worry if you do not understand it immediately. What this basically is, it is M code. Now M is a separate language, not DAX, it's not DAX, it's a separate language in Power BI, which is referring to the language used in the Power Query editor. That means that here, all the transformations we can use here. What's happening under the hood is that Power Query transforms the transformation we do here with the interface into M code, which then gets applied to your data source. And instead of writing this manually here for our dates table, I already prepared something here for you. This is the dates table code we're going to use. And you do not need to understand it. You can use this code for all your projects in the future. So all you do is you simply select everything, Control C to copy it, and then you go back to the query editor, and here we have the option to, under Home, here go to New Source. If you click on this, you see a window which is kind of similar to the one we have in the Power Query desktop, right? Power BI desktop, sorry. Which is, here we can select the data source. And for the dates table, what we want is, we want to click on blank query here, click on blank query, and then choose the advanced editor. Click on advanced editor here, and remove everything which is inside. So we have a complete blank query here. And now you simply paste the dates table query we have, right? So all the M code. And what this code does for you, under the hood, it simply creates a dates table, and in this case it creates a function which allows us to create a dates table with various different kinds of columns. So you see that there are no syntax errors have been detected, so it's totally fine. Fair enough. And now all we need to do is we click on Done. So if you click on Done here, you see that now a new query appears, and it has this interface. And this interface now allows us to specify here what we want. You can also see that fx symbol here, it's simply referring to the fact that this is a function. So the dates table we have here, all this code creates a function in Power BI, in this case in the query editor, which we can use then to create our dates table. So here, for instance, we can say a start date, and since in my case I have data for 2019 to 2021, I simply say I want to start in January the 1st, 2019. And my end date will be the 31st of December in 2021 in my case. And then I can also specify a financial year start month. So let's say I'm starting in January, so I put in a 1 here. By the way, because there are certain companies which financial year starts maybe in April or maybe in July, right? So then you would have to specify a 4 or a 7, depending on where you start or when your financial year starts. But for me now, let's type in a 1 here. And then, by the way, you also can specify, in case you have a table which contains specific dates which are related to holiday, you can also import this table and then choose specific holidays if you want to mark them as holidays in the dates table. For us now, I don't have a holidays table, so we leave it the way it is. Simply specify the start date, the end date, and the financial year start month. And then what we do is we simply invoke the function. You click on invoke, and what you get here is the invoke function, which contains here of a complete new dates table with a lot of columns already prepared for you. You can see the first one is the date, and this is the most important column in the whole dates table, because this is actually now here a unique list of dates starting from the 1st of January 2019 to the last day of 2021. And each day is only appearing one time here. Okay, it's a unique list. That's important. And this is the most important column in our dates table. But the other columns are also interesting for us. For instance, we have here the year, which is related to the date, the quarter of the year, the month of the year, day of year. And if you scroll to the right, you find a lot of different options and other things, which you can use then, for instance, to filter and slice your report. So here, for instance, is it here fiscal period? Is it a working day? So you can specify this one here and use this column, for instance, to filter the data which in your sales table, which is only related to working days. Right? Also interesting. Holidays are known simply because we didn't specify that in the table. But you can see there are a lot of interesting columns here which we can use then later in our report. The only last thing I like to do here is I can simply go to the name of the invoked function and I simply name this table date. And I press enter, and now you can see I have my date table here. And because I want to use this in my model, I can also drag this up there, right, into here, in this one. So that's totally fine. And that's actually it, right? So that's all you need to do. So don't worry if you do not understand this completely. Also, if you do not want to learn M, that's also, even though M is a great language and you can do a lot of it, but it's not that important right now. The important thing is if you want to reuse this specific here function, which gets created by this specific and longer formula, you can always use this in all the other files you have. So you can download this from the resource section and then take it to your own notes and reuse it whenever you want it, right? Because this can be applied to all your future Power BI reports. So that's it. Let me actually close this, and basically we are done with the date itself as well. And that's it for this video. Thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Until then, best guys. Hello friends, welcome back. Now in the last videos we prepared the data, we loaded the data, we extended the data with a dates table, but we did not cover too much about the additional transformation steps which are available. And here I'd like to give you a little tour about what's actually available for us. Now under Home, we already learned that we can import additional data sources like we did for the dates table. Remember that from the last video. If you go to new source here, if you click on it, and I can import additional data sources here and directly then shape it, clean them in the Power Query editor. Beside this, you also can go to recent sources. This is also kind of self-explanatory. If you have recent sources, you can refer to them. You can go to enter data. Enter data would allow us to manually enter data into Power BI. So if you do not want to load data, but manually enter data, so create your own table in Power BI, you can do that by clicking here. So for instance, if I click on enter data here, you see that now I have the option to create a table and I can add additional information here. I can say this will be, let's say, manual table like that. And then I can simply type in something like, for instance, here 1 or 2 and then 3 and then 4. And this will be simply, let's call this numbers. Here. And then if I go to the new column here, I can add additional information here. So let's say this will be letters. It's just an example, right? So, and then I type in, for instance, B, C, and D. And now I click OK. And what you see is that a new table gets loaded into Power BI. So there it is, this manual table, and now it's also available for us. So this will be just in case if you would like to have an additional table and want to manually enter data, you can do that. For us now, that's not really important. That's why I want to remove it. So right click on it and say I want to delete it. I just wanted to show you that this option exists. So let me delete. And yes, I want to delete it. I want to make sure. So it's also helpful. So you do not simply delete something which you do not want to do it, because if you delete it, please keep in mind, then it's really gone. So you can't get it back. So that's why be careful if you delete something here, right? So if I delete it now, you see that the table gets deleted and it's not available here anymore. But this would be enter data. The data source settings, for now, this is not that important to us. This is something you can also manage in the option section, but more interesting could be the parameter here. Parameter is allow us to create new parameters as well as manage parameters. So why are these important, relevant for us? Well, these parameters, for instance, appear if you take a look at the query itself, the DAX query we had here, right? This one for the dates table. This actually referring to parameters, as you can see here. So if you want to create your own, well, M code or query code where you want to give the user of your query the option here to enter something like the start date, the end date, and so on, this is referring to parameters. And this is something you can actually create here yourself. Either manage the ones you currently already have or create on new parameters. Then this would be helpful and relevant for us. Review refresh is simply if you select one of our tables here and you go here and say you want to refresh the preview or refresh all, this simply would refer to the fact that you refresh here the dataset, just in case the underlying dataset has changed in the meantime, right? So you can then use the refresh option here. Advanced editor, we also covered that. This is helpful if you want to take a look at each DAX, or in this case M code, which is behind each of those tables when you load them. For instance, we have seen this. If I go to date here and click on advanced editor, we can see exactly the code which has been applied to the state itself. But remember, if you're missing the M code now, simply go back to the query itself. If you go to the query and then click on advanced editor, you see all the code which we have pasted inside, right? So you can do this for all your tables. So also the sales table itself, if you click on this one, which we have created based on these three, remember, if you go to the advanced editor here, you see that basically here, let source equals table.combine. And here you can see in this step that basically what happened was that these three tables were combined in order to create the sales table. So this is actually M code. And you can see the M code for each of your tables if you simply go to the advanced editor, right? Or you paste something like we have done here, M code in to create this formula. Besides this, we have the choose columns as well as remove columns. This could be helpful for you because sometimes you have not only, as we have here, a few columns. Maybe you have a dataset which has 50 or 100 columns. Then with this choose column option, you have here the option to choose column or go to column. If you click choose column, then you can simply select the specific columns you want to choose if you don't want to have all of them. So for instance, if I untick all of them and I only tick, for instance, those three, and I click OK, what you basically see is now you filtered the data. So you remove the other ones. This is what this choose column can do for you. The great thing here is always remember all the transformations you do, they are recorded here in the applied steps. So if you say I want to actually see my original data back, simply click on the cross symbol here and remove it, and you can see the data, the original data. Okay. So this would be choose columns. Go to column would simply jump to the specific column you choose. So if I say I'd like to go to my order date here, click OK, then you simply go here and you can see now the column is highlighted. So it's an easier way if you have a lot of columns to simply choose a specific column or go to a specific column. You can also select them, like hold your control key, then you can select them individually, or you hold your shift key, then you select all of them in between. It could also be a way to select specific columns. Remove columns is exactly the opposite actually of choose columns. So currently you can see I have the first three selected. If I go to remove columns here, I simply remove the first three columns because I had selected them. This is why I click on the cross symbol, because I want to keep my original data. I just wanted to show you what's possible here. I would always recommend you to try out the little down arrows which are always available here. Instead of clicking here individually, which simply removes the rows which are selected, click on this one and then you can see additional options, like for instance remove other columns. That would simply mean that I currently have order ID selected. If I click on remove other columns, I would remove everything beside order ID, as you can see here, right? So this would be one way also to remove certain rows in the, certain columns which you do not want in your model. Next we have then reduce the rows. So we can not only reduce the amount of columns we have, we can also reduce the amount of rows we have. So keep columns, for instance, click on it and you can see the options. Keep the top rows, the bottom rows, keep a range of rows, keep duplicates, or keep errors. So let's actually just explore the first one. The other ones you can try out yourself if you want, but keep top rows simply means you click on it and then say I'd like to keep my first 10 rows. Then you click OK. and you see that now we only keep the first 10 rows of our dataset, and all the other ones have been filtered. So manage columns and reduce rows, or reduce rows in this case, simply means that we can shrink the specific table we already have. Let me actually remove this step because I would like to have my complete sales table, of course. Remove columns exactly works the other way around. So can I click on this one, remove top rows, remove bottom rows, alternate rows, duplicates, blank rows, and errors. Also often helpful to remove duplicates, for instance, right? Or you say, well, at the bottom there are the last 10 entries and I want to remove them. Click on this one and say, I'd like to remove the last 100 or so many rows in your dataset. Can be done here. Pretty easy to do, right? And always remember, all you do here from the transformation steps, this is really nice to do it like that, but what happens under the hood is that M code gets generated and this gets applied to your data source. You do not need to know M code, you do need to know the M language. So programming is not required, but you could do it. Because all these steps will be recorded in applied steps and will change then in this case, an advanced editor what you have here, right? So let me change this to show it to you. So if I say remove rows, remove top rows, and then I specify 100 here, and I press OK, it's nice to do it like that. And if you want to see how the M code looks, you can simply click on Advanced Editor here, and then you can see here that removed rows was actually table.skip was the function to apply that. Right? So this is something which would be recorded and also can be looked up in the Advanced Editor. So let me actually remove this here one more time. So sorting is simply sorting by a column, right? From A to Z or from Z to A if you want to do that. Split column could be interesting if you have, let's say, let's go to the salespeople here. And our salespeople here have names with a name and a surname. So you could click on this one and then you can go to split column. And you can see you have various options to split the column. So by delimiter, like for instance in our case a space, or by number of characters, by positions, by lower to uppercase, by digit to non-digit, all these are available. And maybe in the future even more options here. So if I click on by delimiter, then a new window appears, and this allows me now to split the data. Here, split leftmost delimiter, rightmost, each occurrence, and also what kind of delimiter. The default ones, which are already available, or a custom one you can specify. So if I leave it now for the space, in this case, I can simply then click OK. And then you see basically now you have Fred Robertson, Kevin Butler, and so on. So all these names have now been split based on the space. And if you want to rename the new columns, you can either double click on them, like that, or always keep in mind you have the option, or I want to show you, right click on the column, and then there are also various options. And these are actually also the options you find in the ribbon up there. So again, it's kind of redundancy, but you can either find it if you right click on a column, all these options were available on the column, or you go into under home or transform or other kinds of ribbons up there, and you also find these options. Here would be the rename, for instance. You can click on it and you can also rename this table. Let me actually remove it for now. Okay, and also remove split by delimiter. Okay, we got our delimiter back. So the group by simply allows you to group your data. So let's actually take a look maybe at the sales level here. And we can see here we have different kinds of order IDs here, products, locations, and so on, right? So this could be an option. And let's say we want to group by, let's say, location ID, right? So you can see different kinds of locations here. And of course, the location is appearing several times in here. So if you want to group our data based on location, I can select this one here and can say I want to group my data, group by. And then you can specify here the field, basic or advanced. Advanced will simply give you additional grouping options. If I go to basic here, say I'd like to group my data based on location ID, and the new column will be account. And then let's say I'd like to see, I don't know, let's see, I'd like to see the sum of the quantity. So sum of the, let's say there's the quantity here, and you click OK. And what basically happens, you get a transformation here, and now you have a unique list, in this case, of location IDs. And for each location ID, you simply get, in this case, the count here. So in this case, count is the sum of the quantity which has been ordered. It's not the count, it's the sum, because we use the sum as aggregation. So this would allow you to create base aggregation tables. You can group your data, get a unique list, in this case of our location ID, and then we simply aggregate another column. Also be done here in Power BI. Let me actually move this so I get my original table back. Just wanted to show you the example here. The data type itself can be adjusted here as well. Remember, I've already showed you that if you click on the column itself on the data type, you can see that you can adjust the data type here. You get exactly the same result if you go to data type here, for the selected column, and you can also change the data type here. The last option is also would be right click here, and there's also a change type option, and also allows you to change the data type, right? So again, I call it redundancy, but I personally like it because sometimes you don't find something immediately, maybe in the ribbon, then you can go to the column, or you don't find it here, then go to the ribbon. So also this, at the end of the day, it depends on what's your preferred way to do it. We also have then the use first row as headers, as well as, remember, always click on the little down arrow to see more options, use headers as first row. So sometimes, let's say your headers are in the first row and you want to promote them. Then you simply would say use first row as headers, and that simply means that the data which you have in the first row become the column headers. The same is true if you have loaded it like that, and you can see that that happens for me now. Let me untick this one more time. If I have, and this one as well, if I have my original data and I would like to have my headers as my first row, so-called demoting the headers, I can also go here and say use headers as first row, the second option. And if I do this and click on it, you'll see that now all my columns have the name column 1, column 2, and so on. And now my headers, my original headers, are in the first row. Also something you can do here. The step is demote headers. And by the way, you also see that sometimes, depending on what kind of step you do, Power BI is applying 2 steps when you only click on one thing here. Because what it did here, it demoted the headers, and then it also used this change type option here. So that is why if we want to go back, we have to remove both of them. But this is sometimes really helpful, especially if you have the data maybe starting in the 4th entry or anything like that, and you simply need to promote it as a header. Then this option, as well as the removing rows, could be really helpful in combination. Also interesting is the replace values option. So if I go to my salespeople here, and here I have Fred Robertson, for instance, and other salespeople. Now, the replace values allow us to change values in a specific column. For instance, for the first one, Fred Robertson, if I want to search for, let's say, Robertson, and I call him, in this case, Robert, okay? Just an example. And then if I click OK, you see that now it has changed here. So the whole data where Robertson was has changed to Robert. Do you see that also for line number 20, Roger Robert? I think this is also changed. So let's actually remove this one more time. And yes, it's the case. So here, this name was also Robertson, and that's why that also changed. And this is an important concept I'd like to point out here. Power BI is different from Excel in a way that you cannot modify only a specific cell. I can't click in here and then double click here and simply change the type or the text inside. That's not possible because Power BI is working column wise. That means, and you have seen this, if I apply a step here, for instance, replace values, then this step is applied to the whole column. So, for instance, in our case here, if you only want to rename Fred Robertson and not here Roger Robertson, then what you would have to do is you would have to specify under replace values the complete name, Fred Robertson. Because every time, think about that, each of those steps is always applied to a column, because Power BI is working column-wise. And this is an important concept you need to be aware of, okay? Power BI is not Excel. I'd like to point this out here. Okay, so then we have merge queries and append queries. We already learned about append queries when we created our or combined our sales tables here. Merging queries would simply mean that instead of stacking them, like we done, so 2019 and then below 2020 and 2021, we can also merge them. So merge them would be a kind of joining within 2 tables. So instead of having 2 tables separately and they have a common field, we can merge them together and then we have one big table. So this would be a join, which you can do here in merging. And also, if you click on down arrow, you can see you can merge 2 tables or you can merge them as new, as we have done with the appending as new, right? And the last one here are AI insights, so text analytics, vision, and Azure Machine Learning. However, for the AI settings, I have to tell you here that these options are paid services for Power BI. So most of them are not available for free. So I'd like to mention that here. So you would have to have some kind of Azure subscription to use those options here. But they are available for you. Under Transform, if you go to the next option here, you find that certain options here which you already covered in the home. So for instance, Group By here, or Split Column, if you go to Transform, you also find here Group By and also find other options here. Like for instance, use first row as headers is there, Split Column is here under text columns. So it gives you a little, separation here. Like for instance, this can be applied to any column, this can be applied to a table, this to a text, so this is a little bit helpful. But these are different kinds of things you can apply here. Changing the data type, detecting a data type for a specific column, rename it. So you can see you can rename the column here as well. More interesting could be fill values. So this could be interesting is, let's say you have missing entries here and you only want to fill the values down. Let's say you have your country in here, and then you have data for the country in here, and the next country appears here, for instance. That would mean that all these rows would be empty. And in this case, you could use this fill value, because you can simply then select here and say, or the column itself, and then you can click on fill down or fill up. And this would mean you fill or put exactly the same value as above or the value as below, up to the next value when there's text inside. So then this could be helpful. Pivoting and unpivoting the data could also be helpful. I'm showing you an example later on, but this means that simply that we transform what we have in the columns into rows, for instance, and the other way around. Because what Power BI needs and wants are actually tables with less columns and more rows. So unpivoting the data is oftentimes very, very helpful. But we'll see this in a later example. For these options here, split column, we have covered that. The formatting here, normally I don't do it here. We can do this with DAX, so that's actually also not that interesting for us. Also interesting could be this one here. So what you want to apply. If I refer to any kind of numerical field, for instance, if I go to the sales here and select my price or the quantity, doesn't matter, and then there's an option like that, these options here. So for instance, you could say go to standard here, and then you can say add, and if you do that, then a new window appears, and this would mean that I could add a specific number for each entry in this price column. Remember, Power BI works column-wise. That means I can't enter or add the value only to specific entries here. I would add it to each entry, so each cell in this price column. But this could be done here, just in case you say you want to, well, adjust the price for all of them with a certain number. So adding is just an example. There's also multiply, subtract, divide, integer divide, modulo, percentage, and percentage of. Finally, if you have date fields here, then these options could be helpful here. Under date here, you can extract certain fields, like you can extract the year, start of the year, the end of the year, or month, quarter, and so on. So then these options could be helpful. If you have time or columns, then these options could also be helpful for you, like time and duration. And finally, of course, you could also run your scripts. So if you have programming skills in R or in Python, you can also run R and Python code in Power BI. I'll also show this in another course on Udemy, just in case you're interested. And add columns here. This allows us to, well, then add additional columns to our table. So either column from examples could be helpful. Custom column would allow us to create our own function. This would be for a specific column. Invoke custom function. That's also true to invoke here custom functionality, which we have. So if you have created a function in M up front, and then you want to apply this function to each entry in the dataset, then this invoke custom function could be helpful to create a new column, and this column will be calculated based on the function you've created. We'll explore some of those features later on as well. And conditional columns, index columns would simply mean that you add an index. So if you click on this one, you can see that I have an index column here added, simply starting from 0 to the end. Also something you can do if you want to do that. And the other things here also kind of similar to what we've seen before. Here, for instance, standard, the statistics options here. Here we have the date option as well as the time, duration, also these AI insights, which again most of them are paid. I'd like to mention that here as well. And then views, tools, and help. Well, views, in this case, what we have here, which might be interesting to you, is actually those options here. So show white space. If you untick this one, not too much happens, but here the column quantity, this could be helpful because this tells you here what about the data itself, the data set. So if you hover over that, you get additional insights, and you can also see this little green bar here, right? It refers to valid data. So this is an indicator for you, so you know exactly, even if you have a file with, let's say, 1 million rows, this helps you to understand how many data entries are missing here, for instance, or are there any errors from importing the data. You can see this here immediately with the bar itself, as well as here with these options here, if you tick this column quality option. Column distribution, if you take this one here, you get a little distribution about unique values you have in each column. Also could be interesting to you. And the column profile, I also encourage you to try it out. You can see additional things here, which will change depending on what column you select, right? Which you can see then what's happening in here, and a few statistic measures, just in case you're interested in that. Go column, we already covered that. You jump to a specific column, and then advanced editor is simply exactly what we had before. You open this editor here as well. query dependencies, if you tick this one here, you get an additional view in here, which might change in the future, but you can see simply a relation between your tables currently, which you have in the model. But yeah, that's it actually for a first walkthrough through all the things we have in here. Under tools, there's the diagnostic tools. Just want to mention that here, if you have issues with Power Query, if there are certain things which are slow, then these options could be interesting to you to find out or dive deeper into that. And under help, this simply gives you exactly the same as we have in Power BI desktop window, gives you additional information about the version you're currently using, as well as the blog, the community, and so on. A few links for you. So that's it actually. These are the options you have directly in here in Power Query. So it's pretty powerful. If you have messy data, there are a lot of options to shape your data, to clean your data, transform it, and some of them we have covered, and some of them we will cover later on as well. But here I really wanted to give you a tour through that, and in case you got specific questions, of course, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to this video. And this time we're going to dive into a more advanced topic here, because we want to enrich our data. So far we loaded data from data sources we have here available for us, right? So in this case our Excel files, or could be internal data sources you use like a SQL Server database or any other kind of database. However, what if you would like to add additional information to our data which is not available for us at our local data we have? We could extend our data using web data. And I already opened here a browser here. And let's take a look at it. And here we have additional information about the cities. Here we have cities for California, and we have the latest number for the population. On the other hand, if I take a look back at my data source here, I have also California as a state, I have the counties, and I have here my cities. And also if I scroll to the right here, I have a population number, which is this one here. Now we all know that population changes for cities, because people move to cities and people move out of cities. And actually this population number which is here is not up to date anymore. So in order to enrich our data, we simply want to remove this and actually replace it with the latest data. So and that is why we can use this specific website for that, and doing a web query, get this data into Power BI. Also, just in case you can't read it here, this world population review, let me actually show it to you. This is the specific link. So just in case you need this link, now pause the video and simply then you can copy this link and put it in your browser. What should happen is that if you enter this in your browser, you should get this website here. And this website has tables. It has this big table here, and also at the bottom it has another table, some related. And what Power BI does, actually it's this table here. This is actually also a table. You can also see this if you take a look at the HTML source code if you want, but it's not required. The main idea is the following. Power BI can scan websites for us and analyze what kind of data is there. And if there's a table structure, it can actually extract this data from the website and put it into Power BI itself, so into the query editor. So let's actually do that. Let's actually go to our query editor here, and we already know that if we want to add an additional source and web, so querying data from the web is also an additional source, we can go under new source here and tick simply web. If you click on web here, then what it asks you is simply what is the website. And here you need to simply put the URL. In my case, I simply paste it because I already selected it, but it's the same as you've seen before. This world population review.com states, cities, California. Now the next step is simply click OK. And what happens now is that Power BI is now going to this website and trying to analyze the data on the website itself. We just need to wait a little bit and for the connection to happen, and then we see a pop-up window. And just a second, there it is. So it's again a navigator, so you should be familiar with this window, right? If you import a data source like Excel file, you also get the navigator. Now this navigator now has two tables. That means that Power BI has identified on the website we have seen two specific tables. Now which table should we choose? Well, we don't know because we don't know what's in the table. So let's try and find out. So click on a specific table, like this one, the first one, and we can see, if you make this bigger, well, this actually looks like exactly the data we want. Los Angeles, the population, the census, the change, and the density. So if I take a look back at the file itself, this is actually, or the website, you can see there's a name, population, census, change, density. So this table now has actually been extracted from Power BI. So great. And by the way, there's also another table, which is the suggested one. So if you take this one here, and let's take a look, and this actually, Los Angeles and so on, and then column 2, Los Angeles, this actually refers to, I think, if I go back to this one here, to this one here. So this Power BI also recognized that this here could also be a table, and it tried to extract the data as well. But for us, what we want is we want to have this data here. And by the way, you can also see you can download this in a CSV or JSON file, which can also be done. So you can download it first and then import it to Power BI. That will also work. But why do that if we can simply get the data directly from the query here in the query editor? So I go back here, and then I say I'd like to have my first table, this one. I can tick it, and then I can click OK just to load the data. So click OK. And now what Power BI does here, it simply now extracts the data from the website for us. And here we go. That's it. Now we have the data from the table, from the website, imported here into Power Query Editor. What we can do now is simply using this table, which we have extracted, and merge it to the table from our location. Because what we are interested in is actually for each of our, in this case, cities, which are these ones here, which currently called name here. So we can actually go in here and call them cities, like that. And we want to merge this table, so basically join this table to the first one here, to this one, which also has a name here, which are also the cities. And then what we want is we want to have this specific column. The other ones we actually don't need. So what we could do is we can simply click on the first one, then I hold my shift key, click on this one, and then I simply right click here and say remove columns, because we don't need them. I also don't need a rank, so I right click on the rank and also say remove it. Actually, all we need here is this one and this one. So I can simply name this web query, presenter. Okay. And then what I want is I want now to combine this web query here with my location. So what I do is I simply go to location and say I want to merge queries. And in this case, I don't say merge queries as new, because I simply want to stack the specific data to my originally location file here. So that's why I choose merge queries. But of course, if you want to create a separate table from those two, use merge tables as new. Could also be done. In this case, I say merge queries. I click on it. And then I have the option here, my first table. And then I simply need to specify a second one. I go in here and say my second table is actually my web query. I can tick it. And now I can see my location table up there. And I can see my web query down there. And all I need to do now is specify which are the two fields I want to merge the data on. And I have cities here, and I have names here. These are the two I want to actually join, right? Based on these fields I want to join. So I simply take the second one here, and you can see that now a window appears for the privacy levels. This always happens when you have web query. In this case, what I say, ignore privacy levels for now, because that's fine. I click on save, and the window is now gone. And now actually I can do my merging here. So you can see that if you choose cities here and names here, and then you can define the kind of join you want to do. So left order join, right order join, full order join, inner join, left and right. And also in parentheses, just in case you don't know what this does, it tells you exactly what it does. So the order join simply means keep all the data from, in this case, the left query, and keep only the matching data from the right, right? So if I now choose left order because I want to keep all my data from the location. Because what I notice, and this is also helpful here, take a look at the little option here, the selected matches 73 of 74 rows in the first table. So obviously there is one specific city which we can't find here into the 2020 in the web query itself. So this is something we have to live with, maybe manually adjust later on, but for now I think 73 of 74 hits is really good, actually. And also, if you have data which is not exactly spelled the right way, you can try out fuzzy matching, which is this option here. Could also be done. If I tick this one option here, then fuzzy matching gets applied, and then you can specify with similar thresholds and so on. So this could be helpful. I just want to mention it to you here. If, for instance, Los Angeles is here in capital letters, and here Los Angeles is in smaller letters, anything like that, or Los Angeles has a space here, and up there the space would be ignored. There would be no space. Then if you have slightly misspelled values in two tables and you want to join on them, then fuzzy matching here could be an option for you, and you can do that. For us now, that's not required because we actually hit all the values you want. So that's why we can now click OK. Click OK. And now you see next to the location table itself, you have now one new column in here. This is referring to the web query. The web query here has a table. And if you click on next to the table, click on one of the cells, you see that also you have a preview here, like Anaheim and 352,911, which is the number. If you take a look at the original number, which is this one here, is 350,742. So the number is slightly different, right? So this will be the new number, this is an older number. So we can simply use then this new column for us instead of having the old population column. Now, in order to get this data now, currently it's in a table, as you can see here. You can only see a preview if you click next to the table. You see a little preview at the bottom. Now, if you now want to have this table here, or the data itself, as in the column itself, in this column, then you click on the two arrows here on top. And then you can specify what columns of this table do you want to keep. The name, as well as the population, so number, or only one of them. Now, because we have the name already, we don't need it. So we can untick the name. So we only get one column which contains the numerical values, right, for the population. And then what I also don't want is I don't want to use the original column as prefix. Otherwise, if you leave this checked, then your new column would not be named 2020 pop. It would be named webquery.2020 pop. And because I don't need the name webquery, I simply untick this. And then I click OK. And now what you see is you get now one new column, which contains of this 2020 pop, which contains here all the latest numbers here for a population. And now, instead of keeping this column here, I can simply right click on this one and say I'd like to remove it. And now I click on this one, I double click on it, and here I simply say population. Press enter, and now I have my new population column in here, right? Also, please go in here and say this is actually a whole number. So I also change the type here to whole number. Now, something weird happened, at least for me. Why do I see errors here? And why actually is now this almost 352,000 something 353? To answer that, I need to untick this applied step. And again, that's like to highlight this applied step. This is a really, really helpful window, because if you do something, a certain step, and the step does not create the result you want, simply untick what you have done. And now I can see the original data again. Now, for some of you, this probably won't happen, this issue. But for me, it happens because at my current location, a comma separator here, this does not transform correctly. So I need to replace this. And based on my current geographical setting, Power BI will not be able to specify that this is a number like 350,2,911. So the comma separator here for my thousand separator doesn't work for me. So there's a really, really powerful tool option I'd like to share with you here, which you can do if something like that happens for you. So whenever you have numerical data and you want to transform it, and this data then returns errors, like we have seen for me, for instance, you can go to ABC here, to the data type, and instead of using the default ones, like decimal number, fixed number, and so on, you also have the option to use this using local. This is really, really helpful, because here I can click on this, and then a new window appears, just a second, and this window allows me here to change the type. Here I like to change it from text to number, so it's a whole number for the population figure, but now I can specify the location. And here for Germany, as I'm located currently, this would return an error if I do it like that. But now if I choose local and choose United States here, if I search for English, United States, so I should actually scroll up, here English, and there's United States. And if I select this option here, that means that now I will transform this into the data type whole number, but I will use the US format for doing that. And if I click OK now and do the transformation step like that, just watch what happened with the column. If I click on it, now I can see those numbers, and the numbers are correctly now, right? I can see the 352,911, and I don't see any errors. So this is particularly helpful, this using local option here, if we go back in here. If you have numerical fields and you want to transform them and they spit out errors, because simply your current location, Power BI for me for instance, simply would not transform the data correctly because I have this dot and comma separator issue. So if that's the case, use this using local option. Really, really helpful. So that's it for that. And then, of course, one thing currently we have, one little issue here, you can see that there's one empty row, simply because, remember, we had 73 of 74 hits, so one issue was there that one file was missing, then of course this is something we can investigate here further, which is the last one here in this case, if I scroll to the right. So obviously here for Ventura or Sun, where Ventura, there was actually no data available on the site. So that's why this is currently empty. So this is something we can dive deeper, of course, now, but this, for now, I leave it, but of course this is something you can adjust then manually. But my point here really is that you can extend the data you have with additional data information from the web using those web queries, and simply let Power BI do all the work, so analyze the website and extract tables from this website. And then of course you can import this data and enrich your data source, okay? And that's what we've done here. Now for the web query, the same as for the sales table, we don't need it. So I right click on this and say I'd like to enable the enable load. So untick this one, and you can see it's also grayed out and also in italic letters. And finally, the last thing we need to do is, as soon as we are done with the data, so we have prepared our data, we have shaped it, we have enriched it with data from the web, then we can click on this close and apply option. And this close and apply option is the final step to load the pre-shaped, pre-formatted, pre-cleaned data from Power Query Editor into the model. Because right now, what we did was, we only used the data here. Let me go to Power BI here. This one here. Our report currently does not contain the data yet. So you can also see under the field option here, there is no data inside. Only and only then, if we go back to the query editor where we have loaded the data, only if we click on close and apply, then all those changes get applied to the data source and we load the tables into Power BI. Only then. So if you click on close and apply now, what you see is that now all these changes get applied. You can see evaluated, loaded, and so on, and then all these tables appear in the model, as they have done for the easy way as well, if you remember. Just a second, because it takes a little bit longer, of course, but now the data gets imported into Power BI, and then all these tables are available for us. And there they are, right? And you can see now on the right side here, you have customer, you have date, you have location, product, sales, and salespeople, and you do not see the sales 2019, 20, and 21, and you also don't see the work query itself, even though the data of the work query for the location here is available for us. Okay? And that's it actually for preparing the data and importing the data. In the next video, we dive deeper into the model view and set up the relationships for our model. So can't wait to see you there. Okay, after preparing our data and loading the data into Power BI, now it's our turn to set up our model. So to connecting our tables in a way that it makes sense and that we can use our model then to create our first calculations in Power BI in DAX. So let's get into that. So at first, of course, we need to click here on the model view, and then we should see something like that. Now you have the option, just in case you need more space, simply down there to zoom out or zoom in, just to see all your tables, depending on how big your model at the end is. Now, if I zoom out maybe a little bit like that, I can already see, okay, Power BI has detected relationships automatically for us. And you can see this by these linked here lines from 1 to star, it's called here. So these are one-to-many relationships which have been created. And let's actually drag our tables just to make it a little bit more appealing to us, and drag our sales table, which is my fact table, at the bottom. This is a structure I personally like. So you don't have to follow me here, but this is what I do. And all my dimension tables, like for instance my location here, as well as my product, which is currently already connected, my salespeople as well, and then my customers. I drag all of these tables up there. So I have a nicer structure, at least from my point of view. So what we can see is that Power BI automatically detected relationships and has created them for us. You can easily see this if you hover over one of the relationships, like this one. You see which are the fields which Power BI thinks are connected. In this case, it's the customer ID for this one, and the customer table, as well as the customer ID in the sales table. And the same is true for the other ones. If you hover over them, you can also see salespeople, salesperson, and salesperson. And if you take a closer look, for instance, for salesperson, you see that salesperson here is written as one word, and in the sales table, on the other hand, salesperson is written with a space. So even though the names slightly disappear, slightly differ, then Power BI is still recognizing the correct relationships for us. So you can also check this hovering over the other relationships, and I would highly recommend to do this, because you can't be sure, at least not totally sure, that Power BI maybe has set up a wrong relationship for you. If this is the case, simply check it up front if the model is really correct in connecting those tables. And this one, and the final one, which is location ID and location ID. So that looks correct. Just in case Power BI has misclassified something or relationship is not valid, you can always right-click on a relationship and delete it. So if I delete this one, for instance, yes, I want to delete it. It asks me again. And then you see that now this connection is not there anymore. If you want to reconnect here between two tables, you simply use the specific field, for instance location ID, and drag and drop it then on the other table, and there on a specific field you want to connect to. In our case, we would like to connect to location ID one more time, so I drag and drop it on top of this, and then you see that now the relationship is established, and if you hover over the relationship, you can see exactly which fields are related here. So besides this, you can right click and check out the properties. Then another window appears, which also allows you to specify here the exact relationship. Because you can simply set up a specific table or choose a specific table. Then you click on a specific column, which is then selected. And then you choose the other table, in this case location. And then you also choose here the specific column which you want to connect. So it's a little more granularity if you want to simply select specific tables and the columns which you are linking here. Then you also see the cardinality, which in this case is many to one. Many to one simply means that we have many, in this case, locations in the sales table, but only one unique location which is mapped to those locations in the location table. Okay? So this is referring to this one-to-many relationship, or in this case, many to one, because we start here with the sales table up there, and then we have the location table down there. And there you can also specify the filtering direction, because the normal filtering direction, and this is best practice in your model, is always a single relationship from the one side to the many side. So that means, if you actually cancel this for now, that here we have a one-to-many relationship, so one on the location table to the star on the sales table, and this means we can choose specific fields from the location table to filter the sales table. The other way around, it does not work by default. So you can't filter the sales table, or basically the location table, with clicking on the sales table. So the one to the many side is the relation, and you can see this with this little arrow symbol here. If you really want to do it the other way around, or basically do filtering in both directions, you can adjust this under properties if you want, and then say you want to set this to both. If you do this like that, and you click OK, what you see is that now these arrows change, and now you could filter also data from the location table using data from the sales table. But this is not best practice, and this might behave strangely in a model. The more complex your model becomes, the more careful you need to be in order to set up these bidirectional relationships, so on both sides. And what you want at the end of the day, and what we do here, is best practice, and following best practice means we want to have filtering from the one side to the many side. So avoid bidirectional filters if you can. So right click on here and go to properties one more time, and then we choose the original one that we want to have, which is single. So we're using our dimension table, our location table, to filter our data in the sales table. So here we go, and we have set up this. Now what we also see is that there's another table which we have created, remember, our dates table, but this dates table is currently not connected to the sales table. So this is something we need to do here as well. So if we scroll down and just see all the fields which are there, by the way, you can see all of them in the table. You can also, if you want, make this table bigger, right? It's also possible here. But the main point is, in our sales table, we have an order date. In our dates table, we have a date. So here, Power BI was not smart enough to detect this automatically. So we have to do it manually. But it doesn't matter. We simply can go here and simply drag this, the date itself, onto the order date. And by the way, it makes no difference if you use the date and drag it to the order date, or if you use the order date and drag it to the date. You can do it in both directions. Because Power BI is then smart enough to detect, okay, there's a unique value of dates in my date table, and the same order date is appearing multiple times in the sales table because our customers ordered on the same day multiple items from us, and this is why it set up this one-to-many relationship. So far so good. So we have also connected our dates table, and I can make this smaller again, and simply also drag this up as I've done for the other ones as well. And this is actually now our model, exactly the structure we wanted. So we want to have one-to-many relationships from our dimension tables, which we have on top here, to our sales table. And this is exactly now established, and this means that we can now use columns from our dimension tables, like for instance the product itself, to filter our sales table. And we will see this then in our report, that this works exactly. And we also take a look what happens if the relationship is not in place. But I'll show you this in the next couple of videos. What else can we do in the model view is we can, of course, collapse tables. Like if you click on collapse, you see basically only currently this custom ID. If I, for instance, collapse a bigger table like that, I would only see location ID here by default, right? And expand. It's just a different kind of view on your table. We also have this little eye icon here, up there. This allows us to show or hide a specific table. I can show it to you if you go back to the report view. We currently still have all our tables here, like customer, date, location, and so on. Now, if we go back to the model view and say for the customer table, we click on this eye symbol here. So basically what happens, you can see now it's crossed out, and this means if we go back to the report view, we don't see the customer table here anymore. So this allows us to hide tables in our model if we want to do that. The same is true if I go back to the model view here and take a look. First, let me unhide it. So click one more time, and it's unhidden, it's visible again. You can also, if you go in here, hide specific columns in the table. So for instance, if you say, I have my customer and I'd like to see the table, but I'd like to hide customer ID. The same is true. Click on the little eye symbol here. You can see this now crossed out. And if you go back to the report view, you can see that the customer table here is back. But if you click on it, you'll see that there's only, if I make this a little bigger here, the customer name inside. The customer ID is currently not visible. So this can make sense because if you want to work with the report itself, you only need the customer ID actually to set up the relationship, right? So for modeling itself, you're probably not referring to the customer ID. But in case you do, then you need to go back to the model and say you want to unhide it again. Okay. So simply one click. And the same is true for all the other tables. If you hover over them, you see that the eye icon always appears here, right? You can also click on the three dots here and you get additional information here for the table and things which you can do. So manage relationships is kind of similar like dragging and dropping, which we've done before. So if you click on this one and say manage relationships, what you see is you currently can see all the relationships which have been established in the model. So from the sales table, the customer ID, to the customer ID from the customer table. And the same is true for all the others. So no matter on which table you click, if you click on manage relationships, you can see all the relationships in the model itself. And you can also untick them if you don't want to make them active. So also remove actually the relationship itself. Or you can also click on new. That would mean that you can select two tables here. For instance, you can select customer table and then another table. And then you can simply choose again here, if simply by clicking on the columns to connect to a table, a relationship with these two columns. This, of course, here makes no sense. So I will cancel this, but it's the same way as we have seen before to create a relationship between two tables. Just another way. There's also an option to auto-detect relationship. So this means if you haven't set up relationships before and you want to simply again make Power BI detect the relationships, you can try that. Click on auto detect and Power BI will try to set up the relationships for you. But in our case, Power BI has already detected them automatically, so we do not need to do that. If you want to edit a relationship, the same is true here. You can go to edit and then you can choose specific columns here. You can see sales ID, salesperson ID is highlighted. That is why the collection is currently set between those two columns, between those two tables. So you can edit existing relationships. And finally, of course, if you delete something, then you would delete the relationship itself. So that's why I will close this for now. And other options we have here, what's interesting could be incremental refresh, which is also available. So if you only want to refresh the latest data, manage aggregations would be interesting if we would have aggregated tables, but this could only be on the many side, as far as I know. So this would mean that if you have a big table and you want to aggregate the table, for instance, you have sales on a daily basis, but you want to aggregate it on a monthly basis, simply to shrink your data set, to make it more compact if you want, then manage aggregations could be interesting. So what else is interesting? For us now, for instance, refresh data. This could be helpful because if you normally refresh your Power BI model, so if you, for instance, go here and click refresh, what would happen is that the whole data set gets refreshed. But sometimes you might be interested only in refreshing a specific table in your data set. So for instance, if only the customer table has changed because I added new customers to this customer table, then why should I refresh my whole model? It might take much longer. And it would be better actually if I only refresh the customer table. So that is why you can also click here within the model view on the little three dots here and then say refresh data. And if you do this, you will see that now I'm only refreshing the customer table. And this, of course, is then much faster than refreshing all the data you have. This is especially true if you have a big model. Then this could be helpful because then this speeds up actually the process if you have new data. If you only refresh specific tables. And this can be done here. Beside this, let's actually check this. There's also delete from model. Okay, this will delete the table itself. And also hide and report view. The hide and report view is the same as clicking on the eye itself here, like that. So you can see there's again what I call redundancy, so you can exactly get the same result using various ways, but as I said, I personally like that. Makes things easier to spot. Beside this, under what's also interesting is if you, well, here under properties here with cards, you can show here the database in the header if it's applicable. I can turn this on. Currently I can't see anything because I do not have a database, I have an Excel file, right? That's why I can't see anything here. But if this is interesting to you, you can show this as additional information in here. So show key field when card is collapsed, which is currently turned on, yes for me. That is why if I collapse this, for instance, I can see here that my date field here is visible. Or the same is true if I make a smaller table like this, collapse it, you'll see that the sales ID is visible, even if I collapse it. The reason is that I have took this on, and the key field is always my ID, so the field which I link to my sales table, right? So I can untick this, and then you can see that here in the sales table, you can't see it anymore. So it's just a visual aspect. It's not really relevant, but it's totally up to you if you want to show it or not. And also the option to pin the key field on top. This would simply mean, take a look at the product table here. You can see currently the product ID is down there, but this is the relevant field which we connect to our sales table. And if I tick this as on, you will see that now the product ID here is on top. Again, it's simply a visual aspect. It does not really affect your model in any way. So let me actually turn this off. More interesting could be that you can select a table like this one here, and then you see additional property information here. So here as well, you can rename the table. You could also do it in Power Query Editor, but you can also rename it here. You can give it a little description, if this is helpful, maybe for you or for your colleagues, just to get some additional insights what this table actually contains in data. Then you can add synonyms here. Synonyms could be relevant when you use a Q&A feature in Power BI. So basically you specify that the table can also have some synonym names, like not only product, but also our product base or any other kind of synonym you want to put in here. This helps then if you use a Q&A visual and your audience is typing in a specific name, which is often used, for instance, for your products, then Power BI will be smart enough to recognize, okay, if someone types in product base, for instance, then this is related to a product table. That's why the synonym exists here. So you can add additional ones if you want. The row label and key column, these two things are also related to in part Q&A, but also to Excel. So if someone wants to analyze the data which is in Power BI in Excel, so connecting to the dataset which has been published to the service, then these two things could be helpful. But for us now, that's not really important. Here is hidden is the same functionality as the I symbol. So if you tick this here, you can see that now everything is crossed out, and this would mean that the product table itself is not visible in the report view. If you go here, we would not see it anymore. That's what this is for. Let me actually untick this one more time. And feature tables also related to Excel, also not relevant for us now. More advanced, you can simply check out the storage mode. We currently use import, and import is actually the best kind of mode you can use most of the time. So because in Power BI we have, if you tick here, different kinds of, well, importing data modes, if you want to call it this way. The import mode simply is exactly what we do here, that we load our data into Power BI, as we have done with the Excel data. Sometimes you would like to have a so-called live connection, then direct query would be an option. This simply means that we do not import the data directly in Power BI, we simply connect live to the underlying data source. However, if you do this, you need to be aware that this might reduce, of course, your performance, and also not all the features which we currently have and explore here will be available. So direct query simply means that Power BI has less functionalities and is oftentimes slower, actually always slower, because import mode will always be the fastest option you can use. So if your data is not too big, and we already talked about that, please only use the data you really need in your Power BI report, then I would always go with import mode. This is my personal opinion here, okay? And dual mode simply means that you can set up a model, because you can, remember, you can connect to multiple data sources and connect them. And dual would mean that you have some tables which are actually the link between tables which you imported in Power BI and also tables where you use direct query. And the dual mode could be an option which is a link between those tables. And this means that the table in the dual mode could be used as import mode or also as direct query. Maybe it's also a little bit too much information for now, but I just wanted you to heard about that. That's what this is actually. So, beside this, you can also click on a specific column, and then you see additional properties here. Let's actually briefly talk about that. Again, you can see the name of the column. You can also rename it here. Description is exactly the same as we had for the table, but it's also available for the column. Also the synonyms. The display folder. So this means you can add a column or several columns to a folder. So for instance, you can see here, cost is currently in the product table, but you can add additional folders within this table. So for instance, I could say cost relevant data and press enter. And if I do this, you see that now we have within the table itself a folder, and in this folder there is cost, which you can shrink, and you can see here the cost is in this folder. So this is how you can structure actually your files. Let me actually click one more time on cost here. You can structure your columns in additional folders within a table. So if you have a table with a lot of different kinds of columns, then it might make sense for you just to have a little bit more clearance here to group this into folders. Even though concerning the report itself, it does not really matter, right? Because you always can refer to the field up there, to the search field, and search for a specific column, which is often quite fast. So I'm not sure if the folder structure is really necessary or relevant, but if it is, and if you want to structure your data that way, you can simply do that here. Let me actually remove this here. If you remove it, press enter, you'll see that now the folder is gone. So pretty easy to use. Is hidden is also referring, in this case, to a specific column on the I. So click on the I or type in this is hidden as yes. And if you do this, you see that now this is also hidden. So that's what this is for. And under the formatting option, here this allows you to format your data. We will talk about this and use this later on, so I can show it to you when this is useful to do it here. But this is where you specify what kind of data type it is here, and also which is available here. So, and also what kind of format here. So how do you format this? For instance, as currency or decimal number, percentage, and so on. So this could be helpful here as well. Percentage format, you can also turn this on directly, and also if you want to apply thousands of separators and decimal places. So this complete area is about formatting the specific, in this case, the specific column which you have selected, or the specific columns you have selected. So multiple columns could also be used here. And under advanced, if we simply go there, you find additional things like sort by column. Do you want to sort by a specific column? The data category, which you talked about, for instance, which could be interesting or sometimes useful if you have geographical data to map it. Just in case a map is not working for you, it's also something you can do here, specify here. But remember, you can also do this if you go back to the report view, and then in the ribbon bar, there's also the same option like that. So that's it actually for these properties. The other ones are not that interesting to us, and often they are not used so far. But the main point here really was to explore a little bit the model view itself and to set up our relationships correctly. And we talked about this, we have done it, and now we can dive much deeper into creating our first calculations in DAX. So thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back. Now in the last video we have created our model setup, our relationships, and now we can use them. And let's actually calculate our first measures and calculate columns in Power BI. So there are two ways, which I would like to show you here, as I mentioned, which are measures as well as calculated columns. So let's dive into that. At first, let me go to the report view. And now let's actually go to transform data and go to transform data to open our Power Query editor. The first thing I'd like to show you how we can create calculated columns in Power BI. So if I go to my sales table here, I select this one here, then I can simply, to calculate my sales, multiply the quantity column times the price column, right? Because this is actually the sales which then we have generated for each of our entries here in the sales table. So we can simply go to add column here, and under add column, there is the option to add a custom column. So if you click on custom column here, create a new column in this table based on a custom formula. This is what we want to do. So we click on it, and then we see that a new custom column window appears here, which allows us to specify the name of the column. Let's say we name this total sales column. Okay, I name it column here as a additional name here. And then what we can do here is simply write our formula. And we can relate our formula to specific, in this case, columns we have in the sales table. So this is the list of all the unique column names, which you see up there as well. And for us, we can simply double click on a specific field. So let's say we want to multiply the price. So we can double click on the price. And then we simply use a multiple symbol here. You can see currently token literal is expected. So the formula itself currently is not valid. But of course, we want to multiply it by another field. And that is why we can choose a quantity here. And there are various ways. You can either type in the quantity yourself in here, or you can double click on the field, or you can simply select the field and go to insert. That also works. And you can see that now there are no syntax errors have been detected, and then our formula is valid in here. So that's how you can actually create easy formulas in or here in the Power Query editor. Simply multiply specific columns, and also notice that the columns are always put in brackets here. Okay. So if we go now to OK, what we see is we get an additional column here, which is simply this 7,392 is simply 4 times 1,848. So we simply multiply those two, in this case those two cells, for each row in the table, and then we get our result. And you can see currently this is not the correct number format, but because these are all absolute numbers, I can simply go in here and say this is a whole number. Otherwise you could also use a decimal number, but here whole number is fine for me. And now you can see I got my total sales column as well as the correct data type. And if we now say under home, close and apply, that would simply mean that we apply those changes. This column will be added to our model, and then we can use it in our report. So if I go to close and apply it here, then I can just wait until the application has been detected as well as implemented. And now if we simply go into our sales table, maybe make this smaller, and select our sales table, we will see here a new column, which is this one here, which is total sales column, right? So if I make this bigger, this here, so you can see exactly that's the name we specified, and we have this column now available for us, and we can use it in our report. So if I tick this option, because it's a numeric field, we already know that by default we get a bar chart. So let's actually tick this, and let's just see, and we get our bar chart here. Just in case we want to change it, simply detect the value itself, we can select the chart, and let's take a look at the card here just to see what number it is. And it's 26 million, or in detail, if we go under the formatting option here, we select this one here, and say for the category itself, do we want to turn it off? Yes, maybe you'd like to make it a little bigger. So for the total sales itself, and then for the data label here, let's go with display units and set them to none, just to see the exact number, which in this case is 25,661,209. And of course we can format this maybe a little bit more, so select the column itself, and then go under the formatting options, and let's actually tick this currency symbol just to see it as a dollar number in here, yeah? Like that. Okay, so this is the number we get using this calculate column. So that's fine, and that's one option we can use. And also, let's actually maybe take this and analyze this in a table. We can do this by simply now choosing one of our other tables. For instance, here, our product table. So we can tick this one and then go with the product names. At first, be sure that you click somewhere on the blank canvas to deselect this one, this measure, this visual. And then you go with the product name, you tick it. And you can see now you have a list of all the products. And now you can also use your total sales column, which you have calculated, tick it. And you see actually now all the sales for each specific product in our dataset. I can also maybe let me select it and drag it maybe on top here. And also let me make it a little bit bigger so you can see it this better on your screen. So let me tick this here and go under the value section here and say for the number, let's specify maybe 15 for now. Okay. So hopefully you can see that. Now we got all the products here as well as the total sales for each product. And in total, at the bottom here, we can see we got 25,661,209, which is exactly the same number as we have here. So that's fine. Now, the reason why this works here, so that we see basically here a breakdown of our sales for each product, is because we have set up the model relationship. So this is crucial here. If we go to the model here, we have from our products table the relationship here to our sales table. And only because we have set up this relationship here correctly between those two tables, the option here, and this works properly, so we get the correct sales numbers for the products. If we would not do this, if we go back to the model view, and let's actually maybe let me right click here and say I would like to delete this relationship, just to show it to you. I delete it, that now the product itself has no relationship anymore to the sales table. And this means that now the product can't be used to filter the data in the sales table. So if we take a look at our view here, our report view, we see that now for each product we get exactly the same value. And this value is simply the total amount of sales. So the 25 million, as we see here as well. Because we have deleted the relationship between the products table, where the product name column is coming from, and the sales table, where the total sales column is coming from. And because there's no relationship, then Power BI simply returns the total value for this. So it's also helpful to know later on if you have set up your own model and for some weird reason you get the same value for all the different kinds of products in our case you have, so whatever kind of dimension you use, then this is a sign that you have to check your relations in the model view, whether they are set up correctly. And if I use my product ID again, and I drag it and drop it onto product ID there, like this, and I set up the relationship again, just a second, there it is, it's one-to-many, and the columns are correct, that's fine. If we go back to the report view here, we now can see that we got the correct number of total sales here for each product again. Okay? So one additional thing here, which might be not exactly as we wanted to have it, is that the product name, as you can see here currently, is not sorted correctly. Because it starts with 1, then 10, then 100, and so on. So actually what I would expect when I want to sort it is I would like to see product 1, then product 2, product 3, and so on, right? So a correct sorting. So also here a little trick for you. What you can do is then you go to the data view here, and you first of course select the product table. I've already done this here. So you can see the product here. And then what you do is you simply click on the product name, which you currently display in here, right? So this is this one, the product name column. And you can sort this column. And you can sort this column based on another column. Because the original sorting here is correct. So 1, and then 10, and then 100, and then 101, and so on. So this is the correct sorting, because 10, so the 1 here at the first letter, comes before the 2, of course. That is why this sorting is alphabetical sorting, practically. So what we can do is we can simply go here and select the specific column, the product name, and then there's an option up there under, in this case, the table tools, sort by column here. And if you do this, and say, I'd like to sort my product name based on the product ID. If you click this here, now the sorting will happen. And now if you go back to the report view, now you can see you got product 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So it's just for you just to know that you can sort a specific column, in this case the product name, based on another column, which makes sense. And in our case, we're referring to the product ID. Because the product ID order is correct, and that's why we had to sort the product name based on this product ID order, and then it displays here correctly in the right order. Okay? So this is it for sorting as well as for the calculated column. I just want to give you here an additional option, which is the so-called measure in Power BI. We already talked about this at the beginning when we made a tour in the Power BI interface. You see that under calculations, there's also new measure. And also under modeling, there's the option to create a new measure. So measures are different from calculate column in a way that measures will always be calculated on the fly. That means this calculated column which we have created there in our sales table, let's actually make this smaller here, this one here. This is actually created as a fixed column, which means if you go to the data view, for instance, you can also see that in the sales table, if you select it, there's a new column which we have created, which is this one here, the total sales column. Now, if I go back up there, we can also now create the same or get the same result as a measure. So in order to do this, we can either click on measure here under home, we can go to modeling and click on measure here under modeling, or the third option would be to right click on a table here on the fields list, right click, and also there's an option to create new measure, for instance. So if you click on new measure here, then what happens is you can see here a little calculator icon. And also the name measure, and this measure can now be specified here. So this is where we can write our DAX here. And here we could simply type in a name, let's say total sales, like that, is equal to, and now we need some DAX functions. And there's a DAX function called SUMX. Now this SUMX, and the great thing here is that these functions always give you a little hint what they do for you. So here the SUMX returns the sum of an expression evaluated for each row in a table. And think about that. This is exactly what we need. Because what we did when we used the total sales column, our calculated column, we would expect that the measure itself, or in this case the calculated column, what it was doing, it was simply taking each quantity and price in each row, so the two cells, and multiply them. And this is also what we want to do here. That is why we use the SUMX function. The X function itself is an iterator function. So all the X functions in Power BI, remember that, are iterator functions. And this means they iterate over a table. And iteration means they go through this table row by row. And this is what we need. Because we want to go through the sales table. So our table will be the sales table. If you type in SA, you already see here the table itself, as well as a few additional functionalities here, functions which we talk about later on. But here, if you select the sales table, you can press the tab key to do this. And then we need to give it an expression. And in this expression, because we have selected the sales table, we can give it columns from the sales table. And we do exactly the same as what we have done with the total sales. We multiply the price with the quantity. So if you type in here price, for instance, price, you see that now it's referring down there to sales and then in brackets price. That simply means it is from the sales table the column price. And you can tick this, pressing tab, and then we multiply this with, from the sales table, the quantity. So if you type in quantity here, you already see there's there again a little table symbol, and also it's relating to the sales table. That's why the table name is always first, and then in brackets the specific field, which is the quantity. And if you tick this like that, you can then simply close the parenthesis. So what this function here is actually doing for us, this measure, is simply it's iterating row by row through the sales table, and for each row it's simply look up the price, it then looks up the quantity, and it multiplies those two. And the sum at the end simply then adds up all those multiplications. So all the sales for each row in a data set, in this case in the sales table, and then it simply sums them up. And this is how we get the total sales. And if we press enter, we'll see that now Power BI is calculating this measure for us. It's done. We can also see here that is a measure because we have this little calculator symbol here. And by the way, I think in the later Power BI versions this might change, so it might look a little bit different. Just want to mention it here. But we have still some kind of label which tells us that this is a measure. And now, if we take a look, let's actually click in here and just check whether we got exactly the same. Okay. So we currently have here our total sales column. And now let's actually tick our total sales measure. So if we tick this here, we can see that we got exactly the same result. And let me actually format this here so you can see that even better. So if I click on this, same is true here. I click on the dollar symbol just to format the measure properly. And then I can see here, I get exactly the same number as here, right? So you can see that the measure here, the total sales measure, delivers exactly the same result as the total sales column. And the same is true for the total here. And you can also see it if I, for instance, use another KPI card here. And if I tick my total sales number here, I get exactly the same result as above. The only reason is that this currently looks a little bit different is the formatting. So if you select the card, go in here and say for the data label here that you choose in specific none, then you see exactly the same numbers here, right? So the measure itself can deliver exactly the same result here as our calculate column. Now you might ask, when should I use which? So if I can get the same result, why should I use a calculate column, and when should I use a table? Or in this case a measure, sorry, for as the total sales. Now the point is that whenever you can, use measures, because measures do not clutter up your model. So because you have to think about that, whenever you create a calculated column like the one we have done here in our sales table, which is this one here, basically what we did is we had then a new column in our sales table, and this is only additional storage which we need in our model. So the more calculated columns you create, then the bigger the model size gets. On the other hand, for the measures like the total sales here, we had no current additional column which is created. The measure itself will be always calculated on the fly. So the measure itself only stores the data in a way that if we visualize something, like for instance our table here for the product 1, then only if we put the total sales inside here, then this measure gets calculated correctly for, in this case, the product number 1. But otherwise, the measures do not create additional clutter or do not require additional storage in our model. That is why I would always recommend that go with measures. The only reason why also calculated columns exist is because sometimes you need to have a column, a calculated column, as a dimension in a table, for instance. So what measures can't do, what calculated columns can do, is something like that. For instance, the product name here, like product 1 and so on, displaying like that, this can only be done with calculated columns. This cannot be done with measures. Measures can only return values, like for instance these ones here. But calculated columns can only also return something like that. So for instance a string value which then can be used in a table, for instance, or in a pie chart. So this is something where you need calculated columns. But most of the time measures are the better way to go, and this is why we will use measures a lot in the course, or also in the next couple of videos. Okay? So that's it actually for this video. There was a lot of new stuff, but hopefully you were able to follow along. Just in case you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to this short video where I'd like to share a little trick with you. which I personally love, and I think it's quite helpful simply to organize your data structure a little bit better. So you can currently see that we have one measure created in the last video, which is this total sales. Now this total sales measure is appearing in the sales table. The reason for this is because we right-click on the sales table and selected new measure. And if you do it this way, then the measure gets created within this table. The same is true for other tables. So if you right-click on the products table and say, I'd like to create a new measure, then this measure would appear in the products table after you have calculated it. So what I personally like is I like to have one table which contains all my measures. Because depending on how many measures you want to create and how complex your model is, you might have a lot of measures. And you can structure them simply putting all of them in one table. And this is what I like to do. I like to create a so-called measures table. And in order to do this, what I will do is at first I go under home here in the ribbon. And under home there's the option to enter data. We talked about this briefly, simply if you want to add manual data. Now what we need is we need an additional table which we can use for our measures. So that is why we simply click here and create a so-called dummy table. Now for the dummy table, I'll simply put in a 1 here. It doesn't matter what you put inside. And then you name this table. And here I could name it measures like that, but then it would be measures number 2 because measures already, well, reserved as a keyword for a table. So that is why I simply call this my measures. Okay, measures. Now if I click on load, I just need to wait a few seconds, and then you will see under the fields list that there will be a new table. And this new table will be called my measures. And there it is, this one here, right? So this my measures currently contains one column, which is our dummy column. We had to create at least one column to create this table structure in here. Now what you can do is you can click on the measure, and you see if you select the measure, then there will be additional here, 2 additional ribbons here. And if you go to under the measure here itself, if you select measure tools, you find the home table. And this home table allows you, if you click on it, to select a different kind of home table. So where you want to put this measure. So instead of having the sales table, which is currently selected, I'd like to click on my measures. And if you do this, you'll see that the total sales now simply gets put up there into the my measures table. Now if you now right click on the column number 1 here, and then you say I'd like to delete this, because the dummy column was only relevant to create the table itself. But now you can delete it because you have the measure in this table. Click on delete. And this means that now we have a table which only contains measures, in this case our total sales. And now what we do is we can do a little trick. And this little trick works the following. You can currently see you still have here a table icon. But if you now shrink this field list, so you hide it, and then you open it again, click on it again, you see that now the symbol here has changed for this measures. And if you open it, you see that there's your measure inside. Now the my measures here, the measure table, will always be on top, and it will also always have this little calculator icon. So this is a little trick which I like to share with you, how we can structure the model or the data, the field list here for you. Because now you can right click on this measure and always create your new measures inside this table. And this would mean that all the measures you create in the future will be in this measures table. So it's not required, it's just one little trick I like to share with you here because I personally like the structure. Okay? So just in case you want to use it, then feel free to use it. And beside this, in case you have not done it so far, please click on Ctrl S or press the save button up there, simply to save your model at least one time, right? Okay, so that's it for this video. Hopefully that was helpful, and hopefully you can use this in your future Power BI projects. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Alright, let's dive a little bit deeper into measures. Now, so far we calculate the total sales, and we have seen that the total sales measure exactly returns the same value as the total sales column. Now, what we could also be interested in next to the total sales is of course something like the total cost which occurred, or also maybe the total profit which we made, which would then be simply the difference between total sales and total cost. Or also margins which we have. For instance, what is the profit margin for each product? Or each location. We also have other tables, remember that. Or maybe the profit margin which each of our sales representatives created. Also interested for us, right? So in order to do this, we need to have a few additional measures inside. So a few additional insights. Now, we need to be a little bit careful here, because if you go back to the data view here, we know that under sales table, what we did in order to calculate the total sales, either by measure or also by column here. We had a quantity, which is this one here, and we also had the price. So we had the two relevant columns we have, or which we need in order to calculate the sales, both in the same table. However, for the cost, the total cost, this is different. Because we have an order ID here, and we have for each order ID a product, right? And for this product, we know that, okay, the quantity which has been sold is 1, like this one here. But what are the costs? Because the cost for the product, in this case PID 2077, is not here in this table so far. The relevant cost for each product is in another table. It is within the product table. If we select the product table, we see that there is the product ID, there is the product name, and the third column here would be the cost for each product. So our goal is to go in the sales table here. Then for each row entry in the sales table, we need to look up the quantity which has been sold, and then we need to jump based on the product ID we have here. We need to jump to the products table, select it, look up the product ID here, and then use the relevant cost here, this column, and multiply it with the quantity which is in the sales table. So we need to have basically columns from two different kinds of tables. So this makes this formula a little bit more difficult, at least from the beginning. So how can we do this? Well, the idea here is, let's actually do it with a measure. So we have a measure here. And if I right click on my measures table and click new measure, remember what we did with the total sales number, right? We used an iterator function. And we again need an iterator function for our total cost. We can say total cost, and then I say is equal to, and now I'm going with a SUMX because I want to I want to sum up the total cost, right? I need to calculate the cost for each order ID we had, and then I want to sum up all these costs to have my total cost number. So I'm using an iterator function again. I need to give it a table. My table was related to my sales table. That's also fine. And now as an expression, I can refer to the quantity, and I can see I have my sales table and a quantity. So I can select this here. But now, what happens if I try to multiply this with the cost? So if I search for cost here, you will see that there is no cost. You can see that the proposals which we get here are related functions which exist, like cosineers and so on, but there is no cost. So currently, in the measure itself, we cannot relate to the, in this case, product table and get the cost from the product table, the specific cost column. And relate is exactly the keyword, because there's an additional function in Power BI, which is a so-called related function. So if you, instead of using cost directly, you simply type in related here, related, then you can tap it and you see what this does. It returns a related value from another table. Now, what is related referring to? Well, remember what we did when we set up our model. We created a relationship between the sales table, which you currently have here, and our product table. And because we have set up this relationship in the model view, now we can use the related function to use a column from a related table. And this table could be a customer, because we also link customer to the sales table. Could be from the dates table, could be from any table where we have relations to with the sales table. But in our case, of course, we would like to have the cost. So type in cost here, and you can see that now Power BI is proposing here product cost. And this is exactly what you need. So we can press the tab on the keyboard, and then I can close this parenthesis here. This is my related function, and then of course I also need to close my SUMX function. So I can also close the parenthesis from the SUMX function. And here we go. This is what we need. So we multiply within the sales table, we look up the quantity for each of our sales entries, and then we need to look up the relevant cost for the product which has been sold, and we can do this using the related function. And this related function here only works, let me actually press enter. So at first let's actually create the measure. We got the total cost measure here created. Now this related function again only works because if we take a look at our model view here, we have from the product table the relation to our sales table. And because this relation is in place, that is why we can use the related function and then calculate here our total cost. Using the cost column here from our product, multiply it by within the sales table the quantity for each product ID. Okay? So this is the formula. total cost has been created. Of course, I can select it, go under, in this case, the measure tools here, and then I also like to see this as a dollar symbol, so I can click this currency symbol here, and now it's also formatted correctly. And now if I go in here on my table, I can simply tick now total cost, and then I would also see the total cost here for each product in total which has been sold, right? And you can see exactly it's calculated in total, the number here, as well as for each, in this case, product name, because we here currently slice by product name, and for each product name we got exactly the correct number of total cost. And this only works because you set up the relationship. That is why it's so crucial to have this model structure exactly the right way set up, because then you can build on this model structure, okay? So please invest the time first simply to set up your model exactly the way you need it. Make sure, as best practice, to have one-to-many relationships to your facts table, which is the sales table in our case. And then if you set up this model correctly, exactly the same structure you needed, then you can start creating your measures and do your visualizations in Power BI, okay? Now, this is it for the total cost. And now, in order to calculate the total profit, this becomes really easy. Because as soon as you have created the measures, like in this case, total sales as total cost, you can use them directly. So there is no need now to refer anymore to the columns directly. We can do referring to the measures. So I right-click on the measures table here and say new measure. And this new measure will be simply the difference between the total sales and total cost. So for the total profit is equal to, I can simply say total. And you can see that you can refer to measures here. So I say I'd like to have my difference between total sales, and I simply subtract here the total cost. And you can see by default the measures are in a purple color in here. So now if you press enter, you're done, and you can see you don't get any issues here, no errors. And now if you select it first, go under measures and also make sure that this is a dollar symbol here. So let's say we sell our products in US dollars. And then if I click on the table one more time and also add my total profit in here, I can see that now I also have the total profit here for all my products calculated. So the difference between 423,032,000, sorry, and so on, and this 263,000 is exactly this number in here. Okay. So that's how you can calculate now the total profit. And the same is true, by the way, for the profit margin. So let's actually calculate this field as well. So let's right click on my measures table here and say new measure, just to practice it one more time. And also let's calculate the profit margin. Let's say the profit margin, so profit margin is equal to, and now I simply say I want to divide my total profit, which is now also available, divided by the total sales, right? Like that. And you can simply calculate here the margin like this. However, there is one additional functionality which I like to add here, which is so-called divide function. Because you get exactly what you want doing it this way. However, if your total sales number, so actually your denominator, if this is 0, then you might get in the future a division by 0 error, right? And this is something you don't want, because normally you can't divide by 0. And in order to avoid this, to don't get any issues here, you can wrap this here instead in another function, which is so-called divide function. So this divide function here, as it tells you here, safe divide function with ability to handle divide by 0 case. So as a best practice, you can use this divide function here. You to type in the numerator as our total profit, here we go. And then you type in the denominator, which will be total sales. And then you can also specify if you want an alternate result. So just in case here you get an error, then you can specify here not specified or anything like that. So you can, for instance, type in here not available or anything like that could be done if you want to do that. In my case, it doesn't matter, so I simply leave it blank. You can also see it's here in brackets, and whenever you have fields in brackets in a function, that simply means they are optional. You don't require to put them inside. You can do it, but you don't need to do it. So even if I leave this empty and simply close the parenthesis, I already save or ensure that I don't get any divide by 0 errors. So that is why this divide function can be helpful for you. So if you press enter, then the measure gets created, and there's the profit margin. And of course, I'd like to have my profit margin, if I select it as a percentage number, that's why I select it here, and I go to as a format as a percentage here. And by the way, one more thing I'd like to show you. I remember when we talked about the model view here, let's actually first select the table and add the profit margin to the table. Currently, this is not formatted, right? It's a percentage number, but it's not formatted correctly. So you can either select the measure here and go on the measure tools and say you'd like to format this as a percentage number. Or the other way around would be if you go to the model view here, you see that there's an additional table which is currently hidden. Just make sure that you hide this property window, maybe for a short time, and there's our measures table. Remember, we have created this measures table in our model, and this measures table here, currently, let's actually make this maybe a little bigger here, so you can see our measures. This measures table is not related to any other kind of tables. And this, of course, is true. The measures table, if you create it, is never related to any other kind of tables, because it only contains, here, it's like a storage for all our measures. The measures itself are based on fields from the other tables, so the other tables are connected. But the measure table itself is simply only a table with no connections. That's totally fine. But for this table here, you can drag it wherever, place it wherever you want. You can also select, remember, you can select fields, and then if you open up the property window again, there's also an option to format this correctly. Of course, I need to first select the profit margin to have the correct measure, be aware of that. But then you can simply go here, under percentage format, you can turn this on. So this would be the other option. And then if you go back to the report here, now you can see I got also my numbers here correctly formatted, right? So let me actually untick this one here. And I can see that here all my measures in my table here. So the last column, let's actually select maybe the measures table just to get rid of the header. And you can see that the profit margin here is also formatted now correctly as percentage numbers in here, right? So that would also be an option. So either select the measure here in the report view and then go to the formatting options under the measure tools icon. So my measures here, if I go to profit margin here and can select this one here, or you can also do it here within the model view. And the main advantage of the model view is that you can bulk formatting measures. Because what you could do here, for instance, I could select my total sales and then up to my total cost. So all of three. I hold my shift key to select all of them. And then here you can specify a format. And this means that you're bulk formatting measures. So if you have created a lot of measures, but you have not formatted them yet, you can do this in bulk here if you want to do that. Okay, that's why this can be helpful as well. So that's it actually for this video. Now we have learned how we can create additional measures. Be aware that when we're referring to columns which are not directly in the same table, and we want to use any kind of iterator functions like we have done for the total cost here, then we need to make sure that when we want to refer to other columns using this related function. And this related function then, if we wrap the specific column we want in this function, we can then use all the columns with tables or from dimension tables, which are related to our fact table, the quantity. Here the sales table. Okay, so that's it actually for this video. Hopefully that was helpful. Hopefully you were able to follow along, and hopefully you followed along. And always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back. So let me briefly talk about the beauty of flexibility in Power BI. That's what I call it. Because when you set up your report and you created all the measures, so you invested some time to do this, in our case we have already 4 measures, then these measures allow us total flexibility. So we can display them as here, for instance, for each product in a table. But now let's say I'd like to see here only specific profit margin in total. So I could simply use here a KPI card like this one here, and then I can display my profit margin. And then I would see exactly the profit margin which I've generated in total. Or if that's not what I want, what about I like to see this, but for my dates, for my years. So I can go my dates table here, and then instead of having it like that as a card, I simply switch it back to a table. And then here I got my profit margin, but then I could say, for instance, I'd like to see this for my fiscal years. So select my fiscal years, or I drag them on top of the profit margin. And if I do that, then now I have a table, and now I can see for each fiscal year in here the profit margins. And let me just make it briefly bigger so you can see that better. So if I go to the value section here and say here for my text size, simply type 15 here, and now I can see here a breakdown. So basically what gets calculated is the total profit, so that means the total sales as well as the total cost as well as the difference, so the total profit, and then also the total profit divided by the total sales for each financial year. And this is a flexibility, what I call it. So no matter what you want now, when you have set up your reports and you have created your measures, then you can slice and dice your data whatever you want. So let's say you talk with your colleagues or with your boss, and he or she says, let me actually drag this maybe a little to the side. He or she says that, oh, this is a great table and this gives me a lot of information, but I need this not for the product, I actually need it for our customers. Can you help me with that? And you say, yeah, sure, I can do that. All I need to do is, let me actually Control-C to copy this whole table, because we don't have too much space in here. I go to a new page, and then I paste it in here, and we got our table, and then we simply swap here the first dimension, which is the product name. So we go to the value section here we go, and here at the first one we have the product name, And now let me actually shrink this table. Let's actually also shrink the measures table and go to our customers table. And now I simply say I'd like to see my customer name. So what I do is I simply put this customer name in here. So I put it on top, I remove my product name, and then I can simply have my table here for my superior, for my boss, for my colleagues, whoever I want to show it to. And then here you go. Here's the data with the customer name. So exactly the same data, and it just took not much time, right? So you can slice and dice your data exactly the way you want it. You can use this in any kind of visualization you want. So all the other ones could be used as well. A table is here, I mean, the most easiest way. That's why I used it. But of course, you can also use it in different ways. But it's really, really easy to do that. And that's one way to do it, okay? So thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello guys, and welcome back to the next video. And this time we're gonna diving into dates in Power BI. So how can we do drill down in dates? So before I show it to you, let me actually do one more thing here, which we have not done so far. We have not labeled our pages correctly. And this is something I would highly recommend you to do. So again, to get some structure in your report. So for this one, I simply name this Introduction to Measures. Okay, let's call it Intro to Measures. And then for the second one, I also double click on that one and say this one will be the flexibility. Okay, so just to have some proper naming here. Then I press Ctrl S to save it, and then we can go into diving into dates. So I click on the plus symbol here, and then I'd like to create a new visualization here. So we have our dates here, and we remember that our model setup is correctly set up. So we got our dates numbers in here, our date itself, which is linked to the sales table with the relationship in place, so everything is fine. So then we can go in the report view and simply select our dates. And you can see a little calendar icon here for the date itself. And if you click on this little symbol here, now you can see we got by default for the date always a bar chart. Now of course we need to visualize some data. So let's actually refer to a measure which we have created in the last video. So let's say we go with the total sales numbers. So you can click on this, and then by default you can see here is a bar, and we can see the sales for 2019, 2020, as well as sales for 2021, right? Now we see a breakdown for sales for different kinds of years. Now for these kind of measures here, you also see on the axis here we have a date hierarchy, which gets automatically created for us if we have set up this in the options in Power BI, which is set by default here. But I'll talk about this in the next video. For now, let's just see we have a hierarchy here, which is year, quarter, month, and day. And this means, because we have this hierarchy, we have these drill down options here, as you can see here, those little arrows. And this means that you can drill down by clicking on the arrows. So, for instance, if I say I'd like to drill down like that, if I go here, next level in the hierarchy, if I do that, then you see that currently we have years, but if you select it, now we are on a quarter level, like quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if we drill down further, then we would be on a monthly level, so January to December. And if I drill down one more time, I am on the daily level, which is the lowest level here, which starts from the first day, which is the 1, until the 31st day, in this case the last one. Now, you might ask yourself, well, wait a minute. We have 3 different years. Currently, I can see 30 days here. Well, what does this mean? Does it mean it aggregates the data? And yes, you are correct. So let's actually drill up. You can use this up arrow here to drill up. So if you click on this one, you can see that here you have only 12 months, even though we have 3 years of data. That means that currently what we see is we see the January sales, but across all 3 years. The same is true for February, for March, and so on. So Power BI is simply aggregating all 3 years of data for the specific month. This is what we currently see. Now, sometimes this behavior can be good and can be interesting. But sometimes this is not what we want. We want to have actually a drill down, but we want to keep our yearly separation, for instance. If that is the case, then you need to first drill up again to the highest level, in this case the year. And then there's also this option here. So not using the double arrow, which we used before, but now we use this option here, to expand all down one level in the hierarchy. If you select this one, you will see that now we do not only have 4 quarters in here, we have a quarter for each month, for each year. So 2019, we see 4 quarters, 2020, we see 4 quarters, and 2021, we only have sales for 1 quarter, that's why we only see 1 quarter. But now we keep the structure. So we do not only see 4 quarters, but we also see the year and the quarter combined. And the same is true if you drill down further. If you drill down one more time, you see that now we also have not only 12 months, but we see the 12 months, or all the months, for each year in the dataset. So here for 2019, then 2020, and then of course the 3 periods here in 2021. And the same is true if you drill to the bottom on a daily level, but then of course you would have to scroll a little bit more because there are a lot of dates in these, let's say, 2.25 years, right? So that's what this looks like. But the idea is that you can specify the way you drill in, drill out, using those 2 arrows here. And there's one additional field, which is this one here, which can also be interesting, which is the click to turn on drill down. This means if you activate it, if you click one more time on that, then you see it's black highlighted, and this means it's active. And now if you click on a specific bar here, for instance 2021, if I click on it, then what I would see is I would see 1 quarter. And this quarter, 1 quarter is exactly, as you hover over it, you see it, it's the first quarter in 2021, because we clicked on the bar 2021. Now if I click on this bar, then I drill further, and I can see the 3 months within 2021. So this drill down means that I'm drilling down into the data, but only to the specific column, or in this case the specific bar I have selected. So if I drill up one more time like this, and now I select 2020, as long as I have this activated, now I only select data for 2020. I can see 4 quarters, but these are not the 4 quarters across all years, these are the 4 quarters for 2020. And if I select the Q4 for 2020, click on it, I can see the 3 months, October, November, December, but only for 2020. So this is what you can activate using this option here. Okay, so these are the different kinds of drill down options which are available in Power BI for you. So it really offers actually the complete flexibility you need. Okay, like that. So, and we're good to go, and we are on top right here again. Okay, so that's the behavior you can leverage as long as you have a hierarchy like this one, which has been created for us. Now we can also right click here and say, instead of the hierarchy, I'd like to see it only as a date dimension. If you do this, I can show you what this does. If you untick the hierarchy and select the date instead, like this, what you see is now you see a data point for each day in your dataset, as you can see here. And you also see in the axis there is no data hierarchy anymore, and this is why you can't drill in anymore. You only see now simply each data point plotted in a bar chart here across the whole time frame. So if this is the behavior you want, then you can use it like that. But if that's not the case, then you need to have the hierarchy enabled, like this one. Okay? So this is that. And that's it actually for the video. Okay? So hopefully that was interesting. As always, I recommend you try it out yourself, play around with it, and check it out. And thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back. Okay, now in the last video we talked about this hierarchy, right? So you can right click on the date dimension here and say you'd like to either use the date itself, so on a daily basis, or you choose date hierarchy. And click on this, and if you do this, then you have this option here, and this is really nice because you can drill into it, like different kinds of drilling options in Power BI, which is great. But this comes with a price. So this hierarchy here for the date dimension is not created by us. This is something which Power BI has created for us. Because in our dates table, currently, remember, all what I did was I selected the date column here. But if you take a look at the data itself, if you go in the data view and take a look at the dates table here, the date, you see that the field we selected, which was this one here, which contains the weekday in my case, sorry that's German, but it also contains the number as well as the month name and the year. So, but the date itself is a day, so it's on a daily level. So if this is the case, you might ask yourself, well, if this is on a daily level, and this is the only field which we selected, why is Power BI actually generating this hierarchy for us? Because what we actually did was only selecting the day. But still we have the month, the quarter, and the year in the hierarchy. And this allows us to use this drill down functionalities. Or the flexibility if you right click on it and then show the date, right? This is available for us because Power BI is under the hood automatically creating dates tables and also this hierarchy for us. This is only the case if you go to File and under File in the Options and Settings. There is a so-called Options, if you go in here, and under Options there is, just a sec, here, there is a so-called, if I go to the data load here, also for global settings as well as for the current file. So the current file down there actually represents only this report. The global settings would refer to all the reports you create in Power BI. But you see that there's a time intelligence here, which is this auto date time for new files functionality in the global, or if you go to the current file, there's also an auto date time here enabled currently, right? And this means that you can take a look to learn more if you want, but what this does, you can also hover over the little information icon here. It automatically creates a hidden date table for each field in the model that has a date or date time data type. So this is important. Only when this feature is active, then this hierarchy, which we have seen here, is automatically created for us when we use a date field. And then we can use this drill down functionality. Now this is great, but if you untick it, like this, and you click OK, then you will see that this will not be available for us anymore. As you can see here, right? Now we have the axis here, we have the date, but if you right click here, there's no way now to select the hierarchy. It doesn't exist anymore because we have changed the settings for this file, the specific file. If I go back to File and to my Options and Settings, Options one more time, I can switch this back. So I can go in here and say, not only for global, but for the current file, I would like to add the auto date time feature again. If I do that, if I click OK, you will see that we get our hierarchy back. Just a second, it takes a little bit of time, but now you can see you got the calendar icon, which was also disappeared. And now if I right click here, I can see I got my date hierarchy back. I can select it, and then I can do my drill down functionality here automatically in Power BI. Now, I just wanted to mention this here because this auto date time feature, which is enabled, which allows us to use the hierarchy which has been created for us and also do this drill down, this comes with a price. Because what you read it when you hover over the information icon, that Power BI is actually then checking your whole data model, and for each date time column you have in the data model, it creates this hidden date table which allow us to use the hierarchy. So if you have a big model and a lot of date time dimensions, that for each individual dimension this hidden dates table will be created, and this means that your model will become much bigger. So, as I said, this is a pricey, really pricey feature. So, if you have a small model like we have here, then we can do this. We can leverage it, and then we can use this hierarchy. If you have a really big file, a big model, and also a lot of date dimensions, you want to avoid this. You want then go into the file option here and uncheck this auto date time feature. This will speed up and also shrink your model size. Believe me, okay? This is just a best practice tip here. So if you can leverage this hierarchy for you, because you have a smaller model, do it, and then you can have this drill down functionality automatically. If you have a big model, you want to untick this, okay? But this would mean that you only have then the date column itself, and you would have to create your own hierarchy using the fields you have in the dates table, okay? Can also be done, but it's more work. So that I just wanted to mention that here. So for the future, in this course, we will use this auto date time feature because it's great to have it and allows a lot of flexibility, like this drill down option automatically out of the box. But if you have a big model, my tip here is really go into the settings here and disable this auto time feature. Okay? So that's it actually for this video. Hopefully that was helpful. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back guys to this video, and now we'd like to dive a little bit more into DAX calculations, but into time intelligence. So what is that? Time intelligence are all the functionalities and formulas in DAX which are related to all kinds of slicing and dicing your data relevant to time questions you have. So for instance, you're not only interested in sales for a specific period, but you're also interested in the sales from the prior period. And you would like to maybe calculate the difference. So let's think about what are the sales this year compared to the sales last year. This could be a question which can be answered with time intelligence. Or what are the sales up to a specific point in this year? So think about something like cumulative sales, or when you might also call them running total sales up to a specific period. Could also be interesting. So all these questions related to time can be answered using time intelligence in Power BI. So let's actually explore this. I create a new page here, and then I like to have this table just to show you exactly what happens when we create those time intelligence functions and how they work. You can also use different kinds of visuals, of course, and apply them, but I think with a table it's best to see it. So let me actually first select the table, and then I'd like to go with for my date dimension. I can select this, and by default I get this hierarchy in here. So if I make this maybe a little bit bigger here, then I see my year, my quarter, my month, and my day. Now I personally at first like to make this a little bigger under the values, so you can see this hopefully better on your screens if you have smaller screens. So let me actually take this 115 maybe, and I think this is enough from the size. Then also I'd like to see this on a monthly level. So what I can do is I can simply go back to my field list here, and you currently see here we have this hierarchy. But remember, all the fields which we drag into the values area here, we also have this cross symbol here, which allow us to simply remove them. So we could also only display certain fields from the hierarchy. I can untick the day, and then I'm on a monthly level here. And I can also untick actually the quarter, because I don't need to show it, and now I'm on a yearly month level. So I can see my year as well as my month in here. And now if I use one of my measures, let's actually use the total sales number, tick on it, we can see that now we see the total sales figures for each month-year combination. And at the bottom, the total number of 25.6 million. So far so good. The filtering works, everything is fine. Now what if you like to know what are actually the sales for, and 2019 actually is the start of the data, so we can't look up sales for 2018 in January, that's clear, because we do not have the data in the dataset. But what we could look up is actually the sales here in January 2020. Because the sales here were 944,000. So what if we like to compare this number with this number here, the sales in the same period in the last year, which is January 2019. So in order to calculate the difference, just in case we want to do that, what we need is we need to have this number here, the 1.24 million, 1.024 million, next to, in this case, January 2020, next to this one. So we need to create a measure which gives us here, as a new entry, the 1.024 million. So how can we do that? Well, we need to use functions in Power BI, which are actually two things. The first thing I like to introduce here is a so-called calculate function. And the second one is the time intelligence function that we're going to use, which is the so-called same period last year function. So let's actually explore this. So if I right-click on measure here, I can go to new measure, and to create my measure, I could say I'd like to have here a measure which is so-called my, let's call this total sales, and then simply a ly for last year. And now I say is equal to, and now I want to use my calculate function. So why is that? At first, let me tell you something about the calculate function. The calculate function itself is the most powerful function you have in DAX. So in Power BI itself here. Calculate allows you, here evaluates an expression in a context modified by filters. So that means that we can use calculate to change the filter context in Power BI. So what is the filter context? The filter context is the context you have in your visuals. So for instance, for each row in this table, which you see here, right? We have a filter context which is contains the year as well as the month. And only because we have this filter context, we get exactly the specific number, in this case here for September 2019, for instance, this almost 994,000 euros, or dollars, sorry. So, because we have a filter context. So otherwise, of course, Power BI would return for each row 25.6 million. But it is actually calculating, in this case, the total sales correctly, because it filters the data based on what we have in each row here, right? And this will also be true, for instance, remember the bar charts we had for the date drill down. So we also got the correct numbers for each year, because our filter context in a bar chart would be simply the specific year which we had. And in the table here, it's simply each row in this data set. So 2019 September, right? 2019 October and so on. So this is always our filter context. So each visualization you use, no matter if it's a bar chart, if it's a pie chart, if it's a donut chart, whatever you use, if it's a map or if it's a table, all these visuals have a filter context. And this filter context simply ensures that for each entry we got exactly the right slicing and dicing and the right number at the end. Now here, because we want to calculate something differently, we want to have the sales, but for instance for January 2020 we'd like to have the sales for the prior year. That means that we need to change this filter context, because otherwise we would get exactly the same number. But we don't want to have this 944,000. What we'd like to have is the total sales for 2019 in January, right? So we need to change this context. So from 2020 January to 2019 January. And this is where you use calculate. So whenever you want to change the filter context, you use the calculate function. Okay, this is something you can think about or simply write down. Changing the filter context means using calculate or calculate table, but this is only if you create tables. For all the measures here, you would refer to calculate. Changing the filter context, calculate, period. So, using calculate here allows us now to evaluate an expression, and an expression is always referring to a measure. Okay, so you can simply type in a measure here, in this case let's say our total sales, because this is what we want to evaluate, calculate, and now we can give it a new filter context. And this is exactly this modified by filters. So instead of using the default filter context, which in our case here, for instance, is January 2020, we would like to modify this. And one option to modify it is using time intelligence functionalities. And there is one which is so-called, as the name implies, the same period last year function. You can tick this and you see what this does. It returns a set of dates in the current selection from the previous year. So that means this allows us to basically jump back 1 year and then return the data. In this case, the total sales, the expression we give it here. So all we do here in the same period last year is referring to our dates table and there the date dimension. That is why this dimension here will always, or most often actually, be the relevant dimension in your time intelligence functionalities and calculations. So when you use or referring to the dates table, you're referring to this date column here. Okay, which is actually exactly the one with unique values. So from the 1st of January 2019, to the last day in 2021. So I select this here, and then I can close the parenthesis here to close the same period last year function, and then I can also close the calculate function because there's also a parenthesis in here, right? And that's actually the formula. So what we want to do is we want to have the total sales, but not in the current filter context, for instance January 2020, but in a new modified context. This context is modified by using the calculate function, and the modifier is actually the second part here, which is the same period last year function. So this function allows us then to return the total sales number, but not for January 2020, but here next to it for January 2019. And that's it. So I press enter. And then we calculate this total sales last year. We have it here. Of course, I can also directly go to the dollar symbol to format this correctly, because it's a numerical field and it's, in this case, currency. And then if we tick our visualization, just to also edit here, we can either now drag and drop it inside, like that, or we can simply tick it. That would also work. Let me just tick it here. Then you can see that we got the numbers in here as well. And you can see a lot of spaces for our first year, simply because, remember, our data, which we imported, starts in January 2019, so there is no date for January 2018. That's clear. And the same is true for all the other dates in the first year of our dataset. However, for January 2020, as you can see here, what do we have? Our total sales last year here returns 1.024 million. Now, if we have a closer look at the January 2019 sales, this is exactly this number. And the same is true for the other ones. So for instance, for February, this 989,000, almost 990,000, is exactly the number which appears here. So this total sales last year, so using the calculate function to modify this filter context here into a new filter context, which is simply a date shifted 1 year back, returns exactly the number which we see here. And the same is true then for March, which you can see here, and so on. So this is true for the rest of the dataset here. You can also see it expands here also to 2021, because here we can see actually the number of 2020, which is this one here. So that works. That's how this total sales last year exactly works. And now, of course, if you like to calculate the difference, right, all you need to do is, we already know this, so you can subtract measures from each other. So as soon as you have built this total sales last year, you can simply right click on here, new measure, and say difference last year, or whatever you want to call it. So if you select this one here, then you can simply just wait until this window opens. And here we go. And then I call it simply difference last year or prior year, whatever you want to name it, and then equals, and then you simply refer to the total sales, and simply subtract the total sales last year. So total sales last year, here we go. You can press tab, select it, press tab, press enter, and then you simply calculate the difference. And now if you go in here and then you select it as also as a measure in here, and drop it inside, you can see that now you got exactly the numbers as differences. And of course, I forgot to format the data, so it's selected, and also show it as a dollar amount here. And then I can see here, of course, for these ones, simply by subtracting blank, it remains the same value. But here, for these ones here, you can see exactly it's formatted like the difference. And we can see that in January, for instance, 2020, we made less sales than in the same period in the last year. Okay? So that's how you can use those time intelligence functions. It was an introduction to that, same period last year. But the main point I'd like to give you here, or what you should use and take home with you, is for modifying the current filter context, and each visual has a filter context. So in our case, a table has always the filter context as a single row. Now, the filter context can be modified, and if you want to modify it, you need to leverage the calculate function, and this function then needs a specific expression, which is actually always referring to a measure, and this expression then can be evaluated in a new context, and this new context is the second part. And there are various time intelligence functions. We have explored only one here. We will explore other ones as well in the next couple of videos, but these allow us to modify then this context. Okay? So that's it for this video. It was a lot, I know, but please try it out. Also rewatch the video if you want, and then dive into further time intelligence functions with me together in the next video. Until then, best guys. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the next video. And now we dive a little bit more into time intelligence functions in DAX. Because what we have done so far is we leveraged the same period last year function. If I click on it, you can see that that's what we did, right? So we used the calculate function to modify the filter context. Always remember, if you want to modify the filter context, use calculate function. Then we need an expression, and then we give it a new filter context, which is in this case the same period last year function. Now, the same period last year function is the most easiest way, I think, to start with time intelligence. However, it is not really flexible, because the same period last year function will always jump back or shift back the time exactly 1 year. So as we see here in our context, we have here January 2020, and we can see the numbers here for those periods. That's fine. And if I simply Control-C to copy it, Control-V to paste it, just to have a table a second time, and then we simply change, just wanted to show it to you, if we change here the aggregation, so instead of having it at a year-month level, we simply right-click here, say we'd like to see it as a date, and then we go in here and right-click one more time and see it as a hierarchy, so to get all the hierarchy back. So in order to get it back, you need to first go to the date and then go back to hierarchy. Now you can see he got year, quarter, month, and day level again. And if you untick the day and also untick the month, like these ones here, now we would have it on a quarter level, right? And we can see this exactly works the same. So we got the sales for the first quarter 2019, and then of course in the same period last year, we got here in the year 2020, we got the sales from the prior period, which is exactly this number here. So this works, no matter how we slice and dice our data. That will always work. And also, of course, also for the other time dimensions if you want to use them. However, this is always, as I said before, exactly 1 period. But what if we like to only jump maybe 1 quarter back and want to compare actually this number, the 2.8 million, with the 2.9 million here? Or what if we'd like to compare, let's say, the January 2020 here, this number, with December? So we only want to jump 1 month back. So this is what I mean by flexibility. So jump back 1 month or jump back 1 quarter instead of simply only always jump back 1 year to the prior period. So this can be done, but it can't be done with the same period last year function. So there we need some more flexibility solution for that. And this is what I give you here in this video. So let me actually first remove maybe this table. And then we'd like to make this table, expand it a little bit. So select it first to make it a little bit bigger, like that. And now we calculate our, let's say, new flexible total sales last year. Or let's call it total sales last year 2. And I right click on my measures table, make sure that you do this. So make sure that you create the measure in the measures table if you've set it up the way I did, and then click on new measure. And the measure itself will look quite similar to the same period last year function, but we'll use a different kinds of time intelligence function for that. That means that we simply name it first. So let's say total sales, last year 2, and now it's equal to, and I'll say I want to calculate something. Remember, we need to change the filter context. That is why we need to use calculate. So calculate, then the expression will be the total sales. So let's practice this, total sales. And now we need a new filter context. And instead of using the same period last year function, which we used here, we use another kind of time intelligence function, which is a so-called date add function. Date add. Here we go. So here, what does it do? It needs the date, then the number of intervals, and then the interval itself. Here, moves the given set of dates by a specified interval. And this allows a lot more flexibility than the simple same period last year function. Because you can give it a date here, and as I said, if you're referring to a date in a time intelligence function, you would most often use directly the date dimension here, this one. So that's fine. And then we can specify the number of intervals as well as the interval itself. So that means that, for instance, if we say -1, and then as an interval here, we would say year, this would mean we get exactly the same number as same period last year. Because what we do is, we simply jump back from the dates table itself, exactly one period, so -1 is simply shifted one period back, and then based on the level itself, so is exactly year. So if I untick this, press enter, so just to show it to you, make this smaller maybe, and then I select this, I go to the formatting option here, so also see this as currency dollar, and now if I use this in the table, I will get exactly the same column and the same values as I have here, in the same period last year. So if I take this, you see exactly, here we go, oh sorry, this one was the last year, so this one. And we can see here, those numbers here, for the same period last year function, are exactly the same as these numbers here. Okay, so there's no difference here between those two. However, if we go back to this measure here and say we would like to jump back maybe, we could also say maybe 2 years, right? Sorry, 2 years. This, of course, would now jump back 2 years in the dataset. So our dataset is too small to jump back too many years, but I simply wanted to mention here that you can change the interval, whatever you want. So you could in a -2, you could also insert a +2 if you want to jump forward, and so on. So it allows you to completely flexibly determine how many periods you want to jump. And the second one is, if I go back to -1, I can also specify the interval itself. So instead of having year, I could say I'd like to jump only, say, on a quarter level. So let's say quarter. Also, day is the lowest level. That simply gives you the sale from the prior day. But here, let's say on the quarter level, I press enter. And if I do that, you'll see that now this number will change. You can see it here. And what we get basically is here, we get exactly the number jumped from the quarter. So for instance, for January here, which where I have total sales 1.2024 million, I get exactly this number here in April, right here, because this is actually exactly 1 quarter shifted. You can see in the first quarter, in the first 3 months, we don't have any data, but then it starts actually going here with these numbers here, right? So these numbers down there start here, and then they go down there, exactly those numbers. So it simply means we only shift 1 quarter. Or if we go in here and say maybe I'd like to see this on the monthly level, so go in here and change the quarter to month. So month, here we go. And I press enter. Then I'll see that I only shift here the data on 1 month. So if I untick this, you see in January we got 1.024 million. Now we know it. And in February here we got exactly the same here number as in January. So shifted exactly one value here, right? So 1 back, and now we can see exactly, you can compare here the sales on a monthly level. So I can see exactly, okay, in February the sales was lower than in January. And of course now you can subtract those values if you want to get the exact difference. But this really allows you, the state add function is really flexible and allows you to jump back, specify the periods you want to use as well as the level itself, the interval. So as you've seen, you can go back years, you can go back quarters, months, or you can also go back days if you have it on a daily level granularity. Which in this case makes no sense because we aggregate here on a monthly level, but if you have it on a daily level, your sales here displayed, then of course it could make sense to use a day interval as well. For instance, what was the sales 7 days ago? Anything like that, right? So this is total flexible here, this total sales last year using this state add function here. Okay? So that's the second time intelligence functions which I wanted to show to you, and hopefully you can use this and also explore your data and given more even deeper insights. Okay? So that's it for this video. Hopefully that was interesting. Hopefully you were able to follow along and understood what we did. In case you got questions, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, I can't wait to see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to this video, and we dive even deeper into time intelligence now. And we want to dive or learn how we can apply cumulative sales, so running total sales in Power BI. This means that we are interested not only in a specific period here, for instance January 2019 and their total sales numbers. What we like to see instead is we would like to see all the sales up to a point. So for instance, in February 2019, we'd like to see not the 989,000, but actually the sum of those two. So then around 2 point something million. And for March, we'd like to see the sum of the first 3 months, and so on. And this will then accumulate across all the other months as well. So how can we do this? Well, we can write a more advanced DAX calculation and apply additional and new functionalities to create exactly this behavior. So let me actually first maybe Control C to copy this table, just to be efficient, and press cross symbol here and paste this table in here. I like to do this because this time I'd like to remove a few measures here. We don't need the total sales last year, those two, as well as we don't need the total sales last year here. All I want to have is my total sales number, as well as here the year-month combination. And again, I'm referring to a table to explain it because I think it's most easiest to see actually what happens in here. So here I like to actually double click on here and say time intelligence DAX, okay, just to name this properly. Then I go to my new page here and I press Control S to save it, just to make sure that even if my Power BI file would crash now, I still keep my progress. Okay, so that's done. Now I like to right click on my measures table to create a new measure. Now I say new measure in here, and then I simply wait until the window opens, and here we go, and now we can define our measure. Now this measure will be a little bit more advanced, and we need to think about what it does, but let me try to explain you what we do. So we say here, this will be our cumulative sales, okay? So I say cum sales, I name this like that. Of course you can give it another sales, like running total sales, anything you want. So I say is equal to, and now I'd like to calculate something, because remember, what do we need to do? We need to modify the filter context. So even there, we need to modify this March 2019 because we do not want to have the sales for March 2019 here. We would like to have the sales for all the months, including March 2019. So basically the sum of the first 3 months, or in April the first 4 months, and so on, right? So that is why there's also a change in the filter context, because otherwise, if we keep the current filter context like it is, currently April 2019 here, then we'd also only get this number. But we need a sum of all these numbers. That is why in the calculate, we need to change the filter context. So this means that we referring to calculate, as I said, the most often probably used function as well as the most powerful function, because it allows us, whatever kind of visual we have, we can change the filter context. So we need to give it an expression. We will go with the total sales because it's the number we currently use. Total sales. Here we go. And then we need to give it a filter. And this filter here now needs some kind of modified context, right? So a modified filter context. So we can use another function, which is a so-called filter function. Filter. Here, the filter function itself needs a table and returns a filter table. So our filter table, just think about that a minute. Our filter table will contain all the year-month combinations, basically, up to a specific point, including this point. So for instance, for March, it will contain simply a table of the first 3 entries. For April, for the first 4 entries up here, and so on. So that is why we need to give it a table, and the table will be the dates table. However, we need to also ensure that when we give it a table here, which should be filtered by our filter expression, we need to make sure that this table, which we insert here, is not filtered by the visual at all. So that is why we can say we would like to have all selected. So this all selected function, just read what it does actually. It needs a table name or a column name, and then it simply, as you see here, it simply returns all the rows in a table or all the values in a column, ignoring any filters that might have been applied inside the query, but keeping filters that come from outside. So I simply referring to that. It's a little bit at first confusing, of course, when you read first, so no matter about that, don't worry. All you put in here is the dates table one more time. Dates table date, so this column here. So this is it, what we want. And then here as our filter function here, we simply say that the dates table date, dates table date, dates table, and we don't get it here, just a second, because we have closed all selected. It's actually fine, but we need a fixed expression for the table, so here we go. Dates table date, so here, the dates table date is less or equal to the maximum of the dates table date. So dates table date, here we go. This one here. Then I can close this, and I can close my parenthesis here also for the filter function, and then I also need to close it one more time for the calculate. Okay, so here we go. And let's actually press enter and see what we get at first, okay? So we do it like that, press enter, and then here we got the cumulative sales. So let's actually untick this one here, go back to our table, select our cumulative sales number here, and also switch this to a dollar amount so we can compare it better. Okay. And then I click on this table and say I'd like to see my cumulative sales. I can tick this here, and now I get numbers in here. And let's actually take a look what these numbers look like. Well, the first one here for January is exactly the same as we had for the normal total sales, right? But then let's check out the February numbers. This number here. So what is that? Well, if you add those two numbers together, January and February, you will see that you will get exactly the number we see here, the 2.014 million. If you now add the March data next to it, you will get the 2.931 million, and so on. And at the end, if you scroll down, you will see that here, at the last entry, we got exactly those 25,661,209, which is the total sales down there as well. So we simply accumulate the sales here for all the periods in our date dimension currently. So that is exactly what happens. So we can see that our formula here, our measure, is correct. So it simply adds up the sales, including the specific month we are currently on. So that's fine. So let's actually check this measure one more time. So that's what it looks like. And what is this actually doing? Let's actually try to understand what this measure does. So it is using the calculate function. So we already know, okay, it's modifying the context, the filter context. So it's not taking into account a specific year-month combination. All right. So how does it modify this filter context? Well, this is where the second part comes into place. So we want to modify the filter context for an expression for the total sales. So we're ignoring what we have here in the table. Then we give it here a new table. So always, also, I haven't mentioned it so far, the second argument in the calculate function always returns a table. So this second argument, no matter what we use, also for the date add function as well as for the same period last function, these functions always return tables. And that means that the calculate itself evaluates the specific expression, in our case our total sales measure, in a new context, and this new context, which we use here as a second argument, is a table. So it does not take into account the current visual, it simply takes into account the new table, and within this table, this number gets evaluated. This is the idea behind calculate and modifying the context. So the new table is a filter table. So we at first give it all the dates table. So that simply means this all selected dates table at first, this first argument here, simply returns our complete dates table. So this, you can think about this first part as simply a copy of our complete dates table. So it contains all the dates starting from January 2019 up to the last entry, so December in 2021. This is what we get here. But then we say we would like to filter this table, so the complete dates table, which we get here, we use the filter function to filter this table based on an expression, a new argument. And this new argument expression is this one here. So we make sure that we take into account all the dates tables, so all the dates from the dates table, but then we filter this dates columns back by this expression. And this expression refers to the specific date column in this date table, and this should be less or equal. And this is where this is a little bit confusing, but this is something you need to understand, and simply just take it now as it is and try to get this into your head, because this is what I had to do at the first time. Because this maximum here, this maximum dates table date, this again is referring to each entry we have in this table, in the view itself, so in our visualization. So you might think about that at the following way. Please calculate the total sales, use in this first expression the complete dates table date, but then filter all the dates you have in the whole model, filter them back down to ensure that the date itself is less or equal to the maximum date, and this maximum date here is referring to each entry you have here. So that means, for instance, for June 2019, this maximum date is June 2019, and so we filter our complete sales table to all the dates here, this first part, who are less or equal to June 2019, which is this value here. For instance, this one here. And this is how we get this filter dates table, so all the dates up to the specific row we have in the table. And this is how we can then calculate simply the sum of the total sales up to this point, including this point. So I know this is really difficult to understand, at least at the beginning when you heard it first, but this is how that works. So modifying the context using calculate, an expression should be evaluated, which is total sales. The new context is a new table, which is a filtered table of the complete dates table. That is why we're using all select here. So give us the complete dates table, but then filter this table in a way that the date column in the table itself, this here is referring to the date table itself, which you have here, this all selected, and make sure that this date is less or equal, the second part here, to the maximum date we have in the visual. For instance, August 2019, or as I said before, June 2019, and so on. And that's how that expression works. And because we ensure this in this new context, evaluate the total sales in this new context, that is why we get exactly the behavior which we wanted to have, which is simply a cumulative sum, so a running total sum across all the months, across all the years. Okay? So that's it for this video. Hopefully you understood what we are trying to do or what we did here, and I just want to encourage you, try it out yourself, use the measure yourself and play around with it, and yeah. That's it for this video. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Alright, welcome back everyone. Now let's actually create our first final report for this dataset, for the model we have created. We have also explored various time intelligence functions, and now we want to visualize some results. Because the table itself is of course for understanding, but now let's actually do a few more visual appealing things for our audience, right? So I click on the plus symbol here, and I rename this as, let's say, final report here, and then we can start creating our report here. And by the way, you already know, if you do not like the current theme, you could always start under view and simply switch to a different theme here. In my case, I leave now the default one, but if you like to choose any other kind of theme, feel free to do that. Besides this, also take a look at the themes which are available in the gallery, or customize the current theme which you currently use, right? The colors, the font sizes, everything can be customized. So let's stick to the default theme for me now, and then what I like to use here is instead I like to use a wallpaper as a background. So I click somewhere on the canvas, and then I go to the formatting options, and here I can specify under page background, I could specify a color if I want, or I will do differently. I simply go to wallpaper here and say I'd like to add an image. And in my case, I switch to this image here, so I can select this here, I click on open, and then I have this image as my background. Of course, you can use any other kind of image you want, but for me now, I'm using this image. And by the way, if you need some inspiration or free images, I have here a page which is called pexels.com, and as far as I know, this site is for free, so there you can download specific images you want. Here, as I was searching for buildings, and you can check out all the buildings or other kinds of, well, specific search terms you're using here, okay, and download those. So this is just a reference for you if you search for images. Now, I'm using this image, and I like to actually set the transparency maybe a little bit higher, a little wider, so I don't want to the background to dominate it too much. So I'll maybe set it to, let's just check it out. Let's go with 30 probably. Okay, so that's fine for me. And also you can specify here, do you want to fit it? Normally fit the image, then it would look like that, or also fill the image, then it would look like that. So you can play around with that. The best option you want to use. In my case, I'm thinking I go with the normal one, but as I said, try it out yourself. So okay, we got an image. The next thing is I like to add a header, so some kind of header for my report. So I go to insert, and then there is an option to add a text box here. I select it, and then I simply put in some names here, in this case, or some text here. And this is the final, let's call this the final report. Then I highlight everything, press Ctrl A, and then I make it bold, and also increase the text size here to maybe 18. Let's try and find out, is it big enough? Well, I don't know. Let's actually maybe try it like that. And then I also like to center this here. Click on center option, and then I drag this somewhere in here. But of course, I also go to formatting, and here I have the option to align it properly. So I can simply say, I like to see this distributed horizontally. Okay, so it's in the center. This is the first thing I like to have. Then next to that, probably maybe increase the size a little bit more. Let's go with, let's say, 24. Okay, and then of course we need to size it a little bigger, like that. And again, I go to formatting option and align and say distribute horizontally. So, of course, this is something you need to try out and figure out what works best for you. Besides this, here I currently have a white background. Maybe I like to keep this background, but also maybe I like to change it. Let's change it. Leave it for now and change it later, maybe. simply to explore what actually is available and what looks best in our report. So next to this one here, I like to visualize maybe, let's say I have a donut chart. You can also go with pie or any other kind of visual you want. For now, I go with the donut chart. And what I like to see is I like to see my sales. So I'll go in here, let's say the profit. I like to see my profit. I select profit here. And then of course I need to slice this somehow, because currently I only see the profit, but simply a normal donut chart. I want to slice it by something, by a dimension. So I'm going maybe with the products. And under products here, I have the product name. So I can select this. And then what I get is, well, I get a really cluttered donut chart here. Well, this is not really what I want. So doesn't look very good. What I like to have instead is I like to group my products. So maybe I say the first 40 products in this case is the first group, the next group is then the next 40 products, and the last 20 is the third group. Of course, this is just an example, right? You probably have in the real data, in the real world, you might have a better data set than this one, but here let's actually say I would like to group my data here, so the names itself, just to have it not that cluttered, but I want to see it as a group. So what we could do is we can right click on the product name here in the fields list, right click, and then there's an option to add a group, so new group here. You can take this and then you see that a new window appears. Just a second, there it is, and this allows us to specify a group. Let's call this product group. I name this product group. And then you can here choose all the fields and to which group they belong. So in my case, I make it pretty simple here, just because I wanted to show you the functionality itself. So I select the first one, then I scroll down, let's say to in this case, the 40th one. So this one, I hold my shift key, I select all of them, and then I say this is the group. And let's say these are my, let's call them top products, okay? Products. And press enter, and I've created a group here. And I can, of course, collapse this if I want. And then I can start with the 41st product. And then, of course, scroll down and say the next 40 products, as I said here, until 80th. Here, I hold my shift key, I select all of them. Of course, you can also select individual of them if you hold your control key. But in my case, using all those products up till the 80th, click on group here and say these are my, like say, basic products, and press enter to name the group. And then of course the last one, let's say 81 to the end, last one here, this product here, I say group, and this will be the let's say other products, okay? Other products. Okay, press enter and we are done like that. Okay, and we got our 3 products here. Of course, there's also an include other. You could also use this one to group the other products in the other category. That's also possible. But for me now, I have simply created those 3 groups. Now, if I click OK, watch what happens at the right side in the field label. I click OK, and then a new group gets created. As you can see here, this is the group symbol, and this group is now available for us. And we can use this group here in our donut chart. So I can either remove, when I select the product donut chart first, I can remove the product name, and then I can use my product group instead and drag it into the legend. And if I do that, now it's not that cluttered anymore, right? I have simply my basic products, my top products, and my other products here. I also have my legend, and I have my donut chart in here. So that's what I prefer, to have it not that cluttered. Also, an additional thing you can do here, remember what we had with the date drill down. If I go here, you know that if you hover over that, you have these drill down functionalities, right? Which you can use. Now, they are also available for other visuals. So all you need to do, if you go back to the final report here, you could select this one here, and then under the product group, you can drag the product name inside. Like drag and drop it, like that. And watch what happens. As soon as I do this, now I have the same drill down functionality here as I had for my bar chart with the dates. So I can also here then go to the next level, here expand one level down, and then I would see exactly this visual again. Now I know that this for a fact doesn't look too good. I just wanted to show you the functionality itself. So maybe you have a dimension, which I would recommend, of course, which is with less unique values. Like in this case, we have 101 products. It's way too much for this visualization. But if you have one, you can also use this drill down functionality. So you give this to your audience. And then you might have a group, which you either have in the dataset or you define it in Power BI. And then you can simply drill down to the lower level of the group. So let's say if this group, for instance, would have only 3 products then for each of those 3 categories, then you can simply offer the report user the option to drill down into the data and also see in this case the amount of profit as well as the percentage number of profit, so the margin itself, or not the margin but the percentage number of total profit, and visualize that. So simply drill into a specific visualization. This can also be done simply by dragging additional fields into the legend here. For instance, for the donut chart. It will also work for the pie chart and other kinds of visuals. The drill down option, right? All you need to do is add the fields here. But for me now, I simply remove it because the drill down doesn't look very good. Simply too much products here. But this could be also a visualization I like to have, like this grouping here. Then I also like to maybe visualize the sales over time. So then I think a visual like, for instance, this would be good. So a line clustered color chart. So I select it and have it here. And then I add maybe my date dimension here. I go with the date, add in the dates here. And then next to the dates, I'd like to have here my measures. And I'd like to see my total sales. There we are. Here we go. And we can see them. And of course, I like to drill in here. I'd like to see it maybe on here monthly, or let's say actually, maybe let's go with the quarter level. I mentioned here, like, and of course we can also place this somewhere and make it maybe bigger here, and also place it in our report view like that, right? Of course, depends on how you want to visualize that. Then maybe I like to customize a little bit more. I go to my formatting option here, and then under the data color is actually fine, but the data labels, let's turn them on, so I can see also the labels in here, right? The numbers itself. And if I go in here one more time, I say for the position, I'd like to see them actually inside end. So I can see the numbers in here, okay? So depending on where you want to place it, there are various positions to place them, and also a text size you can increase, as well as the font size and the color itself as well. So I choose actually, specifically here, the line and cluster color charts, the column charts. So I go back here under the option, and I also have the option to add something to the line here. So let's go with, let's say, a profit margin. So it makes sense to have a line, maybe the margin. So drag this inside into the line, drop it here on the line values, and then we also see a development here of the margin. It's also available for us here, right? Could also be added. If you do that here, and let's go to the data labels, maybe, just maybe, we should make sure that maybe you don't want to show them, depending on, maybe it's too much here, a little bit too cluttered. It depends actually, as on your personal preference. For me now, I leave it inside, but of course, as I said, you can adjust this if you want. Besides this, I like to see some KPIs, so some KPI figures. That is why I can either use here the card, but in my case I go with the multi-card. So I want to select the multi-card option, which is there for us. There it is. And then I'd like to see maybe my total sales. This one, I'd like to see my total cost. I'd like to see the profit as well as the profit margin. So a lot of measures here. And then I can also make this a bit smaller here and maybe place it somewhere in the middle. Whatever I want to place it. Sorry for that. I'll drag it, maybe on 3 dots, drag it on here, and then of course also select it and maybe format, and let's say align here, and maybe I align them, distribute horizontally, like that for instance. Okay, could do that. Don't have to do it. It's just one option to do that. And yeah, that already looks kind of okay for me, so that's fine. Beside this, maybe I'd like to have some kind of date slicer here. So I could simply go under the date option here and go with the, let's say, the fiscal year. So I'll select the slicer here, and then simply so use the fiscal year option, these one here. And by effect, I don't want to slice here. I don't like the default option. Instead, I would go in here under the settings of the slicer and say for the general settings, I like to see this as horizontally, like that. I personally prefer this view in here. Okay? And then I can drag this somewhere and place it on my report here, and then if I filter, I can click on it, and then I would see only specific relevant data for this specific dimension. Maybe I select it here and then go under the formatting option and say for my, let's say, background is fine, but let's actually go with the, take a look at the items. The items, maybe I'd like to see them in white, and then the background itself, I adjust this to this blue color, and then I would have it like that. Okay. Again, it's totally up to your personal preferences. Also, I don't think I need the fiscal year header here. I think this is self-explanatory, at least for me. So I also, the slicer header, I turn this off. Okay, like that. So that's fine. So here we go. Okay, so we got this in our report. And of course, you can add additional visualizations here. It's just really your personal preference. And here I really like to give you just some basic insights, some basic ideas, but I'd like you to really create your own report here, right? So try out the different things which are available for you. One more thing I like to do is I like to actually customize all these visuals we currently have. Because you can see we get a white background and they are simply normal. But remember that each of the visuals itself has the formatting option. So you can select this and just check out what's available for you here. For instance, you could say I'd like to see a border. If you turn on border, then and also go with border maybe, and you can see that if I untick this, you already have a border here. So a little black line around it. So you can customize even further. Here you could say for the border itself, I like to have here some radius. If you type in, for instance, 10 pixels, just to see what it looks like, and if you untick the visual, you see that now you have this round borders right at the end for your visuals. Maybe this is something you'd like to have in your report. So that's one way how you can customize all the visuals. Another way could be that you like to actually also add shadow. So if you turn on shadow, then you would also have some kind of basic shadow around. Probably it's not that easy to see simply because of the background of the image currently, but also something you can adjust in here. And also take a look whether there are additional functionalities, for instance the color, outside, and so on, right? Color here, maybe make it blue, right? So now you can see, hopefully you can see it, even though it doesn't look too good, but you can customize the color here even further and adjust this to your personal needs. Maybe go with a black, yeah, just in case you want to use it closer. And you can do, of course, the same for the other visuals as well. Now, beside this, these options here, you can also play around with the background. Because currently, by default, in this, at least in this current theme, all the visuals have a white background. Maybe you like that, maybe you don't like that. If you do not like it, click on a visual, and then go in the formatting option and say for the background, turn it off. So if you turn the background off, you see that now you don't have the background anymore. And you can see only the visual, basically the original background of the image which we used, so from the report view here. But if you do this, then of course you would have to adjust the colors here for the as you can see here, for all the labels as well. So this is something which you really have to explore, right? For instance, for the detail labels, that's fine, but then you adjust the color and maybe make them black, for instance. You can see them hopefully better, as you can see here, right? And maybe you also increase the size to, let's say, let's try out 15 maybe, and you can see bigger labels here. And also, of course, we would have to adjust the legend. So go in here, go on the legend, and also say the color should be actually black here, and also maybe the size. I think the size is fine, should keep it small, but let's try that out at least 15. Maybe that's already too big for us, right? So as I said, it's something you need to try out yourself. And here, the best practice which I can give you here is, of course, currently we filter, we don't want to filter. The best practice I can give you here is do the customization of your specific theme at the beginning, right? So if you go to view here, choose a theme you would like to use, and then customize the theme exactly the way you want it. So it takes a little of time here, but then it might be easier than customize everything here in the report itself. If you have something prepared, a theme you always want to use, just prepare it one time and then reuse it for all your reports. Might be easier, especially if you're working with a company and you have, of course, then a corporate identity which you want to implement. I just want to do the same for the other one. So here I would also go in here. I say select the visual first, select it, and then under, let's actually make this smaller here. First untick this, select this one more time. Okay, here we go. I go to formatting options, and then I also say I'd like to untick maybe the background. Then I can see it like that. And then of course I would also maybe adjust all the different kinds of, in this case, all the different kinds of, yeah, well, the x-axis, the y-axis, and so on. So yeah, you need to go inside here, and then we'll also adjust the color here. Let's say they make this black here, so dark, and also maybe increase the color here. Let's say 12, just see how that works. Okay, that would be fine. And then of course maybe also do the same for the x-axis, just that you see, you know exactly what we do here. So we go in here, let's say also make this maybe black here, which we used, and also try maybe, let's say 12. Here we go, and then also makes it a little bit bigger, of course, right? And of course you need to continue doing this with all the other things as well. So if you scroll down, you can see additional information here, the color here for the second one, also make it black maybe. We can also see here the background, now the dots here black. And here the secondary axis, show secondary, currently it's off, it's on, you can turn this on, and then also customize this even further. So again, go with the black color here, and now you can see that here the, hopefully you can see it, but I can also make it bigger here, that also now the right axis is also here in black. So as I said, it depends on the background itself. Maybe you could also tick the background one more time and play around with that. Go with the wallpaper here, which we have, and maybe set the transparency even higher, So let's try out 40, for instance. And now you can see the numbers are better to see, at least from my point of view. So I can also select this one here, this visual, and go in here and say also I'd like to see a border. I'm using 10 pixels just to be consistent here. So 10 pixels for the radius. And then also maybe turn on the shadow. And then I would also have a shadow in here like that. And maybe final here, of course, the legend. So let me actually go with the legend as well, just to be consistent. Go in here, make this maybe black. And then also have a look. Maybe you should increase the legend here. We had 15, I think, in the other one. So I also tick on the 15 here like that. Okay. Again, this is totally up to you when you want to do it this way or not. But it's just an example what you can do, right? And here you really need to play around with. Here, just keep it simple. I go in here, I tick the background off, so I have also no background here. And also for these margins, I also would like to go in here and say I like to use a border, the 10 pixels. So switch this to 10, maybe like that. We got the 10 pixels. Also turn on the shadow, so we are consistent here. And then of course, maybe click on one more time and also go inside. Do this correct. So we say for the data labels, we'd like to have a black color. That's actually fine. And maybe we increase text size to 15. And then we go under the category labels here and also make the color dark. So I have the darker here and also maybe increase the size to 15. And then we can simply go in here and also remove the background and have it inside like that. And of course, here we need a little more space. It looks like it at least. So drag that and also select it one more time. Go on the formatting options and then align it and also distribute horizontally. Final one is this one here. Also, just to be consistent here, also untick the background. Okay, and we got our final report. Now, of course, this is by no means a complete report, and I'm sure that you can create something much more interesting, appealing to your audience that I do here. It's just an example which I wanted to show you here, what you can do. And when you do it, just be careful that you have the right color to your background, for instance, that this is visible. Also take into account that you don't want to display too much information on a specific report. Always remember you can create additional report pages in Power BI, so don't put everything inside one page. Use several pages. And also don't use too much information on, for instance, a pie chart or a donut chart. Doesn't look too good. Also reduce information maybe by grouping or trying other things which you can help there. Okay. Finally, what I like to show you is one more additional measure. Because remember, we talked about AI features in Power BI, and there's a really nice feature, a new feature, which is this smart narrative. So if you're done with creating your report page, what you could do is then you can try out this smart narrative visual. So what it basically does is it analyzes the data you have in the view itself. So basically all our visualizations, so this one, as well as this one we've created, as well as all our KPI figures here. And what it does then is simply creating a little summary for you. So let's try that out. Let me actually click on it, click on the smart narrative here, and then you see that it scans now, analyzes the page, and then it returns text here. And this is the text. Of course, we can make this maybe a little bigger here as our text here. And you see basically what this is. So you can see here a profit margin trended up 0.2% increase, while total sales and so on trended down between January 2019 and January 2021. And it gives you additional information here. Now, I don't want to dive into too deep into that. You can read through it. You can try it out yourself on your own dataset if you want. But what this actually does for you is really, it's scanning all the visualizations you have in the current report view. It's scanning all the data points inside, and then it simply creates a summary for you and tries to analyze the data and give you more information. So it could be helpful to apply it. You don't have to use it, but I just wanted to mention it to you, and I think it's really, really cool, and it's a new feature, at least at this point in time, so I encourage you to try it out. Okay? So that's it actually for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you create your own report now. And as always, thanks a lot for watching. And I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to this video. And now we'd like to add a new model. So I've opened up the complete new Power BI report here, and we'd like to add new data because the last data was interesting to explore how we can set up a model structure. However, the data itself was not too interesting to us because all the products were named product 1 to product 101 and location ID was named the same and so on. So to understand how to set up a model, that was great, but now let's actually switch to a dataset which gives us more information and more things we can slice and dice on. So what I do is I simply go to get data here, and I go to Excel. Of course, you can also click on Excel here directly or click on Excel here, totally up to you. So if I go Excel here like that, then I can switch to, in this case, PBI training number 2. I can select it, I click on open, and then I simply wait until the data gets connected to my Power BI report here, and we see that we got the navigator window, so good practice for us. We can train it one more time, and then we can see there is the data we have. And by the way, if you want to follow along, which I hope, then simply download this report from the resource section. Okay, so you can see that we got exactly employees, orders, and suppliers. And though that's fine, if you want to check out the underlying data, simply open the Excel file. Okay. Now we also get our table structure here, and we know that the difference between those sheet icons and those icons here is simply that these are referring to tables. And simply Tabelle 1, it simply means is the table in German. So I have not named the tables properly, but we can use them for importing the data. And I said at the beginning in the class that I personally think that importing tables is best practice, because this ensures that we only import the data from the table itself and avoid importing additional unnecessary data which might be also on the sheet. Also, if something changes on the sheet, we make sure still we have only the data within the table itself imported. So if this is an option for you, I would always go with the tables, even though they are not named properly here. So what I like to do is I like to highlight my tables, so either click on the first one and also highlight the other ones. So I've selected the tables. You get a preview of the data. In case the underlying data says changes in the meantime, simply click on this refresh button just to see the latest changes. So then, instead of clicking on load, and I still don't know the reason why Power BI is highlighting the load in yellow and the transformed data in white, but what I actually always like to do is first go to transform data. Because you can of course also click on load to load the data first, and then go under the query editor up here to transform data, and you still can get into the query editor. But the behavior is still not the same, because if you first load the data and then you transform it like that, then you already have loaded the data into the model. But if you go to transform here directly instead of clicking on load first, then you creating the connection to the underlying data. The data gets put into Power Query so we can work with it, but still the data is not imported yet into the model. So at least from my point of view, there is a difference. That is why I would actually love if Power BI would not highlight the load, but instead keeping either both white or also highlight the transform here in yellow. But that's my personal opinion. So enough said for that. Click on transform data, and here I already have set it up the dates table code, which we use in a minute, but let's actually first explore the data itself. So we can see we got 3 tables here, and the first one, as you can imagine here, is named supplier ID, supplier name, and country. So this obviously is referring to supplier. So that is why I'd like to go inside here and rename this table properly. So I simply name this supplier. Okay, and sometimes people like to use an abbreviation like supplier TBL. So let's actually go with this one here. Okay, this time I name it supplier TBL. Simply an abbreviation for the supplier table. Now, I simply check the data types, also something you always want to do. So supplier ID is a number, that's fine. Supplier name is a text, that's also fine. And country is currently an ABC, so a text, also fine, right? So that looks fine for us, everything's okay. And just in case you want to rename a specific country, you know that Power Query works, or Power BI itself here works column-based, but you can simply select it and then go under replace values and replace the values. Right? For instance, say, well, there's USA, but I'd like to have US here. Then you can go to replace values, search for USA, and then replace it with US. Right? Could be an option for you. Or other kind of fields you want to modify. You can do that. For us now, I think this table is okay. That's fine. And also, the table is small, so we can see that there's no missing data. But if in case your table is bigger, you always have the option to have a look at the little green bar up there. And if you hover over it, it gives you additional information. There are only valid values. There are no errors. So that's fine. So then we check out the next table, which is the table number 2, which is the employees table. And the employees table has here an employee ID, an employee name, employee surname, office country, and office team. So that also looks fine for me. And also the data type here is always text. That's also fine. And the employee ID itself is again a number, so a numerical field. That's fine. All I want to change here is actually the table number 2. I highlight it here, and then the name, I simply switch this back and say this is also now the employee, and I stick to my naming convention and simply type in TBL. Employee TBL, press enter, and you can see that it's also renamed in here. Now the last table in the model, if you'll go to tabelle number 1, is now this one here, and this one is the orders table, or you can also name it sales table if you want. In my case, I'm going with orders. So I rename it already and say here, this is orders, and then TBL. just to be consistent here. Press enter, and you can see down there that we have renamed it. Now let's check also out the different kinds of columns we have inside. Now we have an order date, that's an ID, that's fine. Also we have customer ID, okay, product ID, employee ID. So the employee ID is also a numerical field. That's good and also important because we want to link this field here to the employees table, and there the employee ID was also a numerical field. So the data type is the same, and also that works. Okay. So then we check out the order date, which is a proper date. You can see that in the format here. That's also fine. You can also see the calendar icon. Now what about the ship date? Well, the ship date, you can currently see it's specified as the year, then month, and then day level. But currently it's converted here as a 1, 2, 3. So obviously Power BI is treating this as a number, as a whole number, but not as a date. So obviously something is wrong here, at least for me. Again, this might be different for you depending on the regional settings. I want to mention this here because maybe the date already was converted properly for you. Sometimes this really depends on the regional settings. But just in case you get exactly the same issue as I have here, then what you can try is you can click on this one here, and then you simply say, I would like to switch this to a date. So if you do this, you will see an additional window here which asks you, do you want to change the column type? And then you can specify, do you want to replace the current step or add a new step? The reason why this window appears like that is because if you take a look at the query here at the applied steps window, the last step, which was automatically done for Power BI when we imported the data into the Power Query editor here, was it changed the type. And if I replace the current step, then the replacement, the data replacement which we do here, is also part of this change type step here. This is not what I want, and I would recommend that you would always go with a new step, because if your step fails, if you do something and you want to then get rid of the step, if you have an additional step, like we do here, if I click on add new step, you can see that now I get an error here, which appeared for me at least, and now if I want to go back, I simply can click on this cross symbol here to have my original data back. If I would, on the other hand, change the existing step, this one here, then would remove this one, you see that then we would be at the navigation step. But this means, as you can see here, that none of our column headers would have the correct data type. And this means if we would have to delete this step, the change type here, then we would have to manually go through each column individually and also adjust here the specific data type it is. So we would actually start from navigation. And this is not what I want. This is why I want like to keep the steps separate, and then based on this step, I like to add additional steps. And if I make some errors, then I can always remove my steps, which I have done. Also best practice, at least from my point of view. So I go with the ship date, I select it one more time, and I'm showing you a little trick. What you do is, or what you can do if you get this kind of behavior, that if you convert it into a date, you get an issue, you can at first try to convert in this case, this numerical field into a text. So this would be my first step to do that. If I convert this into a text, again I will be asked, do I want to replace the step which we have here, or do I want to add a new step? Again, I do not understand why this is highlighted. I mean, yeah, if you click on it, you would reduce the amount of steps you have here in this window, but still, I like to go with a new step, just to make sure that I don't run into issues which I cannot revert then. So I go in here, and I have now my dates as text, as ABC text type. So that's fine, and you can see that currently it's now left aligned, but that's fine. I have no errors, as I had before. And now I will try to convert this into a date. And what I do is I click on this, and instead of using the date here directly, I can try that. I can click on it, also add a new step, but you see that now it works for me. Okay. So for some reason, this is interesting, but I had to first convert it into a text, and then from the text, I was able to convert it into a date. Now, if this also doesn't work for you, then of course there's another trick for that, which you already know. You have learned this in the first model which we have set up. You can always go under the option here and choose one of the best features, at least from my point of view, which is available in Power BI, especially if you have to deal with data from different countries, where certain kinds of, for instance, dates are formatted differently or numbers are formatted differently. Then you have the option to click on that and then choose the using local. And using local allows you then to specify not only the type which you want to convert to, but also then the specific local information. So if it's French related, or here Georgian or Germany or English, then you can choose for any kind of translation, here in this case what exists here, and choose a specific format. And this actually is the best option to ensure that you convert it into a proper format. For now, I'm fine because it works for me here, as you can see here. So that's why I click cancel. But I'd like to highlight this one more time because I personally think this is a really awesome option, this using local here. So just in case it didn't work for you, go with the choosing local. Otherwise, do the same trick as I did. So convert it first from number into a text, as we have done. So from was a number here, and we convert it into a text. And after that, we were able to convert it from text into date. So that worked for me, at least. Okay. So that is that. Let's actually take a look at the other columns. So we got ship mode, sales, standard price. These are all decimal numbers, so that's fine. That's totally fine here. And also the other ones also look fine to me. Okay. I can see that for the zip code here, there's a few data missing simply because, well, they are not available. If you go in here, you can see there are null entries. We can filter that just to see what this is. And then we would see a few customers here. In this case, this Patrick McKenna here. Obviously, we have only one customer here. This one here, who has simply no entries considering the customer zip code. And this is something then we can go to a specific department, which is or responsible for this customer, and then ask them to fill in the data. So also something which is helpful just to explore the data by simply taking a look at the specific columns and analyze them. Now this is the first step, of course. Take a look at the data you have. Take your time just to make sure that you have exactly the same data, the right data you want, and also that you have the right data types you want. Now beside this, I think there's no additional things which you need to prepare here. Beside one last thing, we know that when we want to create time intelligence functions, and we will use a few of them, then we need our dates table. That is why we go to Home, and under Home in the query editor, we go to New Source. New Source, click on Blank Query. You now know this trick. And then you go to the Advanced Editor. So click on Advanced Editor here, just to have a bigger window. You can also paste the code directly in here, in this FX formula bar, but I personally like to have it in this window. So then let's actually open our date code here, the M code, and this is the same one as from the first video. And as I said before, use this code for all your future DAX Power BI models and DAX calculations. You can use it if you want. Of course, you can use your own one as well, but you don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? So you can highlight it, Control-C to copy it, then I go to the query editor here, and I paste it inside. And you can see no syntax errors, so far so good, and I click on Done, and this allows us to create our formula here. And for a fact, I know, of course, you can also go to the table here directly and look it up, but I know that the order table contains data from 2019, and click on Load, up to 2021. If I scroll down, I can see 21 data in here, so that is why I need those 3 years. So I go to my query setting here, and then I say I start with the 1st of January in 2019 here, and my last date will be the last date, so 31st of December in 2021. And my financial year start month, again, I'm going with the January, but in case you have other financial start months on your company, then of course you can adjust this if you want. Holidays, I don't have holiday calendar imported, that's why I can't refer to a specific column of another table, so I leave this blank, and I click on Invoke. So I invoke the function, and I got my dates table here, with all the columns, the same dates table as we had before in the other model, right? So I got my dates table with all the columns, and then finally I want to rename this, so I name this properly and say this is my dates TBL, just to be consistent here. I press Enter, and I got all my tables in here. And of course now I could also right click here and create a group, but since I want to import all the tables, so all 4 of them, I don't think that's necessary. That's why I keep it like that. But you can do it if you want. Finally, you click on Close and Apply here, and then we simply wait here until our data gets loaded and we can see our tables in the field list. Okay, it's connecting. You can see it's importing the data, it's detecting relationships, and we got our fields inside. And then one last thing, which I like to do here, I like to go to the modeling view because it's an important aspect here, just to make sure that our data is set up correctly. And here you can see we got our orders table. We can drag this to the bottom. What I personally prefer here in the view, I drag my suppliers table up there. I drag my employees table up there, and I had to upgrade here now to the new view. You probably have in the future this new view automatically enabled. And finally, I need to drag my dates table in here and also connect my dates table to my orders table. And there's an order date here, there's a date here, so I can simply use this and drag and drop it on my orders date here in my employees table. So I also connect those 2 tables. Okay, and this actually is then the setup of my model. I have my facts table, I have my dimension tables, and all these tables are correctly linked between the 2. So this one is probably a little bit further at the bottom. Supply ID is here, so if I hover over it one more time, now I can see they are currently selected the right ones. And the same is true for the employee table. Okay, so that's fine, and I have my model set up, and now we can dive deeper into visualizations, into DAX calculations, and so on. So hopefully you're excited to do that, and we will do that together in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to this video. Now here we'd like to set up the basic measures which we want to use in our report later on, which you're already familiar with. So it's kind of rehearsal, but practice makes perfect. So let's actually create our total sales, our total cost, and our total profit measure in this new data set as well. Now here in the orders table, what we have is we have an amount column, which is this one, and we also have here a selling price column. So our idea is that if you take a look at the data view here, go to the orders table, we know that for each order here, what we like to do is we like to take a look at the amount column, which is this one here, which contains of numbers, and we want to multiply this amount column with the selling price, which we have in this column, and then simply add those up. So that's the idea. And we know we can do this using an iterator function, which is called SUMX. So if we go back to the model here and say we like to create a new measure, so I can right click on my orders table here and create a new measure. And then I simply specify here for my measure that here, and also let me actually zoom in so you can see that better on your screens. So here we go, new measure. And this measure is simply my total sales, and that was equal to, and now of course you can pause the video and do it yourself. Otherwise you follow along and we do it together. Our total sales is in this case the SUMX, an iterator function, and we need a table. The table will be our orders table, so orders TBL, and then we want to iterate over this table. And since both of these columns we want to use are in the same table, there's no need to use the related function, which we also learned in our prior videos, right? So here we simply say we want to have the amount, so type in amount, and then press a tab as soon as it's selected, and then we multiply this amount with the selling price. So selling, if you search for it, you find it, and then you also press a tab key to select it. And then you close the parenthesis and you're done. So what we're telling Power BI here is please sum up all the values which will be calculated in this expression, and the expression itself, because it's an iterator function, will go row by row through our orders table and multiply the amount column with the price column, and then it adds all these values up, and we got the total sales number. And if I press enter, then we got a new measure, which in our case is then the total sales measure. And by the way, you might see that there's also a sales number in here, right? There is already a sales number. However, there's a slight difference. I'm going to show it to you. So if we go in here and say we'd like to add maybe a card visual, and for the card visual we display our, let's say first the total sales, which is already in the data source, so which we have not calculated, it's 1.35 million. Now if I go to a second card here, and then I click on my total sales number in here, I can see also 1.35 million. So why do I say there's a difference? Well, let's take a look at the exact number. If I select this one and go in here and say under the data label, I'd like to see the units not as auto but as none, you'll see that this is the number, 1.352 million, and so on. Now if I do the same for the measure which we have calculated, and also go on the display units here and say I'll set this to none, then I can see a number which is slightly above the sales column, right? I can see 1.35 million and so on, but here the value is a little bit different, obviously, to this one. So is there an issue in our formula, which we have calculated here, the total sales number, this one? And the answer is no, there's not. The reason why there's a difference is simply because the data source contains a little small difference error, right? So this number which we have calculated here is completely correct. So this here simply multiplies the amount with the orders price, with the selling price, sorry, and adds those up. And this is the total sales which we get. And this number here, which is already in the data source, is simply the numbers add up in this specific column. But there's no issue here. There's a small difference in here. Okay. So one of our employees obviously has typed in something wrong in the data set. That's how you can think about that. Okay. But just in case you're wondering, there's no issue here. There's no error from our side. Now let's actually also calculate maybe the other two measures which you like to have, which is total cost as well as total profit. So for the total cost, in this case, we have an amount column, and we also have a purchasing price column in here. So the idea is that we simply multiply the amount with the purchasing price. Because let's say we do not have any stock in the data set, all that we purchase we also sell. That is why we use the same amount number in here. So I can right click, for instance here on my orders table, and then I go to new measure, and then under measures I simply select here my formula and simply type in this will be my total cost. And again, if you want, simply well, hold the video now and do it yourself. Otherwise, of course, we can do it together. So the total cost will be simply the 𝑠umX function again. So because we iterate over a table, the table which we want to iterate on is our orders table. So type in orders, and the expression will in this case be the amount. And because the amount is in the orders table, we can simply select it like that. And then we multiply this time not by the selling price like we did for the sales, but this time by the purchasing price, which in this case is here the relevant price figure which we need to use when we want to calculate the cost. Then we can close this parenthesis here, and we are done. That's all we need to do. So iterate over the sales table. Iterating means going row by row through this table and simply multiply the amount with the price. We press enter, and then we have also the total cost here calculated. And finally, I'd like to calculate my total profit. So I can simply right click on my orders table one more time, create a new measure here, and then I go with the total profit. So just a second, there it is, and say total profit is equal to, and I'll say the total sales, and simply subtract here the total cost. And we are good to go. I can press enter, and basically then I'm done with my 3 measures here, and maybe one fourth measure. You never know if you need it, the profit margin. So we simply do the same here, right click on the orders table, select new measure, and then we calculate also the total profit margin. So profit margin, you never know if you need it or not. So is equal to make sure we simply calculate the profit margin simply by using the divide. Remember, it allows us to safely divide and avoid division by zero errors. So we use the divide function. As a numerator, we use the total profit, and as a denominator, we use the total sales. And let's put the mouse and select the tab key, and then we can close the parenthesis here. And we are good to go. And we handle also the division by zero problems, just in case they occur. Okay, so we got our measures calculated. All of them are currently in the orders table. This is something we might want to adjust here. Remember, there's a measures table trick, so let's actually try that just to structure our data a little bit more. So I want to go under home, click on home, untick everything, and then I want to enter data. So to create our dummy table, always remember the measures table trick. So I go with the 1 here. I name it here my measures TBL. So measures TBL to be consistent, TBL. And then I click on load just to load my dummy table also into my model in here. Okay, and there it is. There's the measures TBL. And now, of course, we can add the specific measures we have here into the table. And as I said before, here, if you have several measures created already and you want to put them into a table, you can either do it manually, so select the measure, and under measures tools here, you find there is a home table, which you can here choose and select for the orders table, for instance. It should not be the orders table, it should be the measures table. Then, of course, this measure would be put into the measures table. That works fine. And I will do the same for the other measures. So I select my total cost here, and also do, say, for the home table here, this will be actually the measures table. And then also do that for the last 2 ones. So for this one will be the measures table. And also for the total sales, it will also be the measures table. Just a second, and here we go. Click on it, select the measures table here, and now we can see all the measures in the measures table. The final step here for the measures table is simply click on the 3 dots for the column 1, so our dummy column, and then say I'd like to actually delete it. So click on delete. Yes, I want to delete it. And then we just wait until it's gone. And then finally we click on the hide pane here for the fields, and we show it again, and we got our measures table on top with the little calculator icon also as well here. Okay, so far so good. And then, by the way, you currently can see if I place into a table maybe, and I use all my measures, so I place the total cost, the total profit, and the total sales inside. What you can see, hopefully you can see it, otherwise maybe let me actually just decrease the size here and say for the size, the text size is, let's say 15, I think that's fine. And we can see that currently none of those measures is formatted. So this is something we want to address, because if I go here and say for the, let's say the fiscal year, just a second, fiscal year, and drag this or take this year for the visual, then we can see you got the fiscal years. And of course we want to switch those around. The fiscal year should be on top, so drag and drop it on top so we can see it in front. Now, but we still can see that the measures are not formatted correctly, right? So instead of doing this manually now for each of the measures, so by clicking on it and then say under the formatting option, click on the dollar symbol, you can do this in bulk. We talked about that. If you go back to the model view here, you can select the measures. So in this case, under the measure table here, select the total profit and hold your shift key, select the last one, total sales. So you've selected all of them. And then you simply say under formatting here, this should be actually a currency. You tick on currency here, and then thousand separator is fine. Decimal numbers, let's say you would like to have 2 decimal numbers. You press enter. And that's actually for the currency. Also set this to, let's say, where is it? US dollars. So just search for the dollar symbol here. And there is US. And I click on it, and I can see a currency. I need to just a second to decimal numbers. Place it one more time in here. And here we go. And now if I go back to my report view, you can see that now all those measures have been formatted in bulk. So if you have a lot of measures, then this could be an option just to do it in one step. For the profit margin, on the other hand, because it's a percentage number, I need to do it separately. So I select here and go to percentage number, and then I also have this as a percentage number. And just to check it, I also click on the table and click on the profit margin just to see I got it, and I got it correctly in here. Okay? So this is actually it for setting up our basic measures. And in the next video, we dive deeper into time intelligence and other DAX related advanced functions. So I can't see you there. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to the next video, and we want to continue our journey through the time intelligence functions in DAX which are available for us, which we can leverage in our Power BI reports. And this time we learn about the parallel period function, how it works and what it does for you. So let's actually, at first let me create a new page here, and then I'd like to see my dates table. I'm using my hierarchy, so I'm clicking on the date here, and then next to it I want to see a measure, and in my case I'm going with the total sales. So I click on my total sales, and then I switch it from the bar chart, which is by default here, because I selected the date first, to a table. So because, as I mentioned before, I think with the tables you see the best how it works. So I remove the day, and I also remove the quarter from the hierarchy, because we actually only need the year and the month for this. So then I also increase the size, so I go on the format option here, and I go to my value section, and the values allow us to increase the size of the values inside the table. So let's go with 15 and check that out. So I think that's big enough, hopefully on your screen as well. Now what we see is we see here our total sales, the measure we have created before, and we can see the split based on a month-year combination, which we see here. So this is the filter context, we already know that. And that is why we get the correct number of total sales for each year-month combination, and of course at the total row we get the total amount of sales. So far so good. Now, we already learned about the same period last year function as well as the date add function, which in my case, or what I would consider it as a more flexible way to the same period last year function, depending on what you want. So if you want to jump back 1 month, 1 quarter, or 1 year, or several years, right? Also possible for the date add function. But now, let's actually explore another function, the parallel period function. So in order to do this, I right-click on the measures table here, and then I say I'd like to create a new measure. So tick it. And then just a second, here we go, there's the measure. Of course I want to increase the size so you can see that better on your screens. So here we go, the measure, and we call this is a parallel period sales, okay? That's what I name it. Of course you can adjust the name whatever you want. So equals, and then I say I want to calculate. Again, we want to modify the filter context that already tells us we need to use the calculate function. So let's calculate something. The expression itself will be our measure, which is the total sales. So total sales, that's what I use. Of course, you could also do the same trick for the total cost as well as for the total profit if you want, or any other kind of measure you have. Now we have the expression itself, and now we need to give it a filter context. And here we want to refer to a time intelligence function, which is so-called parallel period. Here it is. And if you tap it, that's a great thing, at least from my point of view, you always get a little description of what this function does. Now I know that sometimes the description is a little bit cryptical, so it's difficult to understand. Then you simply have to try it out, but sometimes it's really useful. And here, the parallel period returns a parallel period of dates by the given set of dates and a specified interval. Okay, let's actually check that out. Now, the date itself, remember then, whenever you use time intelligence, in let's say 99% of the cases, you want to refer to your dates table and the continuous date column. So you simply can type in date, and from the dates table, the date column. Here we go. I select it with the mouse keyboard, and then I press tab to put it in the formula. Then the number of intervals, let's specify something. Let's say, for instance, -1. and then an interval itself. And it's kind of similar to what we had with the date_add function. Here we are flexible. We could either say month, quarter, or year. So let's actually check out year. Let me select year. Then I close the parenthesis of the parallel period. And then, of course, I also need to close my calculate function. So we already know that with this function and the calculate, we change the filter context based on a new time intelligence function, which in our case is the parallel period function. And we want to change it by 1 year. So how is that different from the date_add function? Let's check that out. Let's actually enter just to create the measure. Just a second, and here we go. There it is. And now we can use it in our reports. Now, if I take my table again, let me actually first untick it so I can't see I want to get rid of the bar, so the formula bar. So then I tick my table again, and this time I'm going with the parallel period. But before I do that, let me actually click it, and let's actually format this, right? Let's do the same as here. We click on the dollar symbol just to have the same format as the total sales in here. Okay, so now I'd like to edit. So you can either drag it and drop it in here, or you simply click on the little icon itself. Here, like that. Also works. Both the same. So you add it to the visual, and you can see that now you see a huge number. And by the way, I currently see it's a lot of decimal places, so let's actually check that one more time and set this not to auto, set it to 2 in my case. I press enter, and then I should see only 2 decimal numbers. So that's much better for me. So what we see is here in the new year in 2020, we saw 260,265. And this is the same value which gets repeated for all the other months in 2020 up to the end, to December. And then here in January, it starts with a new value, which is 652,000 and so on. And this value again gets repeated to the end, right? May actually is the last date, and then of course here for the rest of the year, of course we don't have any sales anymore, but we can still see the same value for the rest of the year. So what is this value? Now, if you maybe remember it, otherwise let's actually check that out from the page number 1. In 2020 we can see 260,265, right? So if we go back to page number 1, what is this 260,000? Well, it is, if you take a look at this column here, it is exactly the total amount of sales in the financial year 2019. And the 652,000, which we saw in 2021, is exactly the number from the year 2020. So what this parallel period actually does, it is simply returning the total amount of sales from the prior period, in this case here for the whole year. The reason why it's specifying the whole year is because we did that in the parallel period function itself. So here we said we want to have the parallel period sales, so basically the complete dates table from a parallel period shifted by 1 year. And that is why it simply returns, for 2020 for instance, the complete dates table from 2019. And there's the sales data we have, because based on this table we get, we want to calculate the total sales. That is why this function works the way it does. Now, of course, because we have a third argument here, which is this one, this is dynamic, right? So we can change it to quarter and so on. And by the way, of course, the -1 could also be changed, right? It's also possible. So, for instance, let's try out the quarter, right? So type in quarter here, quarter. And then if I press enter, we will see that now we get the total quarter sum. So if I untick this, what you basically see here for October, November, and December, you can see the same value repeating for those 3 months. And then, of course, in January, then the next for these 3 months, the same value. And basically, this 99,739 is simply the sum of those 3 months, so of the prior quarter, because we jump back 1 quarter. If you would go back to the parallel period function and say you want to jump back 2 quarters, for instance, like put in not 21, but 2, and press enter, what you see is basically still the sum of 99,739, but of course now shifted by 2 quarters. So this value is now the sum of these 3 months, so the prior quarter or 2 quarters ago, right? And the same is then true for 160. This is actually the sum of September, November, and December. So, sorry, October, November, December. Here we go. These 3 values, right? This is the 160, 522. So this is what the parallel period function basically does. So it's shifting, or it's giving you a dates table. It returns a dates table shifted by a specific value we give it, like -1, -2, and so on, and by the interval we specify. So it's kind of similar to the date_add function, but in another case, in another context, because it returns the complete interval. So not only maybe 1 month back, but simply the complete 3 quarters, so a range of values. So it's it has a little different use case, but you could use it, right? Because now, for instance, you could figure out, if we go back to the, let's say, parallel period and say -1 for the quarter, then what we could do now, by simply creating this kind of formulas, so the total sales as well as the parallel period, we could now figure out, okay, in the prior quarter, we generated 99,739 in sales. Now, in the first month of the new quarter, let's say we are currently in October 2019, we generated 46,917. Now, you simply could divide those two values, and then you would know, okay, in the current quarter, we already have generated X% of our total sales in the prior quarter. So if this is a question or use case you want to ask yourself, then the parallel period function could be very helpful, because you can simply now divide the total sales by this value, and you can get the percentage number, right? So this is just one example. Maybe you have other examples in mind, but I just wanted to give you this formula because I think it's really, really helpful oftentimes, and not all people know about it. So now you know it, you can add it to your toolbox, and yeah, hopefully you play around with it, learn it, and apply it. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello friends, and welcome back to the next Power BI DAX video. This time we'd like to dive deeper into ranking in Power BI. So let's say we have different kinds of categories here in our dataset, and you would like to know what is their sales ranking. Could also be their profit ranking or any other kind of measure you want to have and want to evaluate. So the first I like to do is I like to click on the plus symbol here just to create a new page. And then I simply right click on the page and say rename. The same would be true if you simply double click on the page. You could also rename it like that. And then simply type in a new name, like for instance here, sales ranking. So now let's actually create the measure. But before we do that, let's actually visualize something. Let's start with the table. Of course, you could use any other kind of visualization. However, when learning DAX, I think it's always best to have a table, because then you can see the numbers and see whether that works or not. So I would go to the table. I select my table icon here, table. And now I have my, well, my scaffold here. And now I simply go to the orders table. And in the orders table, we have a category. So I can tick my category here. And currently, I think it's a little bit small. So let me just go to the formatting option here and adjust also the, under the values here, the size. So you can see that better on your screens, hopefully. So the text size is simply 15. So far, so good. Now we can see the categories. And by default, they are ranked alphabetically. So starting with cheese and ending with meat. So let's actually visualize maybe one of our measures, which is in our case the total sales. So I go the measures table and simply tick the total sales. And let's actually go back in here. So now we can see the total sales for each of the categories. And if you like to sort it, you can hover over total sales here. Then you should see a little down arrow here. And if you click on it, then you sort it now by the number itself. And then we can see that the drinks are actually the category with the highest amount of sales. And the cookies, on the other hand, are the category with the lowest amount of sales. So far, so good. Now let's actually create our ranking measure. Now, if I right-click on my measures table here, I can say I'd like to create a new measure. Here we go, just a second. And now we can simply name this. Let's call this sales ranking, like that. And now it's equal to. And now there's a function which is so-called rank X function in DAX. Now, whenever we're dealing with X functions, we already know from the prior videos that these functions are so-called iterator functions. That means that these iterator functions always need a table as their first argument. And we can also see this in the description here. Beside this, we have a little, well, text here which tells us what this rank X function actually does. It returns the rank of an expression evaluated in the current context in a list of values for the expression evaluated for each row in a specific table. Now, yeah, either you get it or not, but let's actually try it out and find out what this can do for us. So for the rank function, we need a table, as we've said, as a first argument. Now let's actually do first maybe the orders table. Okay, so type in orders table here. We have to adjust this later on, but for now, let's try the orders table. So then we can give it an expression. In our case, we said that we would like to do it with the total sales. Of course, you can also do it with any other kind of measure you have. Now let's say I'm going with the total sales. I can type in total sales, and then I can see my total sales up there, and simply press tab key, and I select it. The other arguments, because they are in brackets, are optional. So I will skip the value, simply skip it with a second comma, but for the orders, I'd like to adjust this, because I like to have the order descending. Why? Because I like to have my highest amount of sales actually ranking number 1. So drinks should be number 1, cookies should be the last one. This is why I type in descending here, because ascending is the default one. And for the ties, I also skip this. You can if you take in here, you can see there's dense and there's skip. It depends on how you want to deal with if two measures would, in this case, have the same amount of sales. Then these two options you have, whether you want to skip it or do you want to have a dense ranking. For us now, that doesn't matter because we have different sales. So simply can close the parenthesis here, and let's actually try that out. So we are ranking our orders table based on the sales measure here, and we like to do the descending. I press enter to create the measure, and we get our measure ranking. So let's actually go back to the table, and now I select my ranking here. And let's see what happens. If I take this, I can see that I get a sales ranking of 1 for all my categories here. So why is that? Where is actually the issue? Well, always think of, if you have a visual, then there is context, a so-called filter context. And this is exactly what happens here. So for each row in this table, we have a context. A filter context, which is the category itself. So for instance, drinks, cheese, desserts, and so on. So each of the category acts as a filter context for the specific row of data we have. Now, what happens if we take a look back at our measure, if I take the sales ranking one more time, what we basically do here is we rank the orders table. However, because we have a filter context here, that means that the orders table gets pre-filtered based on the specific category we have here. That means for the ranking, for the first entry, for instance, for the drinks, the orders table gets pre-filtered to the category drinks, and then the ranking is calculated. However, if we only have drinks as a category in the orders table, then of course the ranking for this category will always be 1, because there is only one category, right? And the same is true for all the other categories you have here. So for cheese, the orders table, as we have specified it here, would be filtered first to cheese, and then based on this filter table, the ranking of cheese would be done. And again, we would only have cheese as category. The other categories are not in the orders table anymore because it's pre-filtered. And then, of course, the ranking for one category is always 1. This is why we have this behavior here. So how can we change this? Well, there is a function which is a so-called all function. So if you type in all here and parentheses, you see that the all function either takes a table or a column, and it returns all the rows in a table or all the values in a column, ignoring any filters that might have been applied. And this is exactly what we need, because we need to ignore here filters, the filter context coming from the table. So drinks, cheese, desserts, and so on. So to ignore this or these specific categories, we can simply wrap our orders table, and within our orders table, a specific column, which is our category column. So wrap in this orders table and modify our specific sales ranking function like this. So this means that now we still do the ranking. However, because we set it all, or wrap the orders category here into all, that means that now the filter context which we have here, like drinks, cheese, and so on, this gets ignored. And this means that the ranking now, the orders table itself here, is not pre-filtered. We take into account all the categories and then do our ranking based on total sales. And this means that now we don't get ones for every category because we removed the external, in this case, this kind of filter. So let's actually try that out. If I press enter here now, then now we can see we got here sales rankings from 1 to 8, right? So the highest is this one and the lowest is this one. So this is exactly what we wanted to have. Now, one additional thing you might think of is, well, what about the total row here? Because the sales ranking is now correct. However, we still see for the total 1, simply because here this sum is evaluated and it simply returns 1 here. Now, what can we do? Well, we could wrap our formula into another function, a DAX calculation, just to get rid of the 1. So simply display nothing here. How can we do this? Well, let's actually go to our sales ranking one more time, and let's wrap this in an if condition. And what we basically check is simply, do we have in the current row a category or not? So if there's a category, like for instance for drinks, cheese, and so on, until cookies, then we would like to see the ranking. If there's no category, which for total, for instance, is true, right? There is no category, it's simply total, then we don't want to display anything. So what we do is we wrap this in an if function. So simply type in if here, and then we need a logical test. And a logical test will be is in scope. There's a function called is in scope, returns true when their specific column is the level in a hierarchy of levels. So you can use this function. By the way, you could also use has one value. There's another function which is called has one value, and this could also be used. But in my case, I'm using isInScope function. So then I'm referring to my category itself, so the orders table category, because this is the one which we currently have here in our table. So if that's in scope, and only if that's in scope, if this is true, then we say that what we want to return if it's true. So I go into a new line here, press Shift Enter to go to a new line. And then I want to do the ranking. If that's not the case, otherwise, so if false, go into a new line here again and say, then I would like to see a blank. There's a function called blank that simply means that don't display anything. And now if you close the parenthesis here and you press Enter, then you'll see that now the 1 is gone here in the visual, right? As you can see here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the 1 here is simply blank because there is no scope for category. So one more time, the measure itself, like that. So basically we test here if we have a scope of category, which is true for all the entries until the last one. The total is not in scope. Then we would like to see our ranking, which we've done. Otherwise, don't display anything. And for in DAX, for don't display anything, there's simply a function called blank. Okay, so that's it for the sales ranking. Now, maybe you would like to ask another question. What if I like to have my sales ranking dynamic? Meaning, what if I like to give the report consumer the option to simply select the top 3 of categories, or the top 5, whatever he or she wants? Well, in order to do this, we can go under modeling here, and under modeling there is a so-called what if parameter. So let's actually do this. Let's go to a new parameter here, a ticket, and then you'll see that a new window appears here. Now this window allows us to specify a name for the parameter. Let's call it, let's call this sales, or let's call it top sales rank. Okay. Of course, feel free to name it whatever you like. Unfortunately, I can't make it bigger, but hopefully you can see this on your screens. The data type itself is a whole number. That is fine, because we would like to have ranks between 1, and in our case we know the maximum is 8. So I can say the minimum is 1, and the maximum here is simply 8, because we have 8 categories here. The increment itself is 1, that's fine, because I would like to select 1, 2, 3, and so on. And the default value, for now I leave it blank. And then you can simply decide whether you want to add the slicer to the page or not. In my case, I leave it checked, so we get a slicer. So if you click OK, you will see that a new table gets created. So let me actually click OK. Just a second. And now we have a slicer here, or slider here, which you can simply use here to slide the specific ranks. Of course, you can also type a number directly, like 6, and you can see that also works. What I meant is, if I make the orders table a little bit smaller, you'll see that here is a new table, which is a total sales rank. This is exactly the table which has been created using this DAX function. So you can also create it yourself if you want. You can write this function to get the same result, this new table. But this happens basically when you do the modeling and go to new parameter, so that what if parameter. Then you create this kind of DAX expression automatically, and you can also add the slider to the page. You can also take a look at the table if you want. So if I go to the data view here and I select the top sales rank table, you'll see that it's actually only a table with one line here, which simply the numbers from 1 to 8. That's everything. So a simple table. But we can use this table now. If I go back to the view here, we can now say, instead of our sales ranking, which we have here, we can actually do this dynamically. And the idea is that we simply right-click on the new measure here and say, I would like to create a new measure. And this measure will be top X sales is equal to, and I will simply check again with an if condition. So if, in this case, the top, or if actually, do it this way, other way around. So if our sales ranking here is less or equal to the selection based on the slider we have, and remember this comes from top sales ranking from this table. So if you search for top sales ranking, where is it? Actually, just a second, is equal to the name itself is top sales. So top, there is it. Top sales rank. Just a second. One more time. Top sales rank. Here it is. So if this is the case, then and only then we would like to see the total sales. Total sales. Here we go. Otherwise, if that's not the case, we don't want to display anything. So let's say we'd like to see a blank. And I close this. So this formula. And what we basically do is we simply check the sales ranking here and in comparison to the total sales rank value. Now the second argument, this one here, this is referring to our slider, okay? And only if the ranking itself, we simply check the ranking itself, which are the ranks from 1 to 8 in our table. If this ranking is less or equal to the slider, so in this case it would be less or equal to 6, and only then we would like to see the total sales. Otherwise we don't want to show anything. So this is the formula. Let's actually press enter to create it. And here we go. We got our top X sales. And now if I simply let me Control-C, Control-V to paste it, so you have it twice in the resources. So now if I add the measure which we have created, our top X sales, we can simply take this. Let me actually take it here. And you see that now we don't see, let me actually maybe move this a little bit like that. We don't see all the values. We only see the top 6 values because we currently have here 6. And if I say I only like to see my top 3, press in 3 here, I'll put in the 3 or drag the slider to 3, press enter, and you'll see that now you only see the top 3 sales. So this is a way to make this dynamic in the view. And just in case you're wondering, well, I still see the blanks here. Well, that's not what I want. Of course, the reason for this is because in this view, we still have the total sales as well as the ranking. These two. So if we remove from this view the total sales at first, and then also the ranking, let's also remove the ranking, cross symbol here. Now we see only the top 3 in here, right? And now if you make it bigger, for instance, let's say I would like to see my top sales, top 5, in this case categories by sales, then you see that this view adjusts exactly the way you want it, without any blanks inside, right? And this is a way how you can make this dynamic and also apply under modeling these what-if parameters. So hopefully that was helpful for you. Hopefully you understood what we did. If not, feel free to ask in the comment section. And as always, thanks a lot for watching, and I hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello friends, and welcome back to the next video about advanced DAX. This time we dive into the running total or cumulative sales for this year as well as for the prior year, and I'll also show you a little fix for a problem which often occurs with a running total. So let's get into it. At first, I right click on my measures table to create a new measure. So right click and create new measure. So let me click it in just a second, and here we go, there's our measure, and let me just zoom in so you can see it a little bit better on your screens. So this will be the cumulative sales. Of course you can although name them differently, so let's say cum sales, okay, cumulative sales in my case, and then says equal to, so it's equal to, and now we can specify a measure. Now for the measure, we already know that for the cumulative sales, remember, we need to change the filter context, because no matter what kind of visualization we use, whether it's a table or any other kind of visual, for instance an area chart, which we're gonna use in our visualization, but could be any kind of visual, we always have a filter context. So for each point in the visual itself, could be a row in a table or a data point in a pie chart or any other kind of chart, you always have a filter context. Now for the cumulative sales, we need to modify this context. So in order to do this, we already learned that we can use the calculate function for that. So if we say calculate, and now we define the expression. The expression, in my case, I will go with the total sales again. However, as I said before, you can use any kind of measure you want. Now, if I type in total sales here, total sales, here we go, I can use it, the measure itself, and then I need to use a filter expression. So the filter expression always returns a table. That means that the calculate function evaluates an expression, which in our case is the total sales, in a new context. And this new context will be a new table, which we define by this filter argument here in the second part. So I'd say that I want to filter, in this case, I want to filter a table. Then the table will be all selected. Remember, we can use this in order to remove any outside filters. So in this case, from this visual, for instance, what we had before with drinks, cheese, and so on. But this, in this case, for the dates, because we want to have a running total, a cumulative sum. So all selected, then from our dates table, date this argument, that's fine. So this means that we return now a complete dates table. And as a second argument for the filter expression, we want to filter this table back. Because only with this table, like that, which we currently have, we would simply get the total amount of sales, because here we simply take into account the complete date range we have in our model. So in our sales table. So that is why we say here for the second argument, and maybe like to actually go in here and say Shift Enter, just to go to new line, just to write it a little bit more nice from the formatting section here. And then for the filter all selected, dates table date, then we can simply say the filter expression will be that the dates table date So the dates table date itself, this column here, should be less or equal to the maximum of the dates table date. So it's kind of similar formula we have already taken a look at, and this is kind of rehearsal for us. But of course, let me also go maybe in here and just modify this a little bit just to have it nicer format. Okay, so first so good. So now if I press enter, let's have a look at the cumulative sales. So at first I'd like to actually maybe go to a new page here and then simply say this will be the cum sales, and then I simply go to my, let's start with a table here. Let's just quickly check that out. So if we go with our dates table and use our date and drag it into the values, or simply tick it, then we get the hierarchy. If we untick this one and the quarter, because I only want to have the year and a month just for this visualization purpose, then I go inside here and say for the value section, just to make it bigger so you can see that better on your screens. So 15, I think that's fine. So we've got the year and the month as combination here. And now if we have a look, just to check our data, if we take a look at the total sales, we can see that here we got simply the total sales for each month-year combination. And if I make this even a little bit more bigger here, and then go with the cumulative sales, if we take this one here, we see that here we get a running total or cumulative sales, right? So 34,000, then here the sum of those two, and so on. So this already works exactly the way we want. Maybe one slight little thing, go to the cumulative sales here, simply tick it, and then go to the dollar symbol just to format it correctly. And of course I'd like to have this not auto, but set it to 2. And press enter, and here we go. The correct number format, that's fine. So we got this. Now, what if we like to shift this? Remember, we have the option, when we use time intelligence, to shift data back. Now, we can also do this for our cumulative sales. In order to shift our cumulative sales also 1 year back, we basically need to have the same structure as we have already here, so this one, but we simply need to replace our measure, our base measure, which is the total sales here. So we need to first calculate the total sales last year, so for the prior year, and then we simply put this prior year's total sales measure inside this function. That is the idea. So let's do that. At first we need the total sales from the prior year, so from last year. That is why I right click on the measures table and go to new measure. Now this new measure is simply the total sales last year or prior year, and then it's equal to, and I want to calculate, modify the context, an expression. The expression itself will be the total sales. And now you could, as a filter argument, use either the same period last year function or the date add function. So both are possible. However, I personally prefer the date add function because it's more flexible. So in our case, really, it's your personal preference, but if you want to change this later on to quarter or month level, then the date add function would be the only one to where you can do this. So I need to refer to my dates table, and in my dates table, the continuous date column. So this one. Then the year date add, not done yet. So number of intervals will be -1, and the interval itself will be the year level, like that. And that is actually it. So of course you could also, if you want to make this a bit nicer, you could go to a new line, press Shift Enter, and then basically place it maybe here or like that. So like that maybe. And press Enter. So it's not required. You can do that if you want. Just formatting your measures. So I press Enter for now, and then we got our total sales last year. Now for this total sales last year, I also like to, as long as it's highlighted, click on the dollar symbol here. So I format it as a currency, but maybe also type in 2 here for decimal places, just to be sure we really have 2 decimal places. And now if we go here, select the table and put the sales last year in the table, just to see that it works correctly, we can see that yes, exactly, we get the numbers from 2019 in July 2020, so shifted back. So that works fine for us. So far so good. Now what we like to accomplish is that we start here with the 34,000 and so on, and then in the next column we have then the 66,742. So basically this measure here should then appear here, right? So shifted 1 year, or based on the sales from the prior year, we would like to calculate this cumulative sales. And this works exactly the same way as we have done here. So the only thing we need to do is actually replace the total sales number here. So you can either rewrite it if you want, or you can also select everything, press Ctrl+C to copy it, and then you right click on the measures table and say you'd like to create a new measure. And here it is. and then you can simply paste this inside. Of course, you need to rename it because you can't have two measures with the same name, but you simply can type in LY for cumulative sales last year, and then you simply need to replace the measure. So instead of using total sales, we're simply referring to the total sales, but from the prior year or from the last year. And that's it. That's the modification of the formula. So we referring to the total sales from the prior year and do exactly the same running total calculation as we've done before. And you can see that, remember, the total sales last year was actually a measure wrapped in a calculate function because we needed to change the filter context. And what we do here is we wrap it in another calculate function, which in this case is here for the cumulative sales last year, and also modify the filter context again. So you can basically wrap modified measures and calculations you have within other modifications where you use calculate based on a calculate, right? Calculate based on this measure. So let's actually press enter, and then we have the measure. It's appearing here. Of course, I also like to format this as a dollar symbol, so it's the currency, and then I'll also type in a 2 here just to make sure that I have only 2 decimal places. Okay, and now let's actually also visualize that. So I click on the cumulative sales here, ticket, and now we can see we got exactly what we wanted. So starting with 34,000 and so on, then we got 66, then 99, and so on. Exactly the numbers we can see up there, right? 34, 66, 99, 146, 146. So exactly what we expected. So that works fine. So far so good. Now a common issue which we see is that if I scroll down, you see that even though our last total sales number was actually in May 2021, we still see them the same number recurring for the running total sales to the end of the year. The same is true here for this one here, for instance. We also see exactly the same behavior. Now this is not always wanted. Not only in a table, but let's actually switch the visualization. I make this table a bit smaller, leave it here inside for you so you can look it up in the resources. But let's actually visualize it differently. Let's go with here the area chart, for instance. I can select my area chart. Make sure that you first click somewhere on the blank canvas so you deselect the table because you don't want to modify it. You now can select the area chart or any other kind of chart you want and make it bigger. That's fine. And now in my area chart I need an axis and then I need some values. So let's say I'm using my date field here, so I can tick on date and I got my axis here. That's fine. And then I'd like to see my cumulative sales, right? So I'll tick on the cumulative sales, and what I get here, it looks like that. Okay, so let's actually drill in maybe a little further, and here we can see the issue much better. So let's actually drill even more. Let's see, and we have this kind of issue in here, right? So let me actually maybe let's make it a bit smaller. Looks better like that. Now we see that we have this trend up here. It's simply aggregating the data across all the years, so that's totally fine. But then at the end we have this flat line here, right? Simply, this is exactly reflecting what we see in the table as well. So if I scroll a little bit to the right, you can see that the total number is recurring here, because our last sales date was actually in May, and then we do not have any sales anymore because this date has not yet arrived so far, right? That is why we see a recurring number here. And if you plot it or visualize it in any way, you also see this flat line here, which is exactly this 1.35 million, which we can see in the tooltip here. The same is true for the running total for the prior year. So actually this number here has exactly the same behavior as we had. So it's actually actually not, sorry, the prior year not, because we have the prior year, so 2020 we have the full data set, so that's why the issue is not appearing here, but the issue is occurring here, of course, for this total value. But let's actually also plot the cumulative sales from the prior year, just to have this also in comparison, and we can see exactly what we have here, right? So this line is not flattening here simply because we have the prior year data. Because here in December, of course, we are in December 2020, where still data is available. Here it is, now February, January, and here we go, this value here. Okay, so the issue actually only occurs here currently, but of course could be the case that it appears in several of your measures. So how can we avoid this? Well, we could modify our cumulative sales here slightly. If I take a look at the formula, currently what we do, or what we tell here, is that we want to have the total sales, then we want to have the complete dates table, so ignoring filter context, which could come here in our visual from the axis, and in our table from the rows we have. This is the filter context. Now we say with the all selected we want to remove this context. So ignore for instance, that here it is January 2020, we want to completely ignore this. Instead, we would like to take a look at our complete dates table, which we have here. And then we would like to say that the dates table should less or equal to the maximum of the dates table. However, I already told you that the maximum here is, again, referring to what we have in the view. This is the only part which is referring to the view itself. That is why we simply get the cumulative number in here. Now, if we, instead of using the dates table date here as a maximum, referring to the date we have in the orders table, or in our sales table, let's actually scroll down here. In our orders table here, if I make this bigger, we can see that here in the orders table we have an order date. And this is actually the referring date we have. So we know that the last order date is actually the point where we peak, because after this date there are no orders anymore. So this is why we could actually modify our cumulative sales a little bit. We could say here, for the cumulative sales, that instead of using the maximum from the dates table, we simply say we would like to have the maximum from our orders table. So if I'm referring to my orders table here, and then to the order date, so orders, let's just see, order date, there it is, this one here. If I'm referring to this table here, then watch what happens with the visual. So if let me actually press enter here, and we see that now, just a second, we exactly stop here, right? We exactly stop at the last day, which in this case is the 2nd of May, sorry, with our visualization here. And of course, if this is an issue for you, that this still continues, if you also want to stop it here, then of course the only thing you need to do is to go to the cumulative sales from last year and do the modification exactly the same way. So instead of using the dates table date, you could also refer to the orders table and there the order date. This one. Press tab to select it. And now you see that if I do this and press enter, you'll see that this second line will also stop here. So let's try that. Press enter. And we see now it also stops here at the 2nd of May in 2021, which is the last sales date, right? So this is one way to do it. And you also see, if you take a look back at the table, if I make this smaller, that this table here also stops now, for the total sales in here, in this value here. And the same is true for the running total. It also stops in May. And also for the cumulative sales last year, it also stops in May. The only thing which continues is this total sales last year, because this is a formula which we have not modified in that way. Okay, but this is one way which you can do. Let me actually click this one more time, and maybe make this smaller again, so we can see the whole table here. So this would be one way to modify this and to make sure that you don't have this flat line, because this is sometimes a little bit annoying, doesn't look too good in the visual. So if you have data like that, then now you know how you can avoid it. Refer to the maximum date in your orders table or sales table. Okay, so that's it for this video. Hopefully that was helpful. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and hopefully you understood what we did. I just want to encourage you, try it out yourself. Also, take a look at the resources from the course if you want. And as always, hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's actually dive in a few visualizations as well as a few ways how we can simply get some insights in our dataset. For instance, some companies really love those waterfall charts. So we can select, for instance, our waterfall chart. And then we could say, let's actually display this by the countries we have. So if I use my customer country name, and by the way, if you do not know which is which, you can always simply make this a little bigger so you can see exactly customer countries referring to that. So I take this, and then I can see my customer countries, but of course I do not have any numerical data. That is why we can't see anything on the waterfall chart so far. But let's actually go with the total profit, for instance. I can take this, and then I would see this kind of visualization here. Now currently it's sorted by the profit itself, so we could simply go to the 3 dots here and maybe sort it by, let's say, by the customer country. I can take this, and then I see a different kind of ordering here, right? Now we start here with Venezuela, then United States, and so on. And the last one is then this 0 entry. Of course, if you, just a second, go here and sort ascending, then of course you would simply start with the 0. Okay? This is how you can adjust the sorting if you want to do that. However, we already spotted a little issue here, which is this 0. So obviously in our data set there is some data missing, or in the country column itself is simply a 0 inside. Well, this is of course not correct, because as far as I know at least, there is no country 0. So that is why we have to adjust it. So there are various ways how we can deal with this. The best way, which I would highly recommend, is that you go to the, well, to the department or the people who actually prefer, actually give you the data. And then you ask them and ask for some kind of cleaning here. So what is a zero country? Because maybe this belongs to a specific customer and there's simply data missing. Then you would go to the department and ask for it. If you can't do it, or they tell you what the missing data is, then you remember you could go to the Transform Data Editor. You can click it, you open the Power Query Editor, and then you have the option, if you go to, let me actually refresh this, if you go to your, in this case, orders table, and then take a look at the customer. There's a customer country. If I scroll on here, there's a customer company, and there should be a customer country as well. So if I scroll on here, I can see my customer country. And then I could select this column, and we already know that there is a replace values function. So either you click it up there, or you right click on the column and say you'd like to replace values. And then of course you can replace the zeros with the specific, well, country which they belong to. That would be an option, right? So for now, I simply close this because there's nothing we want to do. The last option, of course, is to simply filter the data. Now you can also filter the data in the query editor, or you can simply select the visual itself, and you see that there's a filter pane on the right side. So you could then drag the customer country in the filter pane. By now it's already inside because it's in our visual. And then you simply click on here and say you, for instance, like to not select all, but you select all first, and then you untick the 0. And if you do it this way, now you can see that the 0 entry is gone here. So now it starts with Austria here, right? So it's totally up to you. If you want to filter the data, you can do that. Also, you know that you can decide whether you want to show the audience actually the filter pane or not. So if you tick this I here, then this filter will not be available in the report, and the consumer of the report will not know that you filtered this data out because he has no option to see this specific interface. So for now, I just untick this one more time and just leave it for now like that. Just make it a little bit smaller. But that would be a way how we can get rid of the data. And the visual itself, you know that you have all the formatting options which Power BI provides. You simply need to select the visual, and then you go under the formatting pane, and then you simply take a look what's available here. For instance, there are data labels which are currently off, so you can tick them so you would see the numbers. They're currently formatted in millions. Maybe that's the way you want it, maybe that's not the way you want it, depending on the amount of sales, of course, you have. You can always go on here and then take a look at, let's say, color. I'd like to have a darker color here, so black. And then for display units, I'd say maybe not auto. Let's actually try out thousands. Let's see. And that's, oh, at least for this data set, looks like a lot better for me. You can also specify the number of decimal places. So let's actually maybe set it to 1, if that's enough. And still, if you do not like it the way it's currently displayed, you could always go to the orientation. Also say you would like to see it vertically. That's also possible, right? If that's a better way to, or better approach to see it, depending how you want to visualize that. It's totally up to you. Beside this, you can adjust, of course, the text size, make this bigger or smaller if you want, and also, of course, the font family. And a background, if you turn this on, then you have a little background icon, this color, which might be helpful, especially if you have a white background. Could be helpful. Of course, you can also change the background color and also transparency if you want to do that. Also interesting could be that the sentiment colors, because by default they are, for this visual at least, green, red, and blue. Maybe you want to adjust this. For instance, for the totals, you could say, actually, I like to have it maybe darker, so use it black here, or maybe that's too strong, you go with a gray here. So this is up to you how you want to format this. The same is true, of course, for the increase and the decrease colors. So these are the default ones here, but of course you also find different kinds of colors, and they are based on the theme as well. But if you do not like them, you always have the option to go to custom color and choose here a custom, well, a hex code for a specific color, which you can also always look up on the internet. Or of course you can simply ask the department, because each bigger company has their own corporate identity, and then you can also ask for that as well. So that would be options to format this, to get some additional insights into that, right? So that's already helpful. So filtering this data. What could also be helpful, of course, is that what if I like to see a change, for instance, the profit number? So currently we have the total sales on total profit here. So total profit is simply the division or the subtraction from total sales to total cost. Okay, so it's the difference. So what if we'd like to see the total profit last year from the prior year? We can actually do exactly the same as we have done for the total sales last year. So it's also something I like to mention here that, of course, you do not have to reinvent the wheel, right? So if you have a measure already prepared, you can always copy it. Or you can also dive into calculation groups, but this is a part for another session. So here, the easiest way I can think of now is simply using this. I can actually use everything, Control-C to copy it, and then we simply go to the measures table one more time, we click on a new measure, and then we simply paste it inside. Of course, as always, if you want to practice, you can also write it yourself one more time, but it's actually exactly the same code. So we want to modify a context, a filter context. So that's why we use calculate function. Then we need to, of course, adjust the measure, because now it's not total sales, it's total profit. So total profit. And then with this total profit, we would like to actually shift it back 1 year. So the second part, so this new table which we use in order to evaluate the measure, so this dates table, 1 year shifted, this is exactly the same as for the total sales. So the only thing we need to change is actually this measure here. So then finally, of course, we want to rename it as, let's say, total profit last year, and then we can press enter. And here we go. Now we have calculated the total profit last year. Now, of course, you also can go in here and say you want to make this a dollar symbol and also switch it to 2. You press enter. And then we can see we got the total profit last year also calculated. And finally, of course, what could be interesting is now what's the difference actually between the current profit and the profit from the prior year. So there what we could do is simply calculate the difference. So if I right click on the measures table, click on new measure here, and say now I'd like to see my difference. So let's say profit change, and of course you can calculate this either as a percentage number or absolute number. In my case, I simply say the profit change is the total profit, and I simply subtract the total profit from the prior year, right? Like that. And I'm done. I press enter, and I have the measure created here. And finally, of course, I also like to format this correctly, so I select it and also switch this to a dollar symbol here, and also go set this to 2. Now, of course, if you don't want to do this every time, you already know that you can create all the measures and then do a bulk formatting in the model view, right? It's possible as well. For now, that's fine. And we have our total, the profit change actually. So total profit last year, and the profit change, which is here, this measure. Okay, and now, of course, we can visualize that as well. So in order to do this, I would first actually go with a slicer here. So select my slicer. Because remember that the total profit, of course, even the total profit last year, the modified one, needs some kind of context. So, for instance, if we gave it the year 2019, then the last year function would know, okay, I need to evaluate the total profit for the prior year, so 2018. That is why I'd like to use a filter here, or in this case a slicer, and go first to my dates table here, and simply select my years. So I can go with the fiscal years, for instance, can select this one, and then I would get here fiscal year 2019, 20, and 21 in our data set. And if you're like me, then you maybe prefer if you go on the general settings for this filter and switch it to horizontally. That's not required, but I personally prefer it this way. And then I make this a bit smaller here. And of course, you can place it anywhere on the screen, wherever you want to place it. That's fine. And then, of course, maybe for now here. And of course, you can adjust it whether you want to display the header, the title here, and what exactly you want to display. Also, what kind of colors you want to use here. All this is possible here under the item sections and so on. So the font color here currently, for instance, is let's make this maybe white. So I'll take this white, and then for the background here, let's say we would like to have this blue background, then we hold it like that, right? Of course, you can use any other kind of color you want, also depending again on the current thing you're gonna use. So if I'm using this one here, now I have the option to simply choose a specific year, and then the difference, the profit difference, is much more interesting to us. So for instance, if we do it kind of similar as we had before, so I go with my, let's say, my countries again. So let me actually shrink this a little bit. So on the orders table, we have the customer country, and let's actually first create the visual itself. So let's say we'd like to see this as a, let's say, a bar chart, right? Then I use here a bar chart, and then I say I'd like to see my customer countries. So I'll select those in the axis, and then of course I also need some kind of measure, numerical value, and this time I'm using simply the difference of the profit, so the profit change here. So I can select this, and now I can see here my profit changes. But currently, of course, there is no really year selected. This is why that's not what I want. I want to select it. I want to see it for a specific year. For instance, if I tick on 2020, then I would see, let me actually, because everything gets filtered, we already know that, but let me actually also maybe add some kind of numerical fields here. So took the data labels on, so we can see those as well. And if I would select 2021, then I would see a lot of differences considering the negative aspect, right? The reason simply is, remember that our dataset currently contains the complete year 2020, but only the first 5 months of 2021. This is why, of course, then the difference between those two is largely negative for a lot of countries in here. That is the reason for that. The same is true for the financial year 2020, considering 2019. There's a huge difference for instance United States, simply because 2019 is not complete in our dataset. I just wanted to mention that here, just in case you're wondering. But on your own projects later on, then of course you would have probably several years and also complete years of data. And then you could easily simply take a look at the profit change, visualize that, in a bar chart for instance, could also be any other kind of visualization, but really get some quick insights based on some basic measures we have created. Remember, we created total cost, total profit, total sales, but then with these basic measures, then on top of those, you can build several insights, several measures, and then use them to have some more insights and show them to your audience. Okay, so that's it actually for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you were able to follow along. And as always, I encourage you to try it out yourself. If you get stuck, take a look at the resource section. There is the complete file. You can take a look at it. You can play around with it. And otherwise, see you in the next video. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video, and now let's actually explore a little bit more the scenario analysis in DAX. Now before I do that, see that I have renamed the sheet as Visual Insights, and I also press Ctrl S or click on the Save button here just to save my Power BI file. And you should always do that, otherwise if Power BI crashes for whatever reason, then you lose your work, and that should not be the case. So as soon as you've done this, then click on the plus symbol to create a new page. Now for the scenario analysis, we already have taken a look at the modeling view, right? And there is a so-called what if parameter. Remember, we did this when we did the sales ranking. So now we would like to apply this to do a scenario analysis considering the amount of sales we have, as also the demand. Now, of course, to get some insights, what kind of price change would have, what kind of impact this would have on the demand, for instance, and also what's actually the development of, for instance, the whole world economy. This is something you have to, of course, ask the right people in your organization, right? Or have to do some kind of guessing here. But in our case, let's do it simple. So I'm using a new parameter here to create my analysis, and I name this simply price change or price adjustment, whatever you want to call it. So price change. And then I say this data type here should not be a whole number, it should be actually a decimal number. Now here for the minimum, I'd like to see a 0, that's okay. So that simply would mean that we leave our prices constant, so we do not have any increases. And let's say the maximum value is 1. So 100% would be the maximum value we would increase our prices, at least in this scenario here. And then we could specify an interval, and let's say the interval is 0.05. And then, yes, I would like to add a slicer to the page, and I click OK. And what we get is exactly what we have seen before. We get a little slider here, this one here, which allows us to specify the number itself, which you can see up here. And of course, you can also type in directly. By the way, if you do not like this slider here, there's also an option if you go up here under this little down arrow, here select the type of the slicer. So if you take this, then you can see you can also choose list, drop down, and the other ones. So in my case, I'd like to go with the drop down. So I can select drop down, and then I can see that here I have the options now to select from. Okay, as you can see up there. And that's it. So here you can see that the top level is actually not included. So that is why I would like to go to let's actually adjust this. Let's do it directly, because you see, whenever you create a what if under the modeling, this what if scenario analysis, we know that we also create a table. Because what this actually does this here is simply creating a new table, which you can also do by clicking on new table, and then it uses the generate series function. We can see this if we tick on the table itself, that this is actually here the formula from 0 to 1 and in 0.05 steps. So if I type in here 1.05, so like that, and now I press enter, slightly modify this price change. Now we should actually see, if I go up there one more time, and we should see the 1 included. So 1 is now included. That's fine, because I would also give here the option to simply, well, double the price. So, okay, so we got our first one, and of course we can make this a little bit smaller because we do not need it that big. Then I can take it here and also format it maybe a little bit. So for the items, for instance, let's make them a bit bigger. So text size to 15 maybe, and also increase the font color to black. So now we can see bigger numbers in here, right? That's totally up to you how you want to format that. Also, the price change itself, maybe also increase the slicer header, maybe slightly to, let's also say 15, and also make it maybe black, which already is here, font color. Okay, so we got this. Now let's actually create another what if parameter for our demand, because unfortunately we cannot simply increase the price to, well, double the price and then expect that the demand would not change. Probably, depending on the product we sell, of course, but probably the demand would shrink a little bit. So let's actually also factor this in. Let's go with the new parameter here. And this parameter will be simply the demand. Increase or decrease, demand change. Let's call it demand change to be consistent here, change. And then the data type itself is also here a decimal number. And then here for the minimum, we set it to 0. Or let's actually say we also have, of course, a negative impact if we increase the prices. So let's say minus 0.5. And the maximum should be, let's say, 0.5. Okay, so maximum the demand would change 50%. Well, demand increase because we have launched a new product or because our competitor defaulted or any other kind of scenario you can think of. So the increment itself should also be something smaller and of course depending on what you think, but let's say also 5%, so 0.05. And yes, I also want to add a slicer to the page. I click OK. And then I will also do the same as I've done here. So we'll adjust it to a drop-down list. And of course, as I said, choose whatever you prefer. In my case, I'm going with a drop-down. And then of course, I'd like to also format this a little bit simple, similar to that one. So I can go to the item sections that, yes, I had 15 here. Also put then a black color. And then for the slicer header, also use it black color here. That's okay. And then for the text size, also make this 15. And by the way, always remember when you format a theme up front under the view here, customize your theme, then of course you have all the options to format also the visuals. So this could maybe save a little bit of work, so you don't have to do it manually in your reports. So, and then of course we can place it somewhere and also make it, and here the red dotted lines are really helpful to adjust then the size to have the same size as the other one. By the way, you can also see it if you go under general, you also see the X and Y position, the width and the height, so you can also adjust this exactly so you have pixel perfect reports, right? So that's it. For me, that's fine, and now I have here all the other options as well. And finally, of course, I need to, well, somehow implement those two options in my, let's say, my sales numbers, right? So because currently, if I go in here and say, let's actually take a look at maybe the sales, you can either tick the chart first, or you can simply tick the total sales number here, because by default with numerical values you already know that we get a bar chart here. So this will be our total sales, the normal sales. However, we also have an adjustment, because now we want to factor in what if the price change and what does this mean for demand. So that is why I can use my total sales number here, and I can use the same formula because we basically also do the same. We iterating over the orders table. We have an iterator function, so the first argument is a table itself, in this case our orders table, and then we multiply for each row in the dataset the amount with the selling price. So the only thing we need to do now is implement those two additional, well, scenario, well, in this case, what if parameters we have, right? So our new demand as well as our sales change, or in this case our price change, and we have the selling price here. So I simply take all of this, Control C to copy it, and then I go into right click on the measures table and go to new measure, and then I simply say this will be scenario sales is equal to, and now I paste this inside, and of course I can't use the same name here, so I remove this like that, and that's actually fine. So currently if I would now create this measure, then we would have exactly the same number as we see here, so no changes. But now we would like to actually add our two, well, options we have here, right? So let's say for the orders table, for the amount will change by the scenario. By the way, it doesn't matter if we simply add both of this at the end, or if I add the demand change next to the amount and the price change next to the, well, the price itself, because it's simply a multiplication of all those four measures. So in our case, I'd simply like to multiply this. Let's say multiply the amount times, and then in parentheses 1 plus here now the price, the demand change, right? Demand and exactly the value, like this one. And then we multiply this by the selling price, and here we simply add times, and then also in parentheses 1 plus the price change we have, right? So there it is. From the price change value, which gets created like that. And then of course finally we need of course to close the SUMX function to have our new scenario sales. So by default that should be fine. And the reason why we put in a 1 plus is simply because, remember, here we specified in our scenarios, we specified values between 0 and 1. So what we want if for instance, if we increase the price 100%, of course then we would like to have 1 plus 1. That is why we have this 1 in front. So let's actually press enter. And let's take a look at our scenario sales. So if we make this a little bigger here, the visual, and then also take in our scenario sales, so now currently we have exactly the same value. Why is that? Because the default one, of course, for the price change is 0, right? And also for the demand change is 0. Even though it stands from minus 50% to 50%, the default is 0. So now if you select something, let's say we increase the prices with, let's say 20%. I type in 20% here, and now we can see that here, in this case, the scenario sales are bigger. And by the way, the normal sales are still the same, right? If you hover over it, you can still see 1.35 million. So simply because the visual adjusted, and then it looked like that this value shrinked, but that's not the case. This is exactly the same, but the scenario sales is now adjusting, right? So let's say we would like to increase it at not 20, but let's say 100%. So we have exactly the double amount of sales. And then we go to our management and they say, well, that's fantastic. Fantastic scenario. But the issue is, if we do it like that and increase our prices 100%, then probably also the demand would change, right? And then you could say, okay, well, if we do this, then we lose 50% of demand. And if you ticked one, then you see we get exactly the same amount of sales, right? So depending on what changes, so if you make it to increase prices, let's say we make it to increase our prices 50%, and we only lose demand, let's say, of 25%, then of course we still are up in our total sales for the year, because our new sales or expected sales would be 1.52 million, not the 1.35 million, right? Simply because we were able to increase our prices 50%, but the demand only shrank 25%. And this is how you can implement those parameters in your calculations. So total sales is just an example, could be any of your calculations, right? So if you, for instance, think about the cost, you make it to decrease the cost in a specific scenario, you can also implement this and then see how the profit changes in any other ways. And the great thing is that this is totally dynamic. So you create the parameters here, and currently we only have a bar chart. But let's say we'd like to see this, for instance, for each of our categories we have. Then we only need to go to an orders table and take a look at our different categories. So if I tick on categories, please make sure that you still have the visual selected. Then you tick on categories, and then you would see this difference for all the categories, right? And the same could be true for all the customer countries or specific customer companies. All this is completely dynamic. So whatever kind of view you choose, now you can see exactly how these scenarios will change. Also across the years or for different months and so on. Totally dynamic. Okay? So that's it for the scenario analysis. It's just an introduction, I know, but hopefully you can use this knowledge now and implement this, of course, after training it and practicing it in your own projects. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello friends, welcome back to the next video. And before we continue, let's actually double click on here and let's rename this. Let's say these are our scenario analysis. Okay, let's call it scenario analysis, that's fine. And then I press Ctrl S to save it, just to make sure that it's saved. And then I click on the plus symbol, just to create a new report page here. Of course, you don't have to do that. I just like to give it a little bit cleaner when we dive into new topics. Now, we'd like to explore a little bit more the time intelligence and learn what we have, or apply what we've learned so far. Let's actually find out how we can calculate the running total X day sales. And X in my case is 30 days, but of course you could use any other kind of daily interval you want to use. So let's actually explore that. Let's go with, in this case, a new measure. So I right click on my measures table and say I'd like to create a new measure. Now this measure will be simply the running total 30-day sales. So I simply name this. Let's call this running total. Now, of course, cumulative total would also work, but let's say running total 30-day sales is equal to. And now what I do is I simply go here and say I would like to calculate something, because I remember I need to change the filter context. No, because whatever kind of visual we use, and we will see this in a table because it's the easiest way to spot it and to see it, but whatever kind of visual you use, you always have a filter context. And if you want to modify it, you need to use the calculate function. Now I know I tell this a lot, however, it's really crucial to understand and to keep this in mind. So calculate, and now we need an expression. The expression will be, in my case, my total sales. I'm simply referring to this measure again, but of course you can also use any other kind of measures we have created here. So referring to this total sales number, and then I would like to choose a new context. In my case, I'm going with a filter. So filter, I want to use a table, because I want to remove the filter context from the current table we have, or the current visual we have. I'm referring to all. Remember, the all function as well as the all select function have the option to return all the rows in a table, but ignoring the context, which has been applied. Yeah. So in this case, the filter context, which is referring to the specific, well, row entries in the table, for instance. So I would like to see all from my dates table, the date. So this one here, the complete dates table, date. And then I say that I want to make sure that my dates table date, so the specific date column, in this case is greater than the maximum of the dates table date column. So this is kind of similar to what we have with the running total so far, right? However, it's a little bit different because we say we want to have this greater than the maximum and then minus 30. So because I want to go 30 days from the maximum value. And then at the same time, and if you want to have a second condition here, and by the way, I need to close the maximum first, so max and close parenthesis, so be careful of that. But now if I would like to have a second condition, second filter expression condition, I can use the double ampersand symbol. And then I can write another condition. So in this case, I'm referring to the dates table date one more time, this one here. And this should be less or equal to the maximum of the dates table and therefore the date again. Like this. And then I can close this parenthesis. Then I need to close the filter. And finally, I need to close the calculate function. Now, that's a lot. And of course, you could also format this maybe a little bit so it looks better. There's also the so-called DAX formatter, which you can use if you would like to format this measure in a way that it looks smoother. So from your case, but it's totally up to you whether you want to do that. Because if I do it this way, then of course I also, this really depends a little bit, this depends a little bit on how big is the size of the measure. So if I can put it like that, but if I now shrink it from the zoom here, it would look a little bit different, right? So maybe the DAX formatter would be a better option, but it's enough for now. The main point is to understand this measure here. So what we do is we modify the filter context. That's why we use calculate. The new filter context is the second part. So starting with filter, this will be the new filter context. We already know that all allows us to remove the context from the conditional. So instead we would like to have our complete dates table, which is referring to this one here. So we would like to have this table, but this table should be filtered. That's why we use the filter with the second expression, which is this one here. And this expression simply means that please give us all the dates between the maximum dates table, which is recurring back to our or referring back to our visual, minus 30 because we want to go back 30 days, and at the same time it should be less or equal to the maximum of the dates table date. So this makes sure that we only keep this 30-day window in basically within this filtered context which we want to apply. And let's actually explore this. Let's actually press enter, just to create a measure. And then let's have a look. In my case, I'd like to see this in my dates table. So I go with the date. I select my date here. And because I don't want to have a bar chart, I would like to have a table. I go with the table structure. And then I also remove the, in this case, let's actually keep the day level. So because we are on a 30-day level, so that's fine. But I remove the quarter, I don't need this. And then we have it like that. Or if you do not like this, you could also right click on the date. Remember, there's a way to, instead of using a hierarchy, you could also be on the day level itself. So if you select date here, then you would see here simply the date values here. And by the way, sorry again, these are simply the German date formats, but it's simply then Tuesday, 1st January, for instance, and so on for you, or your native language, whatever kind of language you have. Also, let me increase the size here. I go to the values just to see it better on your screens. So let me actually increase text size to, let's say, 15 again. So far, so good. Now, if we take now a look at the, here at the, let's say, start with the total sales maybe. For the visual itself, we can see those total sales numbers. So far, so good. But now we'd like to have the running total 30 days. And by the way, with the running total 30 total days, you will see that a few additional dates get also included. Because currently you see that for the total sales, we have sales on Friday, the 5th. But then on Monday the 8th. So obviously on this, between this weekend or between the 2 days and weekend, we didn't sell anything. This is not. This is actually taken into account for the running total sales. So, but let's actually visualize that. So there it is. Let me click it, and then of course also first format it. Formatting option here, and then also took on 2 decimal numbers. So and now let's actually explore this visually. So if I take this running total 30-day sales, if I take this here, then I can see that now this data is aggregating. As you can see here, we start here, then we have here this number, then we can see that here these weekends are included, even though we have no sales. Of course, it's also part of the running 30 sales, right? 30-day sales. And then we can see the 5,000 and so on, which is simply then the sum of those up to including the 2700. Then we have the next day 4400, and this also included, and so on. But remember, this window is a 30-day sliding window. That means after 30 days, or the 31st day, that simply means that the first entry, which is in this day Thursday, is cut out, and then the new 31st day is added. So we have a sliding 30-day window. So always 30 days, it's a running total, and then if the 31st day appears, then the first day gets removed, and the 31st day gets added. And this then continues across the whole time frame we have here, right? So that's how that works. So that's it for this running total 30 days. So it's kind of similar as we have had before with the running total. So we referring to this all function, and then also remove remove filter context, but then we have an additional, or actually two filter criteria for this table, which is the first one, and which is greater than max minus 30 days, and then less than max the maximum date, which is referring to the specific date in the current filter context. Now you see that you also can add multiple criteria using those double ampersand symbols. If you want to have an OR criteria, by the way, just want to mention this, instead of double ampersands, you would use double pipes. So double pipes would be an OR criteria. Okay? But for now, we're using double ampersand because we want to have both criteria fulfilled. So that's it for this running total 30-day sales. So just try it out yourself. And as always, thanks so much for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back everyone. Now before we dive deeper into additional advanced DAX calculations, let's actually explore table functions in this video. So what I mean by that? Well, if I refer to measures which we have created so far, like for instance the cumulative sales, what we did is we used, in this case, all selected as one of the functions. The same was true when we did something like the sales ranking. If I go to the sales ranking, we can see that we use the all function. Right? And these functions are so-called table functions. They are table functions because they do not return a single value like a measure, they return a complete table. And let's actually visualize that. I would like to show you two functions, so specifically the all function, actually three functions, the all function, the filter function, as well as the values function, because they are often used as table modifiers in DAX calculations, as we have seen here. There we have the all, and the filter actually was applied, for instance, for this running total sales, right? We use the filter function. And all these functions return tables, because the second argument in calculate, this one here in our case, is always returning a table. So let's actually explore those functions. So what we can do is we can create them. So under modeling, there is, next to the new measure here, there's also a new table. So you can see here, if you hover over it, you can write a DAX expression to create a new table. And this is what we do here. When you do it this way, you will see that this table will also appear here in the fields list, like the measures table here, the dates table, and so on. So this means we create a complete table, not only a single measure, which is the little calculator icon. So let's do that. Let me actually go to a new table here. Now you see that it looks kind of similar to a measure, but it is a table. It's not specifying measure here anymore as the default syntax. And for this table, let's say we'd like to create the orders TBL copy, like that, and now it's equal to, well, let's call it by the name maybe, orders TBL all equal, and now we're simply referring to the all function, all, and now we can give it a table name or a column name. Let's give it a complete table. Let's say order TBL, and let's close this. And watch what happens now. If I press enter, I'll see that now I create basically orders table all. You see that it looks exactly the same concerning the columns here as our orders table. So what this basically is, it's a complete copy of the orders table. We use the all function, and we also can take a look at that. If you go to the data view, click on data, and then select the, where is it? Make this dates table is here. Let's actually shrink the measures table so we can see it better. And let's actually go to the orders table all and select it. And you see that's what the table looks like. So this is the table we have created using this all function. You can also see that up here. It's basically only a copy of the complete orders table. That's all what it does. This is the all function, okay? So this is just a visual way to analyze or to understand what actually happens if we use the all function in our measures when we create them. So all simply returns a complete table without any filters. So next, let's actually explore another table function. If I go back to the report view here, let's actually go under modeling here, and now select new table, and let's use maybe the filter function. So if I tick on new table here, okay, here it is, and now say let's be filtered, or let's actually call it maybe the same way. Let's call that orders TBL, so order TBL, and now filtered is equal to, and now we can use the filter function here, because also see, this always gives you a hint. It returns a table. So you could not, for instance, create a measure and then only base this measure on the filter function. That won't work, because the filter itself returns a table. But we can create a new table by clicking on this new table option and then use the filter function, and only the filter function as a criteria. So that means if I type in filter here, I could say I want to add a table. Let's go with the orders table, so orders TBL, and then we can give it a filter expression. And let's say as a filter expression here, we would like to really be direct and say we would like to say orders table, and the order here, let's say the order category is equal to, and then we specify drinks. Okay, we hard-code the way like that, and we close parenthesis, and we're done. And what this basically does, or should give us, is a filter table of a filter table of the orders table, only containing the rows which referring to the category drinks. So if I press enter and we create the table, we can see that the table gets created in the background. There it is, we have it here, and we can take a look at it. If I go to this table here, and instead of using the orders table all, let's actually shrink this maybe, go to the orders table filtered. We can select this. Now we can see it, what it looks, and actually it looks kind of the same as the orders table, because the columns and everything is exactly the same. The only difference is that we have much less rows now, because if I scroll to the right, you see that here under the category, we only see the category drinks. So you also see if you want to filter, you can only see drinks. So what the filter function does is basically it gives us the complete orders table, but filtered by a criteria. And in our case, we simply said that we only want to see the category drinks. So all the rows with other categories got filtered out. That's how that works. So again, it's a visual way of taking a look at what this table actually looks like when you use it in the calculate function, for instance, as a modifier. So finally, let's actually go in here and let's explore the values function, because also a function which is quite helpful and often used, and we will use this as well later on. So let's actually explore this as well. So if I go to modeling, and one more time, I go to new table, I select the new table in here, and then I simply referring here to my, let's say, order TBL, and now values is equal to, and now it's using the values function. And here, when a column name is given, it returns a single column table of unique values. When a table is given, it returns a table with the same columns. So that is why for the table itself it's not that interesting, but for the column it's interesting. Because if we say we would like to have the values, and now go to our orders table, and selecting the category, what we get now with this values function is a unique list of categories. So I can show it to you. Let me press enter for the values here. And you see that we have created a new table in here. However, if I take a look at it, at this values table and select it, you see that here we have a small table with a unique list of categories from this table. So what happens basically is we taking a look at the orders table here, and instead of returning the complete category column, this one here, where we have a lot of duplication inside, because we only have 8 categories, right? And we have a lot of sales for different categories. We get a unique list of this specific column. This is what the values function can do for us. And this is what we can use also within the modifying context in the calculate function. So it was just a little introduction into table functions. There are various other table functions as well in Power BI and in DAX, but values and the OR function is often used, and also the filter function is often used, and that is why I would like to show it to you what this actually does, how it looks like, and that you can also use it if you create under modeling a table. You can also visualize those as basic tables. Okay, so that's it actually for this video. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to the next video, and now we'd like to dive a little bit more into our table functions. We use them within advanced DAX measures. In this case, let's actually figure out how we can calculate the top 10 clients with Power BI. So at first, let me actually double click on this page here and rename it correctly. This will be the running total, 30 days right? That was the measure. And now let me actually click on the plus symbol and press Ctrl S just to save my report one more time. So let's actually go back to, let's shrink this orders table, also this orders table filtered, and also the values table, and go into right click on the measures, go to new measures here, and then we'd like to create our new measure, which in our case will be the, let's call this top 10 clients is equal to, and now we would like to use the calculate function to modify a context. Now we would like to know the, let's say, a measure. Now I have used total sales a lot, so let's actually maybe go with total profit. Let's figure out who are the most profitable customers we have. So total profit, here we go. And then we'd like to use a filter context for that. We're using the filter function. Now the filter function needs as a first argument a table. We could, from the last video you've seen, we can use the values function for that. The values function returns a unique list without duplicates, right? If we give it a column. That's what we want. Because we want to give it the customer company, this one. So what we want to have is a unique list of customer company names, and this unique list now should be filtered based on their total profit, and we would only like to see the top 10 customers. And we know that we can do this by also applying the rank function. So this will be a little more advanced, but let's actually go with that. Let's say filter a values orders table customer company. So give us or filter the unique list of customer companies and only give us the top 10. Now, this is why for the filter expression, we would like to return the ranking. We go with the rank x function. Now we need to give it a table. In this case, we're giving all. So this is a combination you can actually keep in mind. When you use a rank x function, you most often always use all function to remove all the filters from the table itself. Because you want to, in our case, we want to do the ranking of the complete sales table. We don't want to pre-filter the sales table. At first, we need to calculate the total amount of sales, or in our case, total amount of profit for each customer. And then, based on this number for each customer, then we want to do the ranking. And this is why we want to at first remove any filters, and that is why we use all. So this is a combination you can really keep in mind. So when you use a rank x function, then you probably most often refer to the all function here to remove any other kind of filters up front. So we have this, and then we go with a customer company. Here we go. So we select all of them. So and close this here. This is our table. So all the customer companies, and then I want to here use the total profit. Total profit. Here we go. And I want to make sure that this here, the ranking itself is descending. So we will skip the value, but we will simply make sure that we sort this descending. And then close this. And then here the filter expression, of course, in this case would need to be a Boolean value. So what we basically do is we rank the customers, but then we want to make sure that we only keep the top 10. So that is why we say less or equal to 10. Now, if you say only top 5, then of course you would put in a 5 here, or any other kind of number you want. So that's that, and then we can close this here, and also close this here. And finally, of course, you can format this a little bit if you want. Again, I'm referring to DAX formatter if you want to do that, but you don't have to. The measure itself is exactly like that. Maybe just put this maybe a little inside here, and this also maybe a little inside here. Okay, so not necessary, but depending whether you want to do it or not. So that's fine here. So okay, so that's your formula. So what we basically tell you is, please modify the context. So calculate the total profit, but then filter a unique list of customer companies we have, but rank them based on the complete orders table by their profit, and only keep those which in this case have a ranking less or equal to 10. That is the idea. So what this measure does is actually, and I'll show you in a visual just in a moment, but what this does is actually only showing now the total profit from the top 10 customers. That's the idea. So let's actually create it. And here we go, top 10 clients. You can select it here. You can also go on the formatting option just to make this also currency and select this to 2 decimal numbers. Okay, here we go. And now let's actually visualize that. So at first go with the orders table, and let's say I'd like to see my customer company here in a table, and then I also like to see my total profit. So we have this as well, and let's actually make this bigger, maybe like that. And then also let's go in here and maybe also go to the formatting option here and say we'd like to see this bigger size. So hopefully you can see this on your screens as well. So let me actually type in a 15 here. Now we can see here the names itself as well. And now, of course, if I go with total profit and I sort this correctly, so you can always sort this like that. Now you can see that Ernst Handel is our best customer considering only the profit number. And then we scroll down. And now if I make this a little bigger here and also visualize the measure which we have created, so our top 10 clients, we can take this. And then we see here we got numerical fields, which in this case is all the values, which are exactly the same numbers as we've seen here for the profit. But after the 10th customer, so 11th one, in this case this one, the sales is not, the profit is not displayed anymore, right? So we only show here the profit for the top 10 clients. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly what we specified in our measure. And this, of course, can be used now, not only in the table, but also in other kind of visuals. So let's say we have here, I personally, as I said before, I prefer the donut chart to the pie chart. But if you have a donut chart, for instance, and now you would like to visualize here your customers, then you could simply go in here and say, I'd like to see my customer company. And if you go with the original total profit, as you do it this way, then it looks like that. So it's a lot cluttered. But if you say, I only would like to see this for my top 10 customers, for instance, then you could remove the total profit here. And instead, you would go with the total, where is it? The top 10 clients. So if you select this measure here, you would see that, just a second, you only see here now the sales for the top 10 clients. And by the way, if you do not like the color coding, which at least for me is the case, so I go to view here and choose maybe a different color coding here. If I go with the, let's say the blue one, and check this out, then it looks like that. Okay, so that would be a way to do it. Of course, you can also use any other kind of color coding you want. Now you can also format this exactly where you want it. So do you want to see the number or the percentage number or only one of them? Where do you want to place the legend? Do you want to increase the text size here? Everything can be customized simply by selecting the measure and then go to the formatting option. We already know that, so that's why I don't bother you with that. You can try it out. But the main idea was really to, in this case, shrink our data to only show the relevant data. And if you only want to see the top 10 clients, we could do it this way, for instance. And the same is true for other kinds of measures. So let me shrink this maybe, and then we actually do it this way. Control C to copy this measure, then go in here, Control V to paste it. So we have it twice. We can do that, and then we can simply change it. So instead of having a donut chart here, let's actually go with a bar chart. So I select my bar chart, and then I would see exactly the same kind of insight, but this time simply by using a bar chart, which then of course could also be customized, like showing the labels here. If you tick this, go in here and say I'd like to see the data labels, and it could be done here as well. And you have exactly the same insight as you have here in the donut chart. So how you visualize this, of course, is totally up to you, but the main idea is really that with this measure, for instance, we only show the top 10 clients in a visualization. Okay, so that's it. Hopefully that was helpful. Hopefully you can follow now along, do it yourself and practice. And as always, thanks for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello friends, and welcome back to the next DAX Insight. This time we'd like to figure out how many customers do we serve each weekday. So let's actually do that. Here I don't have much space left, so I simply click on the plus symbol here to create a new report page. Now, in order to do this, we need to visualize the weekdays, right? And in our dates table here, if we take a look, there is actually the day of week name. So I can select this here, and then what I get is a table here with the weekday names. They are in German for me, but of course you would see them in your native language. So if I select this here, and if I go here and say under the values, I'd like to switch this maybe to 15, so we can see that better. 15, and now I can see all the weekday names in the table. Of course, we can switch this measure or this visualization later on, but for now, let's stick with the table. Now, in order to figure out how many customers do I have each weekday, I could use a simple DAX calculation, which is a specific distinct count measure. So I right-click on the measures table, and I go to new measure. And then I'll wait until the window opens, and here we go, and we have our measure here. And for the measure, this will be simply the, let's call this customers per weekday. And is equal to, and now we can use the distinct, and there is a distinct count function, this one here. And here counts the number of distinct values in a column, exactly what we want. So here we simply need to give it a column name. So the formula itself is pretty easy. So we're referring to the, in this case, the customer. I need to spell it correctly, of course, in the orders table, the customer company, right? So to figure out what are the distinct values, in this case, for the customer company. So if we do it this way, like that, I can press enter. And by default, what we get, of course, is now simply a unique list, so without duplicates, of the customer companies. And of course, a number for that. So if I deselect everything, and I would simply go here and tick this, then I would get a number here, which in this case is, if I hover over it, 89 customers. So 89 would be the number of the total customer base we have in our dataset. The great thing here is that because Power BI is so dynamic and we have set up our model and relationships correctly, we can now apply this and simply remove this visual here, go to our original visual, and simply tick now the weekday sales, so the distinct customers, distinct customers, where is it? Distinct, of course I need to, some customers per weekday. I need to remember how I named those measures, but now you can see this is actually now exactly the right number. So we can see for each weekday here, what is the unique list or the unique amount of customers we served for this weekday. We can see total we had 89, but on none of the weekdays which we have actually sales generated, we had really the total amount of customers. So some customers never ordered on Saturday, for instance, right? And all the others is true. And we can see that the lowest amount of sales or customers actually, concerning the unique amount of customers, ordered on Monday, in my case, and so on. So this is how we can create such an insight, simply by using a distinct count and then choose any other kind of visualization we want and also any other kind of dimension we want to use, right, for displaying that. We can also do this, for instance, for the categories we have, right? So figuring out how many customers actually ordered a specific category, considering the 89 total customers we have. Maybe we have some certain kinds of products or categories of products where actually only a few customers order them. And then we might think about, well, if that's really the case, should we continue offering this product or not? Just an example here. But yeah, that's an insight. There's only one little caveat here, or problem here. Currently, what we see is that the day of the week name, even if you can't read it because it's German, but you will probably see that it's actually sorted, and it's sorted alphabetically. This is a default sort, but that's probably not what you want, because you don't want to sort it by, in my case, it's Tuesday, Thursday, then Friday, then Wednesday, and so on. But this is not the normal week, right? So I would like to have some kind of sorting here, right? Sorting. You also know, probably already, I've shown it to you before when we talked about the waterfall chart, that you can go to more options here, and there's always a sort by option. However, the issue here is we can sort by weekday name, which means alphabetically, like we have here, or from A to Z or from Z to A, or we could use the customers per weekday. Then we would sort by the number, but that's also not helpful. But what I want is actually, I want to sort by the weekday name, but in a proper order. This is where you can go to the data if you have this issue, and then try to find a column which gives you unique values you can sort on. In our case, we have the day of week name in here, which is exactly relating or referring to the weekdays which currently display. However, we also have here a day of week. Now this day of week here allows us to sort our weekday names. So all you need to do is you simply click this column, and then you say you want to actually sort this column under here, under sort by column, and then you can select another column. So basically you have the option to sort a specific column by another column. Of course, this only works, of course, if there's a relationship between those two in, let's say, a really unique way. So, for instance, if I have Wednesday here as number 2 as my day of week name, then it can't be the case that later on I have Wednesday again, but then with a number 3. If I want to say sort on this day of week name. If this is the case, then the Wednesday would have 2 actually numbers which is referring to in the day of week, and this would not work. Then you would get an error. But here we have a unique list, so we know exactly that each weekday, and starting with Monday here with 0, is actually, or has a number attached to it from the day of week. So that is why we can simply select the column day of week name, and then we can go to day of week, there it is, and we can say we'd like to sort the current highlighted column based on another column, which is the day of week. And if we do this, if I click on that, let's actually try that, and let's actually go back now to our visualization report. Now we see that here it's sorted from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And Sunday is simply missing because we have no sales on Sunday. Now we have the correct sort order. Okay? So that's a little trick which you can apply just in case you do not have the right sorting by default. Then try to search for a column which offers you the sort. And just in case you don't have this column, then the only other way would be to create a helper table which has this kind of mapping, and then you join this helper table and sort based on those helper tables. Okay, that would be another option to do that. But in our case here, we have a day of week name, so we can simply use this column here, and sort our day of week name by the number itself. And then we get the correct entries in here. Okay? So that's it actually for this video. Hopefully that was helpful. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to the next video. And this time I'd like to ask you the question. DAX or no DAX? That is the question. So here I'd like to quote Shakespeare, because I'd like to give you here a little introduction of how you can speed things up. So the question is, do you always have to create a DAX measure? Now sometimes you don't have to. You can simply do it in Power BI directly. For instance, in the last video we actually explored the customer per weekday. Now we simply used a DAX calculation, if I scroll up here, which is this customers per weekday, which is referring to a distinct count of the customer company. Now this is, for instance, a DAX measure you can create if you need it, but this is also something, an insight you can do directly without using any DAX. Let me show it to you. At first I like to click on this table, Control C to copy it, Control V to paste it, so I have the same table, so I don't need to create it manually a second time. And now, instead of using the customers per weekday here, what I'd like to do, I'd like to remove this one here, and now I only see the weekday names. And we can now go to our orders table. So let me actually make those tables smaller for the orders table, and simply tick on customer company. This is the one. Now of course we can see that each weekday would now repeat as often as many customers we have on this specific weekday. The trick here is you can always go to the values option, and here I would like to encourage you to try out, so clicking on a little down arrow here. What you see is, next to options like conditional formatting and so on, you also see here kind of aggregations you have. Now for the custom company, because it's a string value, so a text field, there is not a lot of aggregation. You can either choose the first customer, the last customer, also the count distinct or the count. Now in our case, the count is exactly what we need, count distinct actually, because we would like to have a unique list of customers counted for each weekday. So if you switch this now and click on count distinct, what you get is you get a table, and if you take a closer look, you get exactly the same numbers here as we got here, right? So instead of creating DAX measures every time, sometimes, not always, but sometimes, we can simply refer to the specific column we have in the view, and then check out what kind of aggregations there are. As you can see here, those as well as show values as, and they have also an option as percentage of true and total. So if you tick one, you would see that here, it doesn't make too much sense here, but if you have some kind of, sales broken down for specific, for instance, weekdays, then you could figure out, okay, what is actually now the percentage of sales for each weekday. Could also be interesting, right? So here we would only see that based on the total amount of customers we have, 38% of customers ordered on Monday. If this is an insight you want to provide, you can do that. But the main point really is that for these insights here, you don't have to use DAX. It's built into Power BI itself. You simply need to check out what's available here. If we go back to no calculation, I can see the original values. Okay, so that's one option. That's also helpful, of course, for numerical fields. And another example I'd like to show you here is, let me actually drag this maybe up here, next to that. So if we take a closer look at the customer, let's say the customer countries. Okay, first untick everything, go to customer country, and choose here not a map, but instead I'd like to see, let's say, a clustered bar chart here. And then here, I'd like to visualize now the selling price. So if I tick on the selling price here, like that, what I get is, I get a visual here for my countries, and I got different kinds of selling prices here. However, I already know that for United States, for instance, and if I hover that, the selling price is not 10,457. What we currently see is simply that Power BI is aggregating the selling price. So it simply takes into account the complete orders table, and then it's filtering the orders table, of course, here in the filter context to United States for this first entry, for Germany in the second entry, and so on. But then it's simply adding up all the selling prices. And this, of course, is complete nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. However, what could be interesting is what is actually the average selling price across all the different kinds of countries we have. So maybe you have specific countries where the average selling price is higher. That could be an insight which could be helpful and interesting. So in order to do this, again, we could now either calculate like an average selling price, or we simply check out the options we have here. We click on them, and take a look, and we can see that here, because it's an numerical field, we have much more options, like the minimum, what is the maximum selling price we have in the country, what here the count distinct selling prices, that's not interesting, but standard deviation, variance, median, and so on, but also here the average. And if I tick on average here, you see that now the selling prices have changed, and of course now we have, well, reasonable values. Like for instance, Norway now on top with an average selling price of 41.19. So obviously Norway, even though it's not the best country considering the total amount of sales, but the average selling price in this country is the highest. And we still have our zero entry here, which is the missing value, we talked about that. But here United States is then actually the second biggest country, because zero is not a country. So you can see that the total United States has the highest amount of sales in total, but also a very high average selling price in this case. This could be also a relevant insight for us. And if I scroll to the bottom, we see that, for instance, Venezuela, their selling price is really low, considering all the other countries. So that's also something we can get out of the box simply by changing here the aggregation type in the value section after we drag the specific, in this case, column, which is selling price, into the values area. So I just want to give you here an insight and tell you that even though you can also solve this with DAX, and DAX is a great language here and gives you much more flexibility than simply choosing those options here, but sometimes it's not required to create an additional measure. Simply check out what's already available for you and then get the insight you need. Okay? So that's it for this video. Hopefully that's helpful. Try it out yourself, and as always, thanks so much for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the next video. And now we'd like to dive deeper into advanced DAX. Specifically, we would like to find out how we can classify our customers and also visualize that. Now, in order to do this, I need to go under Home first, and under Home I'd like to enter new data because we want to create a new table. Now, the table will be entered manually for how we can, or how we do our ranking for the customers. That is why we go with Enter Data. Remember, I've shown you this at the beginning. The Enter Data option allows us to, well, really enter data manually. It's different from the modeling, which we have here, when we said we would like to create a new table based on a DAX measure, which we've also done. Think about the filter which we have applied, or the values, or the all function. But now I'd like to go with the Home and also really do it old school. Go to Enter Data here and simply specify here exactly how our customer classification should look like. So I name this customer classification TBL for table. And then I need 3 columns in this table, which is at first the customer classification. The next one would be the minimum value, and the last one would be the maximum value. And of course you can also make this bigger, so you can drag that if you want, but that's basically the 3 columns we need. So we need a name for the customer classification. Let's call this maybe top customers, and this is up to you how you want to name those. In my case, I say these are the top customers. Then I have my average customers, and then finally I'd like to call them bad customers. Of course, as I said, name this differently if you want. And here we need to have some kind of ranking for them. Let's say all the rankings based on a specific measure between 1 and the maximum should be 5. These are our top customers. Then an average customer starts from the ranking of 6 to, let's say, 20. These are the average customers. And then all the customers which have a ranking based on bigger than 21 to the end are actually bad customers. Now, it's pretty optimistic, I know, but this is just an example. So for the maximum customer, well, we know for a fact, because we have checked that we have a maximum customer base of 89 customers. However, maybe we get additional customers in the future, right? So then the question would be, what kind of number should we put in? And for a fact, what I know, at least, or what I assume, is that even though we get additional customers, we do not reach 10,000. So I can simply say the maximum is 10,000. Okay, really high value. And finally, we click on Load. And then we simply need to wait until this table actually gets created and loaded into the model itself. And as soon as it's done, just a second, there it is, we get a new table, which is appearing here, this one, and this is now simply our customer classification table. And it looks exactly the way we have structured it. So if I go under the data view, and then I select the customer classification table, I can see exactly a small table here with only 3 rows and 3 columns, which exactly refers to the data we have inputted here, right? So, okay, So that's fine. And now we can create our customer classification measure based on this table. So we right click on the measures table here and say we'd like to create a new measure. So here we go, just a second, and there it is. And now we can maybe make this bigger here, that's fine. Okay, so we have a little more space, and now we can name this. In my case, I'll simply name it classify customers, but of course you can name this whatever you want. Totally up to you. Now I say is equal to, and I want to use my calculate function because I need a new context. The first one is the expression. Now I'm doing this, the customer classification, based on my total sales measure. However, if you want to use another measure, of course you can also do this. Just want to mention that here. So if I type in total sales here, then I need a new filter context. So basically I need to have a new table on which this total sales is evaluated. That is why I use a calculate function, because I want to modify the filter context. Here I'm using the filter function. We talked about that, what it does. It needs a table, and this table gets filtered by an expression. Now the table is, in my case, a unique list of customer companies, because I want to rank my customer companies based on their sales numbers, and then I want to classify them. So those with rankings between 1 and 5 should be labeled as top customers. Those with rankings between 6 and 20 should be the average customers, and all the ones below 20, or actually higher as 20, 21, and so on, this should be our, in this case, bad customers. That's how you want to label them. Okay, and also classify then our sales visually. So let's first go to the table. We need the unique list of customer company names. That is why we're using the values function. Remember, if we type in a column name here, we get a unique list without duplicates. So what we want to refer to is the customer company. So customer company. And then we need to make sure, because you see that we got also the orders table all as well as the orders table filtered. So maybe just in case this is confusing to you, you could always, of course, remove those tables again. It was just to show you what these table functions actually do. But for now, let's actually go with the first one, the original orders table. And then we have our values function here. So we want to filter the values, that's fine. And now as a second expression, we want to use a filter expression here. So we want to shrink this values here. Or we want to filter basically the unique list of customer companies here. And we use the count rows function as first. So count rows, as you can see here, it counts the number of rows in a table. So we need to give it a table now. This table will be another filtered table. So filter, and I already told you at the beginning, it gets quite complex, a little bit more complex here, but of course it's great because you can of course then apply this to your own project here as well later on. So filter, we again refer to a table. This table will be the customer classification table, exactly the one which we have created manually, right? When we entered this top customers, average customers, and bad customers with the rankings, so mid and max values for the rankings. And we want to filter this table in a way that we simply specify here that the filter expression is the rank x function. We want to do the ranking based on our customer companies. Remember, when you use the rank x function, then most of the time, at least probably 99% of the time, you also want to use the all function to remove any kind of filter context you have applied, because you want to rank the complete based on the complete table you have. In our case, we want to do the ranking on the complete sales table, right? So we're going to take into account all our customer companies in this case. So I say all, and then we're referring to here the customer company. So customer company from the orders table. Remember, we are referring to original orders table, so orders TBL. So that's why we want to filter customer classification rank x. Okay, this ranking based on which measure? So this is the table. Then we need to create, of course, the expression, which is the total sales. Total sales. Here we go. And then finally, of course, the ranking itself should be descending. That is why the value itself, I leave this blank. So I put in another comma here, but for orders, I like to see this descending. Like this. Okay. So that's it. And then we want to make sure that this is greater or equal to the minimum. If I type in min, I already get the minimum classification table. So I can refer to the column with the actually minimum ranking value, right? For instance, 1, 6, and then 20, right? Or 21. These were actually the minimums in this specific column. So we can do this like that, and then at the same time we want to also use another expression here, and we already talked about that. When you want to use in the filter expression of the filter a second argument which should also be checked, then we can use the double ampersand symbol. And the second argument is that the rank x, so here rank x in this case, of all, it's kind of similar to what we have before, the orders TBL, and from the orders TBL, the customer company, this one here. So close this here. Okay, we got a unique list without, complete list of customer companies without any filters applied. And we want to make sure that this now, here, that we want to do a ranking. And the ranking here should based on what kind of measure? Well, the expression is total sales again, total sales. And we make sure that here the order is also descending. So we want to be consistent here. Close this. And then we say is less or equal to the maximum. Okay, so customer classification maximum. Here we go. There it is. And then we can close this parenthesis here and also this one of the count rows. And then we want to make sure that this is greater than 0. And then finally we can close the filter expression and then the calculate expression. And that's it. Okay, so I know this is a long formula, so let's actually try and find out what it does. So we want to calculate the total sales. We use as a filter argument, because we need always a second table, which is returning here, basically, this one here, for the calculate function to evaluate these total sales. Now we would like to filter the orders table customer companies and a unique list of them. Then we do a count rows, and we filter the customer classification table. Remember, this table where we say we have top customers, average customers, and bad customers. And we do a ranking of all the of basically all the customer companies we have, and we rank them by their sales, descending, and want to make sure that this value is greater than the minimum, or greater or equal than the minimum, and it should be less or equal to the maximum. Right? So we want to make sure that the specific customer, based on their sales ranking, falls into the categories which we have defined in our customer classification table. So between 1 and 5, or 6 and 20, or 21 and the upper limit, right? So that's what we want to ensure. And if this is the case, then we would like to then actually we check whether this is the case. And if that's the case, we have this count rows function, right? So this count rows simply counts the rows of the customer amount which fall into those categories. This is what this is for. And the filter function itself, the values, we make sure that the count rows function is greater than 0. That simply means that when we have a customer based on their sales ranking, and this customer is falling into the category 1 to 5 from the sales ranking, then this customer is classified as a top customer. This is what this count rows does. This count rows simply counts the rows of customers for each of those categories we defined, so top customer, average customer, and bad customer, and takes into account whether those customers fall in this category or not. And then we filter simply the orders table based on them. So make sure that the count rows is greater than 0. So let's actually, of course, you can also format this, and here maybe put this also in the DAX formatter option if you want, but for now I think that's fine. I press enter. And now let's actually check that out in a visual. So let's see whether this really works for us. So if we go with the dates table here and choose maybe the date itself, and then let's actually take a look at our classify customers here. Let's take that, and then we can see some numbers here. And of course, if I go into the formatting option and also show the data labels, then we should see some numbers in here. Okay, these are the numbers for different kinds of years. And by the way, if we take a look at our sales, we should see actually the same value. So if I Control-C to copy this, Control-C to V to paste it, and let's go down there. And then instead of using the classify customers here, let's actually check out the total sales number. So drag that inside and remove the classify customers here. Then we should see some numbers here, and these numbers should be the same. As we can see here, the normal total sales which we've created at the beginning are exactly the same as these classify customers. However, with the classify customers, we have now additional options. Because, think about here, we also have a legend option, right? So in this first visual, where we have the classify customers, we could now go to our customer classification table and use our customer classification and drag this in the legend. So if we do this, now we see a breakdown for all the different kinds of categories we have. So we can see, okay, how many, or what is actually the percentage, or in this case the amount of sales, which has been driven by top customers, by bad customers and average customers. I mean, currently they are sorted alphabetically, but the idea is really that we can see now a breakdown of our sales based on the customer category which we have defined. And this could not only be displayed like that, maybe this is what you want, but you can also, of course, again, Control Z to copy this, Control V to paste it, and currently I've selected something. Let me actually untick this, so we can see everything. And maybe I remove this now. We don't need this anymore. It's just for checking that the values are the same. But now we actually switch this, for instance, to let's say a stacked bar here. So one of the stacked column bar. And if we do it this way, then of course we would also see the percentage numbers here. So we would see exactly, okay, for each year in the data set, what is the amount which the top customers have contributed to the total sales amount. Okay, this is an insight we can get here. And also the same is true for the bad customers as well as for the average customers. And I also encourage you to try out different kinds of themes if you want, but the main idea is really that with this advanced measures in DAX, we also have the option then to get additional insights in the dataset. And this of course could be interesting, because now we could specify, okay, our total sales is mainly driven from the top customers. And this, for instance, now here I think it's rather equal, but of course it could be the case that you spot something like that. For instance, for a specific product or a specific category you sell, you spot something like that. That this could be an interesting insight, right? And that's it then for this advanced measure. Now, however, I just wanted to mention that at the end one more time, this classify customer measure is a pretty advanced measure, right? So this is really advanced, but the main idea is really to go step by step through it, because there are a lot of concepts which we have applied before. So what does the filter function do? What does the value function do? Returns a unique list, so without duplicates. And the count rows is really counting rows, whether they fall into the category or not. The ranking, we also have done this, and this is kind of everything together in one big measure. Now, of course, you need to go through this several times, I know that, but I just want to give it to you, add it to your toolbox, try it out yourself, and as always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now, this time we dive into a new concept, which is so-called variables in DAX. So I'm going to show you how you can use them and what they are and why they could be useful. And in order to do this, we want to explore how much in sales did we generate on weekdays and how much did we generate on the weekends actually. So to get this insight, we will apply the variables concept. Before we do this, we have to actually figure out the specific number for each weekday. This can be done by clicking on the tables here and have a look at our dates table. You can see here, if you select the dates table, you can see I've already selected it. Otherwise, if you can't see it, first click on the dates table itself to select it. You got the preview here, and then you see that you got the day of week name here, and you got the day of week. This is the column which is interesting to us. The day of week here has numbers. And I can tell you here that the 0, you should also see this on your screen, that the 0 is relevant or is referring to Monday. So basically the 5 and the 6, if I simply search here or filter to 5 and 6 and take a look, then I already know that the 5 in my case is Saturday and the 6 then is Sunday. So the weekend sales will be referring to day of week where day of week is 5 or 6. And the weekday sales is actually all the sales where the day of week is not 5 or 6, right? So from 0 to 4. So that's the first thing we need to explore here. Now we know that. Okay. So let's actually dive here into the measure itself. So I right click on here and say new measure. And then we just wait here a little bit. I'm going here, okay. And then here for the measure itself, I say this will be our total sales on weekday. Okay, let's call this on now weekdays. No, on weekdays. Here we go, weekdays is equal to, and as always, rename the measure whatever you like. So here I'd like to go to a new line, press Shift Enter, and then here I'd like to define variables. So in our measures, we could not only generate a complete measure, we could also calculate, let's call sub measures within the measure itself, which we can then reuse. For instance, I could say I store in a so-called variable, and variable is a keyword here. So var is the keyword, and then we need to define a name for it. And you'll now see that this is displayed in green. This tells us that this is a variable. So we can define the weekdays here, so weekdays, and is equal to. And here within this variable, we have the option to either store a table or store a measure. So for instance, our total sales, I could refer to total sales here, or total sales inside this. And then total sales is stored in this weekdays variable. And now I can continue my calculations and can refer to this weekdays. And when I use weekdays, it simply means that I'm referring to total sales. But this is just an example. In our case, I'd like to remove this, and instead I'd like to actually create a table here. And I want to filter, apply a filter here. My table itself is my dates table. So dates table here, dates table. And I want to filter this table based on an expression, which is in this case an AND. The AND function you're probably familiar with from Excel as well. The AND function allows us here to specify two logical criteria. And the first logical criteria is that the day of week in the dates table, so day of, should be day of week, here it is. So the number we have seen in the dates table should be unequal to 5. So unequal is simply this open and closing tags here, and should be unequal to 5. And the second logical test is that if I go into new line here, go here, that the day of week, so day of week from the dates table, day of week, should also unequal to 6. And then I can close this. Okay, that's the filter expression, and then of course I also need to close the filter function itself. So what we do here is the following. You can also of course write this filter function like this in a complete new table and analyze it, but yet what you see is that we now return a filtered, so a subset of our dates table, a filtered dates table, where we ignore all the rows where the day of week is 5 or 6. So basically we throw out all the weekends. And this filter table gets stored in this weekday variable. And now we can reuse this variable. So if I go to new line and jump out, maybe here again, I could then simply use the return keyword. Return is also a keyword, and we also need to specify this at the end when we use variables. So we can define as many variables as we want up front. In this case we only have one, but of course you can create several variables. Also on store things, so either tables or measures in those variables, and then at the end you want to return something. And here we want to return, in this case, a sum. Here I'm using the SUMX function here, we're using the iterator function. We need to give it a table. The table will be our weekday sales, so I can refer to weekdays, and you can see here this table has now this XY symbol that simply refers to that this is a variable which we can use in here. So I can define it like that, weekdays, and now I need an expression. And the expression itself, in our case, will simply be the total sales. So what this does is it simply means that now we would like to calculate our total sales figure, but only for this table. So we have a subset of our table, which is now excluding all the weekends, so all the days where day of week is 5 or 6. And on this table, we would calculate the total sales. That's what we do here. And this is the value we return. Okay? So also maybe one additional thing here for the variables, the weekday variable, which we define here, cannot be used now in any other kind of measure. The variable itself is bound to this measure, where we actually created the variable itself. We can use it here as often as we want, but only in this specific measure. Okay? So that's it, and now we can actually press enter, and let's have a look at our total sales on weekdays, and we have calculated here. And of course we can also visualize this now. So for instance, we can tick this here, and then we should see a number in here, which in this case is this 1.14 million, so a really high amount. And of course, if we take a look at our total sales in comparison, we can see that here we got the total sales and here the weekday sales, and we can see that the most of our sales in our data set at least have been generated on Monday to Friday, so not on the weekends. If you also want to calculate the weekend sales, just check that. Of course, we can go to the total sales on weekday, say, and it's kind of similar to this one. So that is why I will simply copy this. So Control-C to copy it, and then I will go to measures, right-click on the measures table, new measure. We just need to modify this end, what we have here currently. So I can paste it inside and simply name this total sales on weekends, right? Weekends. And then let's call this actually weekends as well. So like that. And then we want to filter the dates table, but this time it's not like and dates table is 5 or 6, but we want to use an or function. So we simply say we want to have or, and then the dates table, day of week, should be equal, not unequal to 5, but equal to 5, or the dates table, day of week, should be equal to 6. Equal to 6. So equal sign. So that's the modification, right? So we, instead of saying and, we simply say or. So either 5 or 6. And if this is the case, then please return the row, and this is the filtered dates table we have. So filter the dates table based on this criteria. And then of course we also need to adjust this one. Currently you can see now it's highlighted in gray, simply because that this variable actually is not available anymore, because we renamed it. That's why we need to refer to week ends in our case, like that, and that's it. Here we go. So also the same way we define the variable, we can store something inside. In our case we use a table, but we can also store a variable if that's the case. We can create additional variables if we want, and then we can simply use them. And we need to use the return keyword to at the end of our formula, because this is required. So var and return, these are keywords, they are reserved in DAX, and this is the way you can use them. Now if you press enter, like that, then we also have the total sales on weekend here created, and you can also select the visual one more time, and of course also tick this here, this box, and then you see a little small here, this little bar, and this is actually the difference between those total sales on total sales and total sales on weekdays. You can also, of course, if I click on this, Control C to copy it, Control V to paste it, of course also change this maybe to, let's just say we'd like to see this as a table here as well, so we can see the numbers as well. And of course we can drag the total sales on top here, and then we can see we got 1.357 million, and here total sales on weekdays is 1.14 million. Just in case it's too small on your screen, so sorry for that, let me just increase the value section here and text size, let's say to 15, right? So we can see those numbers here. And 212,916 on the total sales on weekends. Of course we can also quickly check that if we simply subtract those two values, right? So if, for instance, let's say I'd like to create an additional measure here, new measure, and then for this measure I simply say this is weekend check is equal to, and I'll say total sales, so total sales, and we simply subtract the total sales on weekdays here. And now if I press enter, just to check that our measure is really correct, we should actually get here a value which is exactly those 212,916. So let's actually do this. Also click the visual and click on the checkbox here, and we can see that here for the check we get exactly the same values here. So now we know the difference here from our weekday sales is exactly the weekend sales. Okay, so that's it. And now of course you can create additional visualizations if you want, and also display this and to show this insight to the audience. But the main point of this video was really to understand how we can use, of course, this calculation here, and especially the syntax of the variables as well as the return keyword, and how we can use them. And also a main benefit of the variables, just wanted to mention that at the end, is if you have a really complex formula, this variable section here allows you to break this formula down in, let's say, smaller chunks if you store them in variables and then reuse the variables. And also if you have a complex formula where you reuse a certain kind of expression a few amount of times, which is often the case in really complex DAX measures, then you can create it and store it in the variable and then referring to the variable. And the benefit would be that the variable is only evaluated one time, so it also makes your measure faster considering the calculation. Okay, so that's it now for this video. Hopefully that was interesting. Hopefully you were able to follow along, and just try it out yourself. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hello and welcome back to the final report creation. Now let's actually apply what we have learned and visualize all the things in a final report. So at first I'd like to click on the plus symbol here to open a new report page, and then I personally like to use a background here, so a wallpaper. Of course that's not required. You could also go to the view option and choose one of the specific themes you have here, or of course use your own theme as well if that's something you want to do. For me now, I simply go onto the blank canvas, then I click on the formatting option and say I'd like to use a wallpaper here. So I click on wallpaper, and then I can simply add an image here. So what I will do is I would like to use this sample example image 2, and I click on open. And by the way, this is the Golden Gate Bridge, but just in case you need some specific images or you want to use, simply search for instance, Pexel or other kinds of sites, websites which are available online, which are for free, where you can download images and use them. Just make sure that you do not violate any commercial rights, but most of them offer, I think, free images if you search for them. So then I'd like to actually change the image fit. Currently it's normal. I would like to go with fit. I think that looks better. Of course, you can also try out the last one, the fill, if you prefer this one, but for me, I actually prefer the fit, so I'm going with the fit option here. And finally, I'd like to maybe reduce the transparency a little bit, because currently I think it's a little bit too strong, so I can try out maybe, let's say, 20%. Let's just see how that looks like. And yeah, I think that is already better for me, so I have a little bit of transparency here, but of course, this is trial and error, the way you want it. So then finally, I'd like to add a header, so I go to Insert here, and then I simply go with a text box, and the text box simply contains then the final, of course, need to spell it correctly, the final report. So then I highlight everything, press Ctrl A, and then I simply press on the make it bold, and also increase maybe the size to, let's say, 20. Of course, you can also adjust here if you want the font, but for me that's fine. The only thing, or the other thing I want is actually make this maybe smaller like that. That's fine. That should be fine. A bit smaller maybe like that, but that should be fine. Also center it so it's in the middle, and now I can drag this on the screen. So either I use now the red dotted lines for help to align it perfectly, or of course I can also select the visual and go to the formatting option, and there's this align option which allows me then to distribute this horizontally, okay, like that. So now I have it in the middle. And finally, what I personally don't like is, because I'm using a background image, I don't need an additional, well, background for this specific header, so I'd like to get rid of the white background. So I select the visual one more time, and then under background options, under the formatting options, I simply untick this background. So I get rid of it, and now I have the final. Now I need to make it bigger, so one more time, select it, go to the formatting option, and then say align, and again, align, distribute horizontally. Okay, so we got our header inside as well, the final report. Now, what else do I want? Well, I would like to have a slicer for my dates. So I have two options here. I can either, at first I can select the slicer here, and if for the slicer itself, if I now choose here, go to my dates table here, there it is, and if I choose my date hierarchy, which I have here, right, if I choose the date itself, then I have the option here, so for the date itself, to use this kind of slicer or slider if I want. I can also change it here one more time, drop down or relative date. So relative date, for instance, here, the last one, and then you can select something, for instance, the last 1 day, weeks, and so on, depending on your data set. You can use it like that. Or you could also, instead of using the date field here, go to the date hierarchy. So I can select the date hierarchy here as well and get rid of the date. And then I would have this hierarchy, which I can click on and then drill into and say, for instance, I would like to go 2019 for the first quarter, or 2019 first quarter, and then the month of January, for instance. This, of course, can be helpful. In my case, I like to keep it simple, so I only want to go on the yearly basis. So I can simply, instead removing this field here, and say for my slicer, I'd like to have my financial year. So financial year or fiscal year. So here, if I select this one here, then I have only this option. Of course, now I can't drill in, right? I only see 19, 20, and 21. So depending on your needs, of course, you can adjust the filter and use another one. For instance, with a hierarchy if you want. For me now, I like to prefer this one, because this one allows me, if I go in here under the general settings, to switch the orientation. This is not true or not available for the hierarchy, for instance. But I like to switch it, go to horizontal, and now I have my fiscal years like this. And now I can make it the way I want it, like that, for instance, and then I can drag it somewhere on my canvas here. Here I'd like to have it like that, and then I also like actually to adjust it a little bit. So if I go to the selection controls, let's just see, there's a single select. That multi-select I think is okay, but one additional option is maybe I'd not like to have the, let's say, the hassle or the problem that if someone selects 2019, for instance, in order to deselect it, I mean, I would simply untick 2019. But you can also go under the options here and say you'd like to see a select all option. If you tick this, then you get an additional box here, which is simply select all. Right? So if you think this is preferable to the audience, so instead of selecting 2019 and then deselect it, you could also select 2019, and if you want to see everything back again, select all. Would also be an option, right? So that's totally up to you how you want to have this. For me, that's fine actually. The only thing which I don't like is if I make this smaller here is at first I don't need the background, so I turn the background off. Okay, that's fine. And then the slicer header, I also untick this because I don't think it's necessary to specify financial year here. I mean, you could, for instance, type in select a specific year or financial year. That could be a title if you want to use one. For me now, I just leave it simple and keep it like that. Also, maybe you want to add your logo at the top right or somewhere on the screen, also possible. What else is interesting? Well, I personally am a friend, even though it's not maybe the best visualization, but I personally like the donut chart. So I also click the donut chart, and here I simply need to use one dimension which does not has too many unique values. So in our case, what could be interesting, of course, is if I scroll down in the orders table, we have categories, and maybe we would like to display, okay, the amount of categories we have, and then also the numbers here for a measure, for instance, the sales. So I can take my sales here, and now I see here my donut chart with the specific categories and their total amount of sales. And of course, I can drag this somewhere on the screen, maybe like here, and then I can also click on it and also make it here under the formatting option. Say maybe I'd like to untick the background just to also have this transparent. Then of course I would probably have to adjust maybe the font a little bit, or at least the color. So if I go to the detail labels, should be fine, that's okay. But here maybe I tick this to black, so it's a little better on the screen, so you can see hopefully a little better. Of course, you can also play around with the text size and make this maybe, let's say 12, and try that out. I think that's already too big, so I would have to increase the visual size. That's not what I want to do now, so I stick to, let's try out 10, maybe that works. Yeah, I think that works almost. Let's say almost. Make this bigger. So it's still, the numbers are certainly too big. So maybe we should not display both of them. Let's actually go with one. So if I go with my detail labels and maybe only show, in this case, the data value itself, and I get rid of the percentage numbers for now, I think that's better, at least from the size here. And of course, the legend itself could also be displayed below, on top, or you can also add the data labels directly on those labels, right? And you don't need a legend then at all. It's totally up to you. So that's fine for me. Then an additional thing I'd like to do is place something in the middle in here. So at first I click on the visual itself, just to ensure that under the formatting option, I send this to the back. So send to back. Okay, that's the first thing. And then I'd like to place my total amount of sales. So if I click on this and say, I'd like to see my total sales measure here. And I'd like to see this as a card. So I take on card here. Okay, I can see the number. And now, of course, I also want to shrink this, because this should fit inside the circle here, so in the donut. So that is why I select it, and also need to format this a little bit. So for the category label, I don't think that's necessary, because we got here already a header, total sales by category. And then also for the background, I untick this one. And then finally, of course, for the data label itself, I also like to reduce the text size. Let's say, let's try out 20. I think that's all. Yeah, it's a little bit small, but maybe that works. Still works. Let's actually make it even smaller. I think that's actually should work fine. Let's actually drag this inside, and let's just see. I place it somewhere like that. And of course, we also go to the formatting option and say bring forward, and they bring to front. So just want to make sure this is always in front of those two. And finally, then I like to click on the first one and then on the second one. So and then I can go to the format one more time and say I'd like to group them. So group them together. So now they are one group, and now if I drag the measure, so I can go to this measure, that's not what I wanted, go back to the report. So if I drag this measure now, just a second, I need to go back, let's just go back and go back. Okay, that's fine, and let me actually select this one more time, go back. Okay, here we go. And now let's actually try that one more time, select it specifically, and now if we drag this, drag it somehow, and you can see that now they belong together. Okay, so that's a little bit easier. So if we want to, well, drag this on another space, then we make sure that we have them together grouped, and it's easier to drag them instead of doing it manually again. So if we filter something, let's try that out, and we can see that here we can see sales 2019. Okay, that filters 2020, and we can see the data 2020, and it also adjusts properly, and we still can see the complete number. Okay, otherwise you might have to tweak the size, in this case of this inner KPI here a little bit. But so far it seems to work. Okay, so great. So we have this, and then let's actually display maybe a few KPIs. So we could do this using the cards or the multi-card. So both is possible. This is multi-row card, but let's actually maybe use the multi-row card for a year. So I take this here, and then let's actually display something. Let's say we'd like to see our total sales, then also the total cost, and maybe the profit margin, as well as the total profit itself. So total profit and total profit margin. So we got here 4 measures which we can display, right? like that, and maybe we'd like to display them like this, and also then this. Shrink it a little bit together like that, and then we can place it somewhere. Maybe we'd like to actually make this a little bit bigger, so go to the data category here and increase the size maybe to 15 or 14 or 15. Let's just see 15. Okay, we've got those categories. And now for the data labels itself, and also increase the text size here to 15. Let's just see, and then of course we need to make this a little bigger, like that. By the way, of course, you can also use single cards here. That's also possible. The only thing I like to mention here is normally the best practice is that you use as little visuals as possible. So if you can use this multi-row card, you should get a better performance. Just wanted to mention that. Of course, if your data set is small and there's no really difference, then you can also use 4 individual cards here if you want. So totally up to you. You have to try it out yourself. It really depends on the data set you have. So beside this, I like to actually go to the formatting one more time, and then I say I'd also like to remove the background. So I can see all of them, and maybe on the color also choose here a black, a darker color, so for those as well. Of course, you can still make it bigger if you want. Maybe we'd like actually keep the text as well, but maybe increase the data labels. Maybe that looks better. So let's try that out to 18 maybe, and also then we have to make this a little bigger. But yeah, that could be better. So we have basically our numbers stand out a little bit more, right? So like that maybe. Okay, so we got those as well in here in our report. And what else can we have? Well, we can also visualize a few additional things. I personally like maybe a map. Why not a map? So let's actually go in here, shrink this a little bit, also shrink the dates table, and the orders table. We have the customer country, so we can select it. Just make sure you first click somewhere on the screen so you don't have anything pre-selected, and then you click on customer country here, and we just wait, and we can see our visual, and we can see the dots on the country already, or on the map already. Of course, now we'd like to maybe visualize additional things, like in the measures table we have the total sales one more time, and if we simply tick it, then this will be displayed on the size. You can also drag it on the size, but now you see the basically the bubbles on the size, and you have different kinds of sizes here for those bubbles, depending on the formatting option here. Maybe make it a little bigger, so depending on which country we currently look at, right? So like that. So that's so far so good. So we got this as well. The final thing, of course, here I also like to get rid of the background. So I go to the formatting option here and say I untick the background, just to have only the map itself. So that could be also an option. Under borders, we could play around with the borders if we want. So that would mean that we have a border around our visual. Could be interesting. So maybe here as well. So let's check that out, whether that looks good or not. So if you tick on the border, then we would have a border here as well. So again, it's totally up to us whether we want to have it. Also, a little trick here for the border is that if you select the visual first, for the borders itself, you can always go to the border and then also adjust the radius here a little bit. So if you tick on, for instance, 10 pixel here for the radio, you see that now the border is a little bit softer, right? It's not really a corner, it's more soft border here. So if this is interesting, then of course you can also apply this here like that. And then of course we'll make this one a little bit bigger, and we would have it like that, right? So could be an option. Not necessary, but could be an option. Also, let's just check that out. If you go in here, and let's actually also turn the shadow on, and then we also have this little shadow effect here around. So if this is also maybe a little better, let's try that out here as well. To be consistent, I also choose here the border is fine. Also choose here 10 pixel for the radius. Okay, and then also here I'd like to use radius, it's fine. So, and then for the shadow, I also tick on the shadow, and then we also have a little shadow effect around here. So make it smaller here, you can also see this here as well. Okay, so that's fine. And then of course we also do this for this visual here. In this case, I would have to make it a little bit smaller here, just to make sure that we do not overlap here, and do the same trick here. Go in here and say for the border, turn this on, and then also here, let's say the radius is 10 pixel. So type in 10 pixel here, and then of course also turn the shadow on. And by the way, the shadow can also be further customized here if you want, where you want to place it and so on. It's really a little bit of trial and error, what fits best your needs, right? Okay, so we got this as well, and we got our free visualizations in here. And then also let's explore maybe our top customers or customer classification. Remember our formula, which was a little bit advanced, so why not using this now here? So we could go with, let's say we would like to have a bar chart, so I tick on the customer classify customers here, And then this time I don't like to see this as a normal bar chart here only. Actually, I'd like to see it as a stacked bar chart. So I'll select stacked column bar chart here. And then I also like to see this maybe not by the year, but maybe by the region we have, right? We have two regions. We can select region here. And now we can see Europe and America. And then of course we need to also put something on the legend. And we know that in order to do this, this is where we have this customer classification table, and we can simply drag our customer classification on the legend. And then we would see those. And if I also click on those and say I'd like to actually see the data labels as well, so I click on the data labels, then we can see those as well. Also here we remove the background, and then we also put in here maybe so for the y-axis, actually I change the color maybe also to black, just to see that better. It really depends on what kind of background you have. And also the same is true for the x values. Let's go in here and maybe change the color here also to black, right? For that, so we can see this a little better. Okay, so that's fine. I can close this, I can close this. And then I also like to add here the border. So for the border itself, also I'm using a radius of 10 pixel. So type in a 10 here, and then also not a 20, but a 10, just a second, a 10. And then also I go under the shadow and also turn the shadow on, like that. Okay, I think that's fine. And then maybe I need to make this a bit smaller because we do not have too much space here anymore. So, and let's place it maybe down there. Just a second, make this bigger. Okay, so we can see the number again. So depending on how small you make your visual, maybe a number gets missing then. And if that's what you want, then you have to, of course, well, customize this a little bit. Okay, so I think it's fine here. Customer classification. Oh, the title itself is a little bit too long for the legend, but of course we can play around with that. So if we can also go in here and say for the legend itself, so either you don't display it in all, or you simply choose a legend name differently. So let's say this is customers, okay? Customers, press enter, and now it's shorter, so it's easier to display it. So don't have a shorter name here, customers here, okay? So that's fine for me. And we also have visualized that as well, and place it somewhere on our screen. And of course we can use additional visualizations. So for instance, we could go with a chart, like for instance the waterfall chart. We can select the waterfall chart here, and then we display, for instance, our total profit here development. We can see this by country. Now tick on also the customer country, so we can see a little bit more insights here. And then of course let's actually format this. This looks a bit sort by, for instance, customer country. That's fine. And then we have it like that. Maybe this looks better. And then of course we can also display this somewhere and do the same trick again. So go in here, say we'd like to see here, maybe untick the background, go with the border, turn the border here to, let's say, 10 pixels. So type in a 10 here. And then we also like to go in here one more time and also adjust the shadow, turn this on. And then I probably also like to customize here the colors itself. So for the sentiment colors, I'd say maybe here I'd like to have a blue color for the positive values, maybe this darker blue here, and negative values would be in red. That's fine. We do not have really too much red in here, but that's good, right? So the totals and the final totals, I go with a really dark blue color here, for instance, like this one here. Of course, it's totally up to you what kind of colors you want to use, right? So okay, that's fine. And then of course, because the color itself is gray, and the gray is a little bit difficult to see on the background, that is why I also adjust here the x and the y-axis. So x-axis, also make this maybe black, and just in case it's still too small, you can also adjust here the text size if you want. For me, that's fine for now. And the y-axis, also adjust the color here to black, so I have this also in black. See that better. And final thing is of course the legend. I also like to see the legend actually in black color, so I also switch this back to this black color so I can see that better here. Okay, so this is fine, at least for me for now, and that's actually a report we can work with. Okay, and now of course we can filter the data 2020, and I would see the data for 2020. The same is true if we click on a visual. So if I click on drinks, for instance, if I click on those, then the other data also gets filtered. One additional thing I like to mention here, you already know that, is that here you can see currently only the other data is only grayed out. It's not completely filtered, and this is where we can select a specific visual, go to the formatting options, and under format there's always this edit interactions where you can customize exactly what should happen if someone clicks on a visual. In this case, I'd like to filter this visual completely, so I can tick on the filter here as well. Otherwise, the highlight is here the default one for this visual. You can also see for other visuals, like for instance the here, in this case this waterfall chart, as well as for the map, there the highlight option is not available at all. So this is the default that you filter those two. It really depends on the kind of visual you have. But for the donut chart here, if I click on something, then this, I want to filter this completely. I don't want to highlight it. And the same is true if I click on this visual here. I also like to filter the donut chart completely. So I also click then on filter instead of highlighting. Then I untick the edit interaction, and now this will change. So if I select now the drinks, you can see that now this visual gets completely filtered to only show here the top customers based on the drink segment and what they contributed, right? And the same is true if I select my top customers here. In this case, click on this, then we can see the data only for those top customers inside here, and also where they come from here, for instance. And still we got a little issue here with a 0 country, so it's also something we might want to actually take into account. So let's actually go under the filter option here and say for filtering here, I'd like to make sure that, in this case, we get here, this version that the customer country here is not 0. Okay, so I select all and untick the 0 here, so I don't see this in there. Okay, so let me actually make this smaller, and we got a report which we can work with. And that's it. That is our final report. And of course, I encourage you to try it out yourself and create another report, your own report, where you visualize it exactly the way you want it. Okay. So one last thing which I'd like to share with you here is the AI visuals, which we've talked about. I briefly talked about the smart narrative, which I personally think is really cool. So for instance, here on the screen, if I click inside and then I click on the smart narrative, we know that this is now analyzing the complete report and all the data we have visualized, and then it gives us some additional insights, a kind of summary if you want. And of course you can place this inside like that, and then I go under the background, I also turn off the background, and then you would have it like that, right? In the general settings, you can adjust this here as well. The layers, you can adjust the title, you want to display it or not, and kind of different options which are available here for this feature here. Okay, so here you can see those insights like that, and you can read the text through if you want. If you want to display this, you can do that. If it's already too much, of course you can also remove it if you want. And beside this, one additional AI feature which I'd like to show you is actually this key influencer visual. In order to do this, I have to go to a second report page, because here I don't have any space anymore. But if I click on the plus symbol here, I can just show it to you just how that works. So this here, this key influencer visual, if you tick this, what you need for this visual, I can also make it bigger here. What you need is, you need it first to analyze a certain kind of measure. So what do you want to know? What do you want to analyze? Now you could put in a total sales measure in here, like that. And then you need to use some variables, or in this case some fields, which should explain the total sales. So the idea is that you add now specific fields, in this case for instance for the orders table. So I could choose the category here, and then I could also choose maybe the customer country here, and then I choose maybe additional things like, let's say, the region, and maybe the ship mode, and you can put all of these things inside. And maybe the supplier, if I go to the supplier table, we know that our tables are connected, so I can also use the supplier name and tick this one here and choose additional options, which also are available. Let's see, you need additional things. Let's just see, what do I also have? Well, at my dates table, I have the date, for instance, as let's say the financial year. Choose financial year here as well. And let's just see that. Still no visuals. Let's check, let's go to decrease. Let's see if we get something. And here we get some information, okay? So this is something really, there is no right or wrong. What you do basically do is, if you go back to increase, let's just see whether it found, it didn't find anything. Okay, but the idea behind this visual is you put in a numerical field or a measure, for instance total sales here. This is what we want to analyze, and then we use different kinds of columns in our data set which should help to explain the total sales numbers. And then you can play around with what influences total sales to increase or decrease. Now depending on the data set, as you can see here, sometimes it shows something, sometimes it doesn't show anything. But what happens is it analyzes the underlying data set, in our case our orders table, our complete model, and then for the decrease, for instance, we know here it gives us some information. So for instance, when the supplier name is, in this case, this reference cost, then Americanas LTDA, then the average of total sales decreases by this amount. And if the supplier name is this, then it decreases by that. Or if the customer country is Poland, then the average total sales decrease by $580.1. And these kind of insights derived based on what we have put in the explained by. This is how you can use this. You see that I have not used it in our final report simply because it requires a lot of space. But of course your report can be built on several report pages, right? And this could then be maybe an interesting insight you want to also give your audience. By the way, if you click on one of the bubbles, you also see that this window here changes, which gives you additional information, right? If I make this bigger, you can see here different kinds of supplier names. If I take the last one here, the country, then you can see here the Poland, and then the average sales is this value here, and then you can see it here for all the countries you have, right? So you get additional information in this visual insights here by this, right? Also, you can try out top segments here. If you click this one, then you see additional information about the top segments here. For instance, here the average of total sales, population count, and there's segment 1, which is this one, and there's segment 2, which is this one. Yeah, you can click on this, and again you get additional information. So this is really something you can try out yourself. There is no right or wrong using those options here and those visuals. It's just an option which is still which is available by default from Power BI for you, which you can explore if you want to. Okay, so that's actually a little bit of information about this key influencer visual and how you can use it. Again, you have seen that under key influences here, sometimes even if you put a lot of fields inside, you don't get any response here. That can happen. That doesn't mean that the visual is broken. It simply depends really on the data set and whether Power BI or the AI feature here is smart enough to find something, to spot something, some kind of correlation between those fields. So that's it for this this specific visual. Okay. So that's it actually for our final report. If I go back to my page number 1, and of course double click on this and rename final report, and yeah, that's it for this video. So hopefully you enjoyed it, hopefully you were able to follow along, and hopefully you can create now your own report and explore different kinds of visuals, what fits best your needs and what you personally prefer. So thanks a lot for your attention, and can't wait to see you in the next video. Till then.